melting to the passive.
Yeah, I think it might actually go down here.
Matu's happy and more than willing to tank this. Hasn't skilled ultimate at all, but doesn't really seem like he's going to need to at any point. And also, FlyToMoon probably expect him to have ultimate, so they're unlikely to.
Yeah, he's actually not
focus
even. He
Matu.
didn't even save a skill point.
Yeah.
He's just confident that he's not going to get touched, which, you know, he is probably right until Morphling has some items.
He's found himself 9 talent as well, so has some good jungling prowess. But while all this is going on, you mentioned Morphling getting items. He's getting a tower to help him along the way.
To help his teammates as well. They're the ones really struggling. But they did try lane him, right? They're putting a lot of eggs in his basket.
Yep.
It's a tough Morphling game, but it's possible. But Baden isn't too terrible against Morphling either, just because he can't really just like one-shot you. I mean, in the laning phase it's bad, but I could see Baden having some advantages.
Does General die here? It sure as hell looks like it. His game, and you mentioned Kunka's having a rough one. I feel like General's having an absolutely awful one as well, unfortunately. Playing
Yeah.
against Secret, you can't afford those kind of games.
I've seen some early Batrider picks this tournament, and I'm glad to see Secret really punish it this game. I believe they picked Batrider with their second pick.
They did, yeah.
In this game, so
Rubik Bat opener.
now that Batrider isn't really played as a support much anymore due to some nerfs to his, I think his Flame Break got nerfed. He's kind of hard to pull off if you pick him super early.
Matu getting gone on this time. He does have the skill point to level ultimate if needed. And we're going to see him get pulled back. Pops the ultimate, still has mana for his shield. He's going to get lassoed through this one. He's healing up a little bit, but nowhere near enough. Gets another shield off, runs north. But Matu gets picked off. Tried to deny himself with that miscoil. Couldn't manage to time it perfectly.
Yeah, good and necessary play by FlyToMoon here. Sometimes it's annoying to kill the Abaddon, but you know, if he's going to push that far, you just got to do it.
Took him, you know, decent amount of resources, but maybe not too much.
Well worth.
3 heroes back in mid and banish into a fissure. Oh, Hodence does manage to get the telekinesis off. He steals sanities.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one.
Didn't do anything. He really wants to steal Astral, but ever since they added Essence Flux to OD, it's like nearly impossible to get.
Yep.
Rubik used to be really good against OD for that reason, because you would just always get Astral Imprisonment, you know, like 90% of the time.
And I guess it's a pretty terrible still, the OD ultimate, because you don't build up those
horrible.
charges.
It's horrible.
Okay.
Sometimes it can like do a little bit of mana burn, I think, or at least on the old OD ult, maybe it could.
They got rid of the mana burn, right? Am I crazy on that?
Let's see here. I don't know.
Yeah, they got rid of the mana burn, right?
Yeah, I think so. But the old one was like, if it didn't do damage, then it did mana burn or something.
Yes. That was like the old one. Often you just drop the ultimate to burn people's mana full.
Oh, he's looking dead on bottom lane.
Whew. This Abba Matu is just an absolute nuisance, a beast in this bottom lane.
I love Zai's items. Just got like a little bit of everything. It's like a utility build. Now he just finished the Spirit Vessel. He's got the value Gloves of Haste, plus the value Raindrop, plus the value Blightstone.
Secret looking to regain control of their jungle. General's going to be careful, gets slowed down by the enchant and fissured up. No way out for him with Nisha chasing with the 4-staff. He did complete Boots of Travel, but...
Oh, he did go the bots. I've had a hard time understanding the benefits of Boots of Travel. Like, I get the, you know, it reduces your town portal cooldown, but is it even that good of an item anymore?
It's no longer the double TP where you have the separate cooldowns.
Yeah, I feel like it's
a big gold investment. I guess he just wants, it's all about the movement speed when you see the fact he has like a windlace as well. At least that's my takeaway, is he's just going for all the movement speed.
Yeah.
Fissure gonna keep Nisha nice and safe. He 4-staffed away from the tombstone. We have not seen much out of this Undying, well, except for this perhaps. Gets blowing up in the mid lane. Yeah, this has been a pretty rough one for FlyToMoon.
There's no way FlyToMoon can fight Secret until Morphling decides to show up. He's their strongest hero, and he's not ready.
Yep.
Just chill out and just try and farm. Like, sure, Secret's going to out-farm you, but that's inevitable at this point. The more you fight now, before Morphling is ready, the more you're just going to lose heroes.
By the way, look at this. Puppey with the old Midas.
Yeah, I think they're actually just clowning around this game because it looks pretty over to me.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it because I was like, I'm kind of thinking, I was like, I don't think Midas is something you really buy except when you show you've won.
It does give attack speed, and Enchantress doesn't mind that. More impetuses.
Yeah.
Helps him, you know, scale, get some more items. Doesn't really hit creeps, right? So this way he can farm while not taking away the map from his other cores.
Okay.
Makes total sense.
For FlyToMoon, what makes sense as far as the comeback? Is it just Morphling Z-Blade? You mentioned they have to fight around him?
Yeah, Morph Z-Blade, and then managing to burst some of these other targets, like the Puppey Midas Enchantress would be a great one to one-shot. If you can kill Earthshaker before he gets the Blink Echo off. Oh, there it is.
Yep, Blink Echo into the Morph, playing the follow-up stunts. Yep. Down he goes.
Yeah, I think Morphling should have like a personal, like, you know, he should have like a shield this game. Like, Undying should stand between Morphling and the enemy team.
Okay.
And any smoke gank that comes from Morphling, Undying just kind of absorbs.
And the Undying is, at this stage, not offering much. A hero that was
He's offering nothing.
Yeah. They picked him for the laning stage, is that kind of right to say, or?
Always Wanna Fly's always played Undying. That's just kind of him. And this hero has been good in the past, but it is not good right now. Teams are just too good at just running, like, playing away from you. If you can play in your safe lane against two melee heroes, then it can work. Or if you can play in, like, he went to the top lane here, but they were trying to pressure Furion. Doesn't really work like that.
Here's the move. 4-man smoke gank. FlyToMoon taking over the enemy triangle, looking to find some kills. Nisha avoids this. Unbeknown to him, he has managed to juke this gank. They are still following from behind, and they're going to see this. YapzOr scouts it, blinks away instantly. Torrent's going to look for Nisha, but he does manage to dodge it, then defensively Astro himself. The fissure's there. YapzOr doesn't have blink still, but Zai in the middle of the enemy just trying to do what he can. The lasso back on the OD. They need a shield for him, but Matu unable to help out the OD. Nisha pops the wand. He tries to force stuff away, doesn't manage to keep himself alive, and it looks like FlyToMoon are winning this fight. They've taken out two. Matu still in the front line trying to take out Rubik. Pops the ultimate with the Enchantress Puppey. All that attack speed. He's just shredding through him. Iceberg going to TP on out as they refocus their efforts on Always Wanna Fly. His Undying going down, and General could be next if YapzOr catches up to him.
Actually, quite a good fight for FlyToMoon. I did not expect that. Zai ported, like, on top of them and was in a pretty rough position.
Yeah, see it again here. YapzOr quickly blinked away, and Nisha's like, uh-oh, I can't actually do this.
Yeah, he needed some backup from Matumba Man as well. I feel like Matumba Man kind of ignored him. He just got taken away with the lasso.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Matumba Man maybe could have ulted, right, manually to remove that Kunka boat stun, where he could have helped his OD get out of the lasso.
Definitely watching again. Suddenly Zai shows up, and he's in the middle of 4 enemy heroes, and it's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
That's not where you want to be TPing to. And unfortunately, I think maybe Zai's expecting the Shaker to back him up, but YapzOr had to blink away, and it's a pretty long cooldown on blink.
Yeah, for sure. Well, FlyToMoon also managed to take that fight 4 versus 5.
Yeah, they didn't have more.
Where they traded somewhat evenly, and VTune has managed to finish up his E-Blade and is headed towards his BKB.
Well, this could be go time. Batrider looking to finish off a Blink Dagger as well. General getting fairly close to that one.
They're actually not too... They're only down 5k gold. It's almost 20 minutes. I don't think it's too bad. I think their lineup, the Morphling, can potentially scale harder than the OD. OD doesn't have a BKB yet, so he's susceptible to being E-bladed himself or just killed by Batrider, especially if Matu Man doesn't help him.
Yeah, I think you consider Abba versus Morphling as like the carry matchup. Sure, the OD is kind of more the carry in some ways, but as far as where the farm is, the Abba has this Radiance, but he's not really nearly as impactful as a Morphling.
OD's having a good game, but not as good as Morphling is.
Yeah. That BKB is going to limit what OD can do in a team fight. They're looking to take another one here. The lasso going to come into play. They blow up Zai's Nature's Prophet. That's a dieback for him as Aloha Dance will get finished off by a fissure, but FlyToMoon may look to continue taking this one. They've got a Morphling ready to go with that E-Blade on off cooldown for now, but looks like they're just going to give up the Undying and not re-engage.
Yeah, Rubik is actually a really important part of FlyToMoon's team fight. They don't really have a lot of disables, and Lift is a great way for them to connect on kills.
Yeah. And at least last fight, in the start of that fight, he had the stolen Aphotic Shield, which is a really nice pickup as well.
Yeah, he had it there. They just were able. He was in such a bad position. They were able to just kill him, even though he was spamming it on himself.
Well, FlyToMoon. We'll see if they make another play here. The BKB Morphling is gonna maybe be something they want to wait for. You're playing against that OD, and you're scared of that ultimate just kind of blowing you up. So.
Well, Halberd finished on Iceberg. I think he's probably had that for a bit. Super nice for OD.
As an Aghanim skewed up, looking for that chaotic teamfight presence of the Torrent Storm.
Zai is also quite underfarmed for a Furion. Hasn't really finished much past that Spirit Vessel.
Do you think he needs to get farm this game, or is that not going to be a problem for them?
He actually skipped his talent on Furion. I've never seen that before. I feel like the 25 damage talent is way too good to pass up.
It's a lot of damage.
I feel like Zai's just not much of a threat in fights at the moment. Like, he ports in, and besides Spirit Vessel, he's not really doing much.
He's got the Blade Mail queued up, so perhaps he's, if I'm going to port in and get blown up, I'm going to take some enemies with me.
Okay.
Port him with the old Blade Mail. Of course, against the Morphling E-Blade, you could catch him by surprise potentially as well. Like Lasso, they're going to catch out Nisha. Big kill with the E-Blade. And Zai could be next. He's been lifted up. General's going to push it back with a Flame Break. There is a Morphling stun to stop the TP. Is there another stun, or can they kill him? No, he manages to teleport away.
Got away. Impressive. But OD goes down again. The Secret is just not ready for these fights. Matuman is always coming in like he's never like this fight he wasn't even there. On the bottom one he came in late. They need him to get that lasso off.
Yeah.
I think they should be 5-manning or playing more together.
Secret, despite losing the OD, wanted to try and teamfight around this mid lane, but FlyToMoon just disengaging, throwing people back, and yeah, it does feel like Secret's just looking to, like, they know they're ahead and they're just trying to keep farming, and if Matu's not with the OD, then that's an easy lasso.
I think FlyToMoon realizes that they can actually win this game by just tunnel visioning the OD. Outside of OD, I don't think Secret has enough damage on any of their heroes to actually kill Morphling and Kunkka. They're just too tanky.
Do you think Matu needs to play like a more utility role then, rather than try and just be this hard carry that we're seeing?
Yeah, I don't think he can carry this game versus Morphling. So I think he definitely needs to be with his OD, because OD is the one that's going to carry the game. But if OD keeps dying, it's not going to happen. Yeah,
I think we're seeing some of that confidence being lost by Secret. You mentioned the Midas on the Enchantress, the Abbot carry. He had an AC queued up and changed his mind, but we're going to hold that thought as top lane Puppey gets lassoed, pulled back, but Secret are rotating with numbers. Iceberg could be in some trouble. Is there anything to cancel his TP? No, there's a net. Clumsy net on the Abaddon.
Nice.
That comes up big. Unfortunately for Iceberg, he gets screwed over by the neutral items.
Yeah, they thought they had an easy kill on Puppey's Enchantress, but he is not an easy kill at the moment.
He's tanky.
He's very tanky. He's got the hood, he's got the magic resistance talent, he's got the strength treads, and looks like they might even attempt Roche here on Secret.
Yeah, tricky one for FlyToMoon to contest without their Kunkka, who provides most of the team fight.
All of the team fights.
Got the Alpha Wolf, and
it is. I think it's very tough for FlyToMoon to find kills if Secret's 5-manning. They have like some, they have like this little Rubik lift, they have some Kunkka spells, and then they have like the lasso. But if they use the lasso and Abaddon is there to dispel the lasso, the team fight for FlyToMoon I think just looks disastrous.
It's like one of their 2 stuns.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then if these targets aren't stunned, you're going to have Shaker Echo Slams plus constant Abaddon shields, OD Astraling targets you're trying to kill.
It's one of the things we haven't maybe seen too much of yet, but come team fights, the defensive Astral against Lasso, against Kunkka initiations. OD was often picked against Kunkka because you could save anyone who got X.
Yeah.
So Secret with Aegis in hand, they're gonna take a tier 2 tower top, control some bounty runes. Doesn't look like they're going high ground just yet.
No, probably just get some more gold on this tier 2 mid. They'll have an AC eventually on the bad end that'll help them push the towers much quicker. But they don't have great building damage outside of some of men right now.
Do you think if this game does drag out, since they're all in on this Morphling carrying them, it favors Secret in the late game, or not the case?
It depends. I think FlyToMoon really needs to find ways to split Secret up, because if they're 5-manning like this, I don't see how FlyToMoon enters a team fight. Even 10 minutes later, maybe 35 minutes.
They have the Abba OD hitting towers. Abba with the ultimate, OD with the Aegis. 2 unkillable heroes. And we're going to see him go from one tier 2 to the next, and there's a third one down bottom if they want to go for that as well. For now, they're just continuing to farm the enemy jungle and increase their lead.
Yeah, I think soon they'll resort to split pushing. Oh no, yeah, I think they're going to go fight.
Okay. Don't have V-Tune in this smoke, so not sure if that was according to plan or...
OD has the Aegis.
Unfortunately, no one's showing top. There's a creeps at your tier 3 tower. 0 enemy heroes on the map. Secret are going to be like, huh, wonder what's going on here. Why is nobody... Okay, there we go. Morphling does show top.
Yeah, I think Secret thought maybe they were hiding in this bottom lane. But finally CSM realizes this is a safe area. Now they're just going to get this tier 2 tower. So that's 3 tier 2 towers with the immediately after picking up the Aegis.
Yep.
They may even try to force high ground here. Now that all tier 3s are tier 2s are down.
See if that's going to be the call. They still have a decent chunk of time left on this Aegis, so with Matu and Nisha can kind of play in the front lines very safely, and with the AC, you mentioned that's the item that could allow them to break high ground. That's going to be tested here. Matu. Flamebreak's going to push him out of the torrent. Bit of anti-synergy there from the FlyToMoon side, who are going to just halberd up the Abba.
So Morphling will split push top while this is happening.
He needs to...
The goal is to have somebody on Secret TP back, but
that split push is a long way away from Secret's base right now, though, and the tier 3 tower already going down to Matu, who gets E-bladed up. One more right click. There we go. They do finish it off, but he's still got the borrowed time. Gets pulled back into a torrent, pops the ultimate immediately, gets banished as well. That is not the timing to use that Astral. Have they got a second? They've got a second Astral. Okay. Oh, Nisha couldn't find him. It was a stolen Astral from the Rubik, as you mentioned. And OD couldn't save him with the defensive Astral. Great play from FlyToMoon, and they may get more. He's got an Aegis, but if they can kill him twice, that'd be huge. V-Tune's stolen the OD form. He tries to kill the Morphling with the Sanity's Eclipse. Doesn't succeed in doing so. V-Tune, wave from forward. Defensive
so
Astral, yeah.
No, that was an offensive one there.
Okay.
Rubik did manage to steal it.
They need to make the Rubik one look different or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Rubik was actually the one that also used it on Abaddon when he ulted.
Yeah.
So it wasn't Nisha, like, griefing.
So a really big steal there. The Rubik having that Astral. Coming up big, getting them an Abba kill, an OD kill, and FlyToMoon are back in this.
Yeah, you see how hard it is for Secret to push buildings. They just don't have great damage. They managed to kill the tier 3 tower, but tier 3 towers are just... They don't really mean that much anymore in the game.
Well, after winning that fight, FlyToMoon gonna press on out.
I thought he was going for BKB on Kunkka. He's actually got an Aghanim Scepter. So we have the Torrent Storm for the next big team fight.
We mentioned kind of a lack of disable, or you kind of how if the lasso gets purged off
on mid,
could be in some trouble. Yep, Rubik gets sniped in mid lane. That takes away that stolen Astral. That's probably one of the biggest parts about that kill. And we'll see Secret running at them towards that bottom lane. See if they can have another go.
Well, I might see Puppy coming over. Puppy has a Crimson Guard now. Wow.
He is
The Midas is paying off.
I'm a little surprised to see Crimson as his item of choice, though, against these heroes.
You thought he would go for the pipe, or?
I don't know. It's more the Crimson. Like, there's not like a ton of physical damage / summons when V-Tune's gone for the E-Blade build.
I believe Crimson blocks the Tombstone zombie damage.
Okay.
Not that that is very impactful, but you know, if they were taking like 5 damage before, they're probably taking 0 now. Yeah, Dying is not a very good hero.
5-0.
And I love playing the hero myself. I think
Yeah,
he's super fun. But some patches are just not. Sometimes some patches you got to play something different.
And the nice thing is, you know, if you're an Undying player, it's like, okay, this buffs are coming soon. You know, this hero will see some love if it's that bad.
I feel like this hero is like so low skill and easy that it makes it like really appetizing to play. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I wasn't going to comment on it. It's like, I don't know what that says about Always Want to Fly.
No, I mean,
You like the hero too.
I mean, I like it too.
Yeah.
For that reason. Like, sometimes playing just an easy hero is more fun than playing this, like, other hero that takes all this finesse.
You just go to your lane, spam decay, have a good time.
Yeah, exactly. Just mess some people up. But some games, you know, some Undying games are great, and others, they start to look like this, where you become just a walking ward with a tombstone. The ultimate is good. And he has the Glimmer Cape, which means he might be able to survive more than, like, 4 seconds.
Thinking like 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, I like his 25 ult, or the 25 talent as well, the Reincarnate.
Yeah, you think he's going to get there this game?
No. There's not enough team fights for him to level.
Yeah.
It's like, that's why it's nice to have like this Batrider, like initiation catch, but the problem is against the Batten, if Secret's 5-manning, you just can't force team fights. So then you're playing Undying in a game of split push, and you're terrible at that because you have no wave clear.
He's just...
And you have like, you don't really have save either, so like sitting behind a core isn't the most helpful thing. You have Soul Rip and a Glimmer Cave, but you know, imagine if you were like an Oracle or like a Vengeful Spirit or something else instead. Here we go, here we go.
Oh, Blink Echo Slam. Yapstar goes on just a Rubik though, and Rubik gets kept alive by Glimmer. They've killed off the Shaker.
And Nisha's in huge
Yeah,
trouble.
he pops the BKB, but he's so low, he might just die to physical damage. The Lasso's there as well. In general, he gets kept alive. He gets healed up by the Rubik with a stolen Mistcoil and Secret. They're getting destroyed. The Storm is just going around, dropping torrents left, right, and center. The Iceberg boat goes flying through as well, keeping them alive. They've killed 3. They're looking for a 4th in Matu. He pops the ultimate. He may just die. He gets hit by a Morphling stun. And
zombies.
yeah, those zombies. That 5 damage adding up. 5 damage times 10 zombies. That's 50 damage, Peter.
Secret walking, they had a little bit of vision up here with the cliff ward, but they just walked right into it.
Love that Echo Slam. Very nicely.
Yeah, only Rubik got hit by it, and no one else was able to follow up.
See another look at this, find how it broke down. Just felt like a numbers game where once that Shaker gets picked up, it's already a 5v4. The OD gets forced to BKB on very low health, and very much a straightforward fight for FlyToMoon with the high ground advantage. They don't have much damage into the BKBs of FlyToMoon, it feels like. Like you mentioned the OD being all that damage. He can pop BKB and keep himself alive, but how does he actually deal damage?
I mean, once Morph has the BKB, it's really hard for him to kill him until he has like he needs like a Hex, which he's so far away from.
And both Morph and Kunkka have BKBs.
That fight was just not in a good spot for Secret. They just walked right up a high ground. There was a tombstone on the cliff.
Secret not looking like their usual selves here, perhaps. They had a convincing early game. Very rarely do you see Secret start strong and be up like 5k gold and then throw it away. But here we are. They're going to see another pick off. Nisha goes down again. This Batrider is just wreaking havoc wherever he goes. General, despite his poor laning stage, is having a huge impact here in the late game.
Odie has just had too many deaths this game. That's number 6. Like, Odie cannot carry a game where he's constantly dying.
See if Secret can defend without their OD. Looks like the answer is going to be yes as V-Tune gets pushed away.
I really think Matoma made this game super difficult for Nisha by just constantly split pushing and not being with the team. That's not the role of a Batten. Like, that's Furion's job. And I think Secret realized it too late because Morphling just got too strong. And this failed Tier 3 tower push bottom was devastating.
Yeah. Do you think this game does look quite different than if they play the Nature's Prophet more as like the carry? Even without even swapping the player hero roles?
No. I think Morphling is Odie is for sure the carry. I just think MatuMan played like a carry.
Yeah.
When he's not going to scale and out-carry anybody on Radiant.
We'll see FlyToMoon setting up around the Roshan pit. Not sure if they're going to go for this one or not. They may be a little bit...
They're baiting.
Unsure, yeah. They've got the stolen Aphotic Shield. This has been a fantastic Rubik game for Aloha Dance between the Astral and the Aphotic Shield.
Yeah, this was a first pick Rubik as well. So Secret picked Abaddon and Earthshaker into it, as well as OD.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't even seen him trying to Steel Fissure this game with all the other juicy spells, but definitely something that can still come up. Matu getting E-Blade. They're just trying to force out his ultimate here. Borrowed time. They can get that to proc. They might be able to kill him. They find the Shaker here with the Torrent Storm. The Abba is just being locked down. He can't get out of these Torrents, and they're in all sorts of trouble on the Secret side. They pop the BKB to try to keep themselves alive, but I think FlyToMoon realized their BKB's wearing out. They got to get out. They BKB TP on the Kunkka, the Morphling. Astro up. Does he have an escape? He gets fissured coming out. He's losing a lot of health here quickly. Turns into an Abba as he's going to shield himself up. Look to get out of this one. Has a waveform in 3 seconds.
Yeah, they need to get out and wait for their BKBs.
BJune has another waveform, but is there going to be some Shaker Stuns? The Fissure finds him as he comes out. The OG Sandy's not doing enough damage here. BJune again gets Astroed up. Is there a stun to follow this one up? Waveform north. TP out. Blink Echo.
Damn.
They got him. Yapzor showing some love. And VTune goes down. They're going to buy back. They want to contest this Roshan. They don't want Secret to get it for free.
Huge plays by Yapzor there. What actually went wrong for FlyToMoon there is they took this fight into Secret's high ground, which resulted in Secret having great vision. And Odie was able to Astral the Earthshaker, who had just gotten lassoed.
Roshan the clock. Secret want this. They did not buy the back the Morphling, so not sure how well this is going to go for them.
They need to just get out on FlyToMoon.
They drop a tomb, and that instantly gets farmed up. That's in the story of this Undying game, sadly.
Well, he had the one great tomb on this bottom fight, but yeah, hard to be the aggressor there.
So FlyToMoon, they clawed their way back into this game, and if anything, looked to be in the driver's seat, but it's now Secret back in control with an Aegis and Cheese.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from FlyToMoon to make the decision to try and force a 5-on-5 engagement. They were not in a... You can see if Secret's able to dispel the lasso or negate the lasso, they still have the damage to kill FlyToMoon's heroes.
So I'm playing a little game of cat and mouse down bottom. Unsure who's hunting who, but he did complete a Scythe of Vice.
Oh, Nisha's got the Princess Knife, which is actually pretty cool on OD. Because I think the projectile speed is super nice on the orbs.
Both being used bottom. Zai, very healthy still.
Yeah,
kind
they're
of
out of
tickled. Yeah, and
this
they're
is
going
a dieback.
And you
Rubik.
can't necessarily BKB TP if there's a bash. Matu, can he get the bash? He got it.
Missed on the first one.
Yeah, the miss into bash.
The Torrent Storm.
Okay. Nice Centaur stun. He probably saw that first hit miss, and Kunkka's like, sweet, I'm fine, and then instantly bashes afterwards.
Yeah, and excuse me, Secret looking strong still. I thought they were in trouble.
Well, they're going to just bully their way down this bottom lane. They did get to just like a 1k gold difference, but now back up to 9k, and the buybacks has been a big part of that. Back-to-back buybacks on the FlyToMoon side.
Well, we've seen this position before.
Yeah, building up those stacks, looking to find a big Sanity's Eclipse opportunity. The double Astral being committed already. Doesn't have any charges left for a few seconds here, but he is feeling so confident on the front lines with an Aegis, and Secret will claim themselves a full lane of racks down bottom. Possibly looking for more. Got that Centaur stun, and Fortunately, no detection for Always On The Fly. They drop the sentry a bit too late. He's still outside the base here, but looks like he will get back to safety as Secret. They don't overcommit.
Matoma men a little bit stronger this time around as they go to push that bottom lane. If you remember in the last fight, they managed to kill the Abaddon and then killed OD who had the Aegis, so similar setting, but Secret much better prepared.
Yep. We'll see if Secret go for that second lane of Rax here and what FlyToMoon do as far as defending this one goes. Seems the game plan is very much try and force out the Abba's ultimate and then just kite him a bit.
Yeah, it's difficult to find a much better fight than that, but I'm not sure that Secret's going to fall for the same trick. I think that they may need to try and smoke around and catch the backlines and just try and like lasso and take somebody away from the Abaddon. The problem is the OD is also saving people with the Astral.
I guess theoretically, I mean, you've got stuns you can use on the Abaddon while you lasso someone else. But we'll see if FlyToMoon have some way to concoct up a teamfight win for themselves. It's going to be do or die time soon. 15k gold lead and FlyToMoon in full high ground defense mode now.
I think there's like 1 minute left on Aegis. So if they can jump the OD away from the Abaddon somehow, or lasso him away and drag him away with the Force Staff, maybe they can kill the OD.
One of the other big problems coming their way is going to be this second Scythe of Ice on Team Secret. Nisha's getting closer and closer. Zai already has his. So this game is just going to start looking very tricky for them.
Yeah, they have no Dispel for Hex or save for it. So whoever gets Hex, whether it's Morphling needs to pop his BKB really early in fights in order to dodge these incoming Hexes. Because they're just going to focus him with all of them. He's pretty much their entire team.
We'll see if FlyToMoon can do anything to keep him alive. That's where I think Rubik comes into play. If he can steal these Aphotic Shields and these Astrals, that may be the save they need to help Morphling against these Scythe of Ice.
Looks like they're thinking about smoking. Maybe right when OD's Aegis is out, they can go.
It's out right now, so we'll see. Perhaps the play Secret's going to expect, though. For now, Secret happy to play the map control game. They've got Vision set up right outside the Radiant base. Radiant Courier just flying on out. Looks like that was headed to the enemy Secret shop. I guess not feeling like he could get to his own, but also can't get to the enemy one.
All right. I think you got to get out of your base here on FlyToMoon. If you sit in your base any longer, I think it's just going to get worse.
So V-Tune, he's like, all right, I can't get my courier to the Secret shop. What can I buy from base? Buys a Shadow Blade on Morphling.
Nice. Going for the Silver Edge. You can break the passive on Abaddon and then burst him.
Not giving him a chance to pop his ultimate. That's how that works, right? If you
yeah. So if you break Abaddon, his ultimate no longer becomes automatic. It becomes manual.
Yep.
So you can still pop it yourself, but you know if you catch them off guard with the Silver Edge they don't expect, they probably won't do that.
I guess, and you often see this paired with some kind of silence, right? Where you can break him and silence him, and then you can't pop it manually.
Exactly. They don't have a silence, though.
No.
But if they did, they would use it. So, yeah. He actually has the full Silver Edge now, so they're going for the YOLO kill Abaddon play.
That seems a bit ambitious when he can still pop it manually.
They are 20,000 gold behind, though.
Yeah.
So, it is a play, right?
For sure. Matu hits level 25, so even bigger Aphotic Shields coming into play. And he's also got himself an Illusionist cape, which is great when you've got a Radiance.
He also has a cheese, so he pops that as well.
He feels pretty unkillable.
Yeah, but that's exactly... They know he feels unkillable. That's why they're going to kill him.
They're taking advantage of his confidence.
Yeah, he's like, you know, a little bit lazy in the brain right now. He's just kind of chilling. And then they're going to surprise him. And he's going to be like, oh, they have a Silver Edge. Actually, they may have already seen it, though.
I believe Morphling was hitting some creeps top, so...
Yeah, they probably see it. Whether or not he realizes it yet.
It's probably one of those pickups, like the second you see it, your whole team's like, Matu, this guy's got a Silver Edge, be careful. Lasso, Puppey. He's got Matu running on in. Gets a miscall off. He's too far for a shield. A nice flame break, but Puppey does get kept alive, and the damage just isn't there to bring down this Enchantress, who's just so damn freaking tanky with a Holy Locket amping up all his healing. They're going to buy back and force this fight. Nisha pops his BKB, gets off the Sandys with the Yapster dunk as well to follow up. Aloha Dance, he steals the Enchant Totem, unfortunately, and it is all over Red Rover for FlyToMoon. No buybacks on 2 of their cores. I cannot see a way for them to hold this one.
He's got it.
Oh, it just came up, I guess.
Yeah, he was just a little bit gold away.
Yep. So, Morphling's buyback comes back into play, but still looking like a tough ask. Morphling's running mid. Is he hunting Zai here? It looks like that may be the call. Zai TP's away. Not sure they're actually playing this game anymore, Peter. V-Tunes just ran down mid to hunt some heroes. He's on a mission. He wants... Zai's so tanky. He's got 3.5k health. I'll get the lasso off. They're tipping Zai here. Yeah, Zai's still pretty damn tanky. He got him with the break. Wait for him.
There's not enough room inside the Sprout.
GG, yeah. Zai's still going to survive through this all. Oh, they high five. I like it.
All right, GG.
That
well, a little bit of back and forth. I thought it was going to be a one-sided Secret affair, but FlyToMoon putting up some fight in the mid game. Unfortunately, not strong enough to take it in the end. Secret. What's the word? Rebelled. I don't know.
What was it about FlyToMoon that brought him back into this game?
The tier 3 tower push from Secret in the bottom lane. They killed Abaddon and then killed OD twice through the Aegis. I think... I think it was just Secret not 5-manning early enough and just getting caught split multiple times. I think Abaddon could have played a little bit more with the team this game, a little bit less split push and farm, let Furion handle the scraps, and yeah, just walk down a lane.
Does it give you faith for Game 2 for FlyToMoon, or do you think Secret's too dominant?
I think Secret's just a better team. I think they weren't exactly sure how to play this game at the beginning, but then they eventually figured it out, and that's kind of how fast you can figure it out is always super nice if you're a top Dota team, because not every game is straightforward.
Okay. Not a straightforward game, but Secret do figure it out. We're going to head to a break and hear our panel's thoughts on Game 2 and Secret's dominance as it continues here in the lower bracket of ESL 1.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past.
And welcome back, Team Secret, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. It looked like VToon. He might have had enough in that Morphling to do it, but 1 or 2 pickoffs in that 40-minute mark, and all of a sudden, this OD doesn't look as bad as it did the last couple minutes, and they managed to pull it off. A close game, though. It felt like Secret kind of dominating, and then a second one fight, all of a sudden, no one can beat this Morphling, and then they beat the Morphling.
I think it really just comes down to how they took those fights. You saw like when it started to turn back around for Secret is because they went on the Abaddon first, and they just the OD is able to sit behind. Morphling's a little out of position, but if you take the fights where you go on this Abaddon, you
can't kill him.
Hey,
Yeah.
guess what? Big surprise! You're gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it also helped that the 2 fights that they won, they also managed to actually get an initiation on Nisha without Matumba Man being able to break it, and they were able to focus OD down while he was disabled, which was pretty big as well. I think the Aghanim Scepter adds a lot to the OD as well, which is something that he got into the late game. The double rounds of imprisonment adding into the buildup of mana charges that you get. At some point in time, I think you just start blowing people up because they just can't really keep up with the mana issues. But yeah, Secret, they basically, I think they largely won this game off of the fact that they just had the lane matchups, right?
Yeah.
They did a really good job of making sure that when they drafted the Abaddon, they put it up against the Batrider as a safe lane carry. Then they have this Nature's Prophet 3, and the OD versus Kunkka is a really great matchup. Even though we don't see the OD very often, OD versus Kunkka and Morphling is very favorable for him.
Yep. We did see some nice Rubik plays during that one bottom fight. He stole the Astro, which got him the kill. We saw the Avernus was just like, I'm going to ulti. Nope, put under, and then just instantly brought down. I thought pretty good. I look at the end scoreboard, 179 on the Rubik, but I felt like he had a pretty big impact, and they didn't get that W, and we see all these fights. These are the few that they were looking pretty good on FlyToMoon for.
This is a terrible fight for Secret.
Yeah.
They were smoked up. I think they blinked in. Either way, he blinked at the same time the Batrider blinked, so it would have been a 2-mana echo.
Then just one.
But then they're fighting on the low ground as well, so it's just a really good space for FlyToMoon.
Yeah. How do you guys actually feel about Torrent Storm in a non-meme way? How strong is it? It seems pretty strong, or is it not? I don't know. It looks strong, and then it doesn't. I don't know. It's a weird Aghanim, so we're seeing more.
I mean, it looks cool,
right? Oh yeah, hell yeah.
It looked, but you're buying this Ags just so for a big. I guess it's a big team fight ability, but I don't mean this in a punny way, but it's very hit or miss.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Is there another way to say it? Is there another way to say it?
No, it's funny because we watched that fight, right, where they went on the ABBA, and the ABBA just kept getting torrented every single. I mean, they lost that fight horribly because VToon got caught out, but. Yeah, I mean, it either can be the best, or maybe it's just not very good.
I mean, if the torrents hit, it looks awesome. But
so when do you think you
it
should
also
get
lasts
it?
for 5 seconds, so it really matches up to BKB timings,
Okay.
which is great for Kunkka because he's able to force out a BKB timing with his initial combo, and then a BKB is used. He can use Torrent Storm once the BKB is down, and hope that it does land. Yeah, I think it's really strong if you're not the primary damage dealer.
Okay.
If you really just need more disables, then.
So you didn't mind it here?
Yeah, I didn't mind it at all. They got a Morphling, so just you want to hit stuns, and you also have some heroes that aren't going to build BKB, like the Abaddon, right?
Yeah.
He's just not going to build a BKB, and he's not going to pop borrowed time to remove one torrent when there's a bunch more following that one up.
Yep, and a noob's mechanic question. I actually do know the answer finally for one of these, but can you cast normal torrent after you cast Torrent Storm?
I want to say yeah.
Correct. They don't share cooldowns.
Yeah.
Cav a little bit sus. You got nervous there. It looked like, you know.
I mean, I was just thinking, like, aren't they entirely separated?
Yeah,
abilities?
they are. That's why, you know,
Okay.
it was a test. So you were correct. You thought I was playing you, but I wasn't. Just helping the people at home. We do need to take a short break. But before that, we're playing a game. What is in the DHL drop? Did you know you guys can actually win what is inside us? And guess what? We're going to take a peek. But if you guys just send us your stories, either how you're watching the tournament right now, or maybe you did. We heard about Charlie's experience at ESL New York. Did you have a fun time then? You know, get a picture. Give us your stories. We'd love to see. And you could actually earn some stuff in this box. What is in here? Well-made box, by the way.
What is in the box?
What is here, my friends? Wait up. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, DHL takes
They
the
don't
security of
play.
their boxes
What
very
do we
seriously.
have here? Holy smokes, we've got the plushies, and they do indeed have some codes on them. People
Oh,
love
That's
them
the
codes.
value right
That-
there.
Oh, my goodness.
That's big.
Not only that, the Dotakins, these are like the even
Yeah,
the
they're
littler
adorable.
ones, right? And you like attach them to your backpack or keychain. You got those? Don't worry. And then, oh my goodness.
Wait, what is that?
The i9 core unlocked. I have the power. I'm not actually quite sure on that, but I do have the power. We have a towel as well. A nice one. It's actually very nice.
like
I
a
already
beach
opened one
towel?
of myself. Yup, the backpack. Where are you going to put all this stuff, Charlie?
In a backpack.
Yeah.
Boom.
backpack.
You've got that. Not only that, but a hat. I'm not the best hat guy. You know,
you were
I'm
rocking
a
it
boomer.
before, you know. You said the reverse cap was coming back.
Yeah, and I was
it?
wrong on
Is
that
it?
one, so I'm not. And then, is this something? It is. Oh, my goodness. The
What is
big
that?
Supreme, the box in a box. I actually don't know.
That's double the excitement right there.
God, it's like Christmas all over again, baby. Oh, my goodness. It is literally a box in a box with even more stuff. You get your badge. You didn't go, but you can still hang it up. Boom, mouse pad. Boom, another plushie. You've got freaking everything in here. I don't
Let it
even
rain
know.
on 'em, Grant. Let it rain.
Oh, we are going to take a short break, but when we're back, make sure game number 2, FlyToMoon, Team Secret.
Are you missing the spectacular crowd and experience that ESL One Birmingham delivered the past years? Let's make this online event just as awesome. Share your ESL One story and send it our way. This can be a memory of a past event or a glimpse into your current home arena. We even provide the DHL drop sign as a digital version. Watch out to find your story featured in the broadcast and win prizes worth up to 1,000 euros. Gamers unite, now more than ever.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Lost it right away, and when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like hard to define, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo, or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo, or is it polo? Her face is saying don't.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, GG Bet, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and DHL.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, FlyToMoon versus Team C. We're going to calm down a little bit because that game, it got me hyped. The box got me hyped. But now we're in a draft. We need to calm down and focus. Charlie, I need you to call the next 2 picks right now because did you know we have a draft? And if you do miss these picks, you are indeed kicked off the panel. We've got an Ember. What are we taking? There's an enchant. But you would have been wrong if you said that because it's Shadow Demon.
All right.
Get off! I'm just kidding. Now, so Ember Spirit, right, it got first banned in the last game. It gets let through. Overall first pick. Possibly a position 4. We didn't like it last time, but it is still very open.
They banned Rubik and left out Bane. So that could be a really strong pick for Team Secret.
Yeah.
We also, the new bans we see are also the Queen of Pain and the Oracle.
Yes.
Earthshaker.
Yeah, Oracle kind of protects their Ember Spirit pickup, though Shadow Demon still does the same thing, just with his ultimate.
We've seen some of these CIS teams, they really like this Death Prophet still, and as long as you have one person, we've seen a lot of Death Prophet Earthshakers, Earthshaker got banned, Oracle, that's banned. Well, next best thing, Shadow Demon.
Yep.
Ooh. So do you just, would you like the Bane here? Just get that lane dominating 5? Does anything else really stand out to you?
Enchantress is still in the pool.
That's true.
Enchantress and Furion.
Hold!
And Sniper 4.
Ember. Dude, what if you just told someone, like, you're in a tournament, you're like, yeah, we're just first picking Ember Sniper. Like, they think you're crazy.
That's how they do. Hey,
They do.
it means we're not going to be seeing 4 Ember Spirit, are we?
Well, I hope not. I really hope we don't see carry Sniper 4 Ember. But yeah, like you said, have we seen anything outside of a 4 Sniper or like I think Magical played it middle once for Navi. But besides that, it's a guaranteed 4, right?
Yeah,
For the
I think
most
with
part.
Secret.
Okay.
I mean, that hero is insane. Also, like especially on Dire, like the way Yapsor plays it, he just like goes off and he stacks the triangle.
And then he just clears it and makes his own farm.
So you're going to need a pretty self-sufficient offlaner. They might go to Enigma again. I feel like DK is pretty high prevalence because he has so much survivability.
And if you already see a Death Prophet, what does that tell you? It just FlyToMoon, they want to group up, they have like a certain timing. Does that change anything for you, or all those offlaners are still good? Can you pick a greedier or less greedy one?
I think one of the things it means is that Secret is incentivized to run the Ember Spirit in the safe lane a bit.
Okay.
Not massively. You can still do okay in that lane, I think.
It's definitely losing, but yeah.
Yeah.
And so I would say FlyToMoon probably pick up an offlaner who is good against Ember Spirit.
And they ban out the Morphling. They're like, yo, we very well could have lost that game. We are not going to give you that kind of last pick in this first phase hero. And it is FlyToMoon who has that overall last pick, so it has swapped around this time. In some of the other series, we've been seeing just the same every time. Like, it's just one team has first pick the whole time, the other team has Radiant the whole time, but here, we are switching it up.
I wonder if this is a 4 or 5 Shadow Demon.
When do you decide that? Just if you need more farm, you need an Aether Lens quicker, or
I think you need
how
to
would
see
you?
the cores out of Secret.
There's the Beastmaster. That hero actually did make it all the way through. It was first ban last time. But now it is gone. So
Yeah,
see ya.
I like that because Secret needed an active offlaner, especially because I think Zai or Yapsor is going to be taking so much farm.
Yeah. And also Hawk plus the Aghanim Sniper. That might be pretty good, you know, being able to get even if the Hawk dies, if you just get vision for a second, you're stunned for 1.5 seconds for some reason. Who knows what reason? I still don't, but all right. FlyToMoon?
So it's either your offlaner or your 5 right now. And, if it is a Shadow Demon 4. The only thing I was thinking about is if it's a Shadow Demon 4, it means you can get another save for yourself from the 5 position. But I don't know what you would really want.
Oracle's banned.
Yeah, like Winter Wyvern, we've seen that hero coming up a bit more, but I don't feel super confident about it. It's not that good here.
I don't think you don't see enough heroes to pick Winter Wyvern.
Yeah. Is Enchant not good? You have the Dispel for Ember. It kind of denies the Grimstroke if they wanted to pick it up. But I don't know if Shadow Demon Ench just isn't really a support duo.
It seems pretty weak.
If this was a Cyber Legacy, I would say Treant Protector would actually be kind of cool.
But they go with the working of the clocks.
Yeah, I think the problem against Sniper is that he's a 4 position, but you feel like you have to commit into their backline.
Yeah, it really
and
does.
so Clockwork fits that.
Yeah, doesn't answer the Ember Spirit super well, but I guess you do have Clockwork Death Prophet, which we saw that go to great effect against Weaver a couple days ago.
Trap and Silence.
Yeah, maybe it can work out. It's not the longest stun. You can make it a little bit longer if you cogs push them into the Death Prophet, so that'll be pretty nice.
Well, there it is. We have not been seeing this hero much. We've still been seeing it get first banned a lot, but even when it's not, people just aren't picking it. Well, here we go.
I wonder why they like the Chen over the Enchantress here. It says to me they're probably going to be getting some sort of hero that has heal or regen of some kind.
What are some of those? Obviously, Necro,
Timbersaw, Huskar, Necro.
Which of those do you like? Do you think would be good?
I don't
here?
think any of those really stand out to me just yet.
You also get
There's
the lanes
more,
you want,
but
right? With
I
Chen.
can't.
I guess Chen, you always have that recall. We saw it
Sure.
used really well yesterday, right? It was always like 2v2 fights, and then just that recall in a core makes it 3v2.
Yeah.
That Chen looked super good yesterday, now that I think about it. Also, can we tell you about we saw Midas last game.
Yeah.
We're not gonna we can't just beat around the bush. Is the item back?
I think he
No.
just had
Okay.
such a good game, and they were so far ahead. He's
It
just
didn't
like,
matter.
Yeah, dude, he had
He was
Hood
on-
of
he had a
Defiance,
Crimson
Crimson
Guard.
Guard,
Yeah.
like
If you're wondering,
Puppy
it was
farmed out
Puppy.
the booty.
Puppy had the Midas on Ench, and well, attack speed's good on here. Yeah, it's
yeah,
dead though. I'm with
it
Cap.
did
I was
not
memeing.
matter, yeah.
That item, never buy it, please.
So another really mobile hero that they don't have super good stuns for. There's like Weaver.
We're running out of time. 6
Spectre.
seconds. Oh no, we've seen the Spectre fall back a few times, and it hasn't been success. I believe we've seen it win 1 out of the 3 games.
It's really interesting to me because they have overall last pick and they've already shown their 1 and 2 position. I wonder if it's possible that FlyToMoon are going to run like
Offlane DP.
offlane DP with a 4-position clock, and they still have their mid open.
It's not a bad lane either.
We've seen it before.
Yep.
Or they really value General and like getting him a good game because he doesn't yet know his matchup. Like it could be Ember Spirit, but you're not sure.
What other teams really at last pick their offlane? I know a lot of Snake King teams do. They haven't recently. They finally went away from that, getting Eternal Envy of the heroes. So yeah, I am surprised. You don't often see that, but the DP
Liquid does sometimes.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, Boxy gets it a few times.
Yeah.
But the 3 DP is pretty big in CIS region as a whole, right? VP Prodigy loves running it with DM and stuff, so maybe they do flip it over there. We'll see.
So you can pressure the Spectre a lot in lane. You could do like Shadow Demon or Slardar.
Sniper Demon.
Yeah.
So like a Slardar. The problem is, right, you
do
do have
that,
that
you
Sniper
could
in the
do-
off lane. Is that what makes this Spectre greed pick a little easier? Or is Sniper good in lane, and I'm not seeing it?
I think that Sniper is not amazing in lane, but with boots first, you can be kind of harassive.
Okay. You shouldn't be brought down too early if you go the boots. And well, both teams on this pick, they go down very far, and it is going to be the Necro pick you talked about. One of those healing heroes. And they get it. Obviously a little bit weak for his DP.
Think they were going to go Necrophos just because they already had Shadow Demon on FlyToMoon. Granted, you can't purge everyone, and he does kind of want to purge off the Ember Spirits.
Can you dodge? You can dodge Reaper Scythe with Disruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another good point. It does mean that the Spectre's lane is going to be difficult, I believe, unless they bring the Clockwork up there and they run a tri-lane, because that is a combination of hero Sniper, Necrophos that Clockwork can very easily get some early kills with.
Weaver gets taken out. I'm going to say one thing. Secret, neither team really has any lockdown. If you think about it, you have the Shadow Demon Q, the Ember Chains, and then just a Clockwork. You really have nothing on either side right now. So Weaver goes away, high mobility.
I think one of the things that's going for FlyToMoon right now is that they have ways to get to the sniper in the back line.
Yeah.
Don't let him just unload those Aghanim shots. He'll get more than one off a fight if you don't
That
kill him.
hero is so annoying. I see it. I see it like every other game.
It is almost in every pub nowadays, yeah. Well, end up banning out the Razor. So what does that mean? Does it mean they're going to pick another melee hero here?
I think they are open to the possibility that it could be Death Prophet offlane.
And I guess Razor actually
Ember
does pretty...
Spirit would get ruined.
Oh, wow. Well, they pick a hero that's actually pretty good versus Razor, but they still didn't want it. As you said, they don't want that Ember, and it does beat Necro, so the 2 lanes. But they take that Nature's Prophet, which, well, we've seen Zai play, we've seen Nisha play, and I believe we even saw MatoMan play it once, so it can go to all 3 lanes. Where are you expecting it? Is that Like
I
middle,
think they've just
or-
left it pretty open
Okay.
because all 3 of their cores can shift around. It could just as easily be safe lane Necrophos.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they have left it entirely open based off of what FlyToMoon goes for this last pick, and they
Puck.
is that a switch? Like, are they doing off lane or
Yeah, it's
they're
a
doing
Iceberg
off lane
Puck.
Death Prophet and mid Puck.
So you got the lockdown for the Ember Spirit. You got
Yeah.
V-Tune on your end-all be-all hero. Are you guys feeling that Puck pick? We've seen a couple overall last pick Pucks.
I'm not super in love with it just because I don't have like great ways to be able to like break the coil, but it is a pretty solid disable that Death Prophet and Spectre can work off of.
I actually like it, despite that. Look, here's their coil break. It's coil into hook into cogs pushback.
Most of the time that isn't enough.
I'm
Unless they're on the
just
edges.
beaming. I'm just beaming.
He's not maybe. No, who do you guys like? It feels like Secret. We do see where everyone's going. MatoMan is playing the NP. Nisha is on that active Ember Spirit.
Oh,
It's
always
an
want
it's an offlane clockwork.
Yeah,
It
always
is.
want to fly. He's playing Death Prophet.
I guess we forgot. It's been a
What?
while. We didn't really like it when it was meta. And I'm feeling like we're not feeling it now, or am I wrong? Cap, you feeling it or not?
What is he matched up against? Like, he's going to be
It's-
5ing against a Necrophos sniper?
Dude, I'm not a fan of this.
I'm not a fan of this either because I don't think it was that amazing of a Clockwork game. Like, you can't actually kill Nature's Prophet very well. You can't kill Ember Spirit.
Chen with creeps.
Yeah,
even
yeah,
that.
you can pick on Necrophos and Sniper for sure, but weird.
All right, quickly, who are you guys taking? It sounds like it might be
Secret.
Secret. Okay,
Secret.
okay. And by how big of a margin? It sounds pretty convincing.
I just have no idea if 5
Okay.
Death Prophet is any good. I don't think that. I think Clockwork would have been better as a 4 in this game.
Makes sense to me, my friends. It is game number 2. Is Secret going to end this series 2-0 and move on? Or will FlyToMoon with this support Death Prophet? Will they make it happen? We'll have to find out with Gods and PPD.
And we're live now with game number 2 of FlyToMoon versus Team Secret, and FlyToMoon has perplexed the panel a little bit with a 5-position Death Prophet.
Yeah, not totally unheard of. Always want to fly a hipster 5 player. Always up to something new.
It is Secret once again favored here in game number 2. You can see the odds there, 4-1 roughly. As a support player yourself, do you think 5-position Death Prophet works, or does it work this game?
It can be fine. It's all about winning your lane. Is he going to help Spectre free farm, or is he going to prevent Spectre from free farming?
All right. Well, we're going to see whether he is going to be the answer or not to the pesky Zai Necrophos. We've seen quite a bit of this. Yapster is going to be helping out that offlane as well with Sniper that boots first, of course. He has already skilled up Shrapnel. I feel like we've seen a bit of a mix of sometimes Shrapnel, sometimes Headshot.
Yeah, I feel like I've mostly seen headshots, so doing something a little bit different on some new tech.
We're going to secure these bottom runes, it looks like, and things will get underway. We'll see where Death Prophet goes with her build. The one thing, when I've seen this 5 Death Prophet, is having that max silence early is really impactful in these early clashes and team fights. Like,
Early? Do they do max silence over Spirit Siphon?
well, they max it as the second spell, I guess.
Oh, so it's
it's like a
2-4-4 or something?
yeah. I've seen like a 1-point in Crypt Swarm max. Like you get Spirit Siphon level 1, Crypt Swarm, Spirit Siphon, then you max silence after that.
Okay, yeah.
But-
Well, I think it'll be nice because I think one thing that Death Prophet can do this game is kind of follow around Clockwork and silence anybody that gets into the cogs.
Yep.
And they can help connect on some kills. That way we saw in a North American game, I think it was Laylis and CC&C maybe.
Wow, Zai's just getting pummeled. Always on the fly, giving him the business down bottom. One more right click. He has a heal. He had to use Fairy Fire Salve and half his mana pool there just to stay alive. That's a good start to this bottom line.
Yeah, underestimating the Spirit Siphon damage. It does have a long cooldown though.
Yes. And that's, yeah, definitely like you say, you don't want to max the silence as your first spell. You need those extra points and extra charges. They're going to bring Aloha Dance down here as well, so a full-on tri-lane for FlyToMoon, looking to make sure they secure Spectre's farm, and probably also recognizing that, hey, there's a Chen down here, we got to address this.
All right, and then it'll be 1v1 Clock versus Fury on top. Probably be Fury on favored, and then 1v1 Ember Puck. Not sure who wins this matchup.
So far, Nisha's getting up in his face, but Iceberg does have a salve. And CS-wise, pretty even between the two. Let's see what Puppy can get done down bottom. Has gone for the Holy Persuasion level 1. Has found himself a Ghost to play with as well.
Yeah, if this lane gets out from the tower, could be a little hard for Radiant.
Yeah, Aloha Dance wants to block this camp. He's worried about Puppy getting a different creep, I guess. Either like the Harpy or maybe even the Troll Priest. I'm not sure what.
Ooh, he's going to lose his courier too.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, that takes away some of that perhaps regen that was being couriered out and gives some gold away to Team Secret, who so far haven't had the best time down bottom. But you're going to imagine with Puppy being in the neighborhood, there's always that threat of a rotation either bottom or even to the mid lane. He's poking his nose that direction as well.
Yeah, Puck is a bit of a hard gank, but might be able to help pressure Iceberg to some extent. I think the bigger thing will be the rune control that Puppy will be able to provide. He'll be able to lock down the bottom rune where Ember can guest top.
Yeah, for now, Puppy just happy to farm a few camps. He farms a medium camp. He is going to get ran into... Oh, well, who runs into who here? Aloha Dance just walks into Puppy's Chen. And the Ghost Slow is going to force Aloha Dance to TP back to base. Level 1 disruption. Not something perhaps you want to see, I feel, normally with Shadow Demon.
Well, he got it up top early to help secure the bounty rune, so he's been stuck with it for a bit. And yeah, he's not having a lot of game impact right now, but you know, neither is Puppy, really.
Very true. Puppy just farming away, playing a aggressive jungle Chanuk's in the jungle, and I guess the nice part of this is you never know when he's going to come out, so you have to play very cautiously even if he is not ganking you.
Yeah, it's really hard for Aloha Dance to just be running through the jungle like this with the Chen, especially with the Scotty slow creep.
Yeah, it seems like he wants to figure out where Puppy is or try to get a ward down, but to do so, it's going to put himself in danger.
Oh, might go inside bottom if he can get a hold of him.
Yeah, and he's got level 2 Spirit Siphon, so he's got a second charge if he wants to commit, but thinks better of it, backs off. And we'll see the rune control you mentioned. Puppy going to secure the bottom 4-minute rune. It looks like he wants to leave it for Nisha. Puck is going to force Puppy to pick it up, but Iceberg, he orbed in, and he's going to have to Waning Rift to the high ground, then TP back to his tower. Has got full bottle charges on Iceberg. Meanwhile, Nisha, empty bottle. He's going to be looking for one of those 5-minute bounty runes.
Yeah, he can get a 5-minute bounty rune, or he can just get level 6 and pour back to base, refill his bottle that way. Looks like General's trying on Matoba Man up top.
Looking for that battery assault RNG. Mato in his Sprout doesn't go for the teleport out. The tree and body blocks. General gets around it, though. Doesn't have boots. He's still looking for this kill on Matu, who does have boots. Yeah, let's say General. I don't think you're catching up to him there, and Matu going to turn and give him some right clicks. Elsewhere, it's bottom lane where they end up getting the first blood. Zai goes down. First blood to the Spectre lane.
To the Death Prophet, the 5 DP that we weren't sure about. He's doing, I'd say he's doing really well.
Yep. He's definitely securing his lane for a Spectre, not a hero that often has a good lane stage. Aloha Dance, it looked like he was coming in to try stop Nisha from getting a bounty rune, and
he did.
Yeah.
He killed the bounty, and then Always Want to Fly got the other one, and the top 2 are for FlyToMoon, so 3 for 0 bounty rune trade there. And it denied Ember refilling his bottle.
And this is where you mentioned hit level 6, maybe TP back to base.
Yeah, he'll be able to do it here in a little bit, but not having the game that not the best game basically.
And meanwhile, Iceberg having a pretty good game, gets a TP for his bottle refill. You don't need runes if you have a nice support helping you out. The coil being committed here in the mid lane, and Ember does have 2 points with Flame Guard. We'll see if he's going to pop that. Gets silenced though. Now the orb in, and with support rotations, it's Iceberg who's in a bit of trouble. Nisha's going to TP back to base now as the Furon ultimate goes flying through, but does not find Iceberg.
Yeah, they're a bit low on damage, but it was a decent attempt nonetheless. 6-minute rune is going to spawn top.
Iceberg gets it. Nisha Thought about going for a Remnant, but couldn't get there in time, so really good job with the rune control on the FlyToMoon side.
Yeah, that was pretty good luck as well, right? Would have been bottom.
Yeah.
Would have been niches for sure.
Zai bottom getting
Solo kill top.
Dova.
From the Tumble Man.
He's going to go down, and yep, Matu killing off General, who's got this double bracer build, has hit level 6, so we could see him getting kind of active, but Matu is destroying this top lane.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see what items he decides to go. Always want to fly some, maybe some trouble down here.
It's going to be close. Another Hurl Boulder note 20 seconds away, so without that, always want to fly once the deny, gets himself the Ancient's deny. Hook shot coming into play. Here's General, first time getting active here. He's going to find a sniper. He absolutely knows he's just dead. He accepts his fate, and we'll see General in this bottom lane
yeah.
now.
This is how this guy plays Clockwork. He goes a bunch of bracers, and then he gets level 6, and then he just starts roaming.
Well, that means his top lane needs to be defended, and Aloha Dance is going to be the guy to do so. So Shadow Demon had that slow, tricky start, but will find an empty lane to get some farm in.
Oh, your chicken.
Like Puppy is one of the better courier snipers right now. I see him killing couriers every single game. General wants to make him pay for this. The Rocket Flare going to help kill off Puppy and also snipe the Alpha Wolf.
Yeah. Yeah, his courier died, but got the kill on Puppy. Pretty worth.
Nice. Matu denies the siege. Aloha Dance was just right-clicking that siege creep and got it denied.
Action bottom again on side.
Yep. No TP out with the coil being used, and should be another kill, and they give it to VTune. I spoke through the orb out, but I believe intentionally letting his Spectre get the kill.
Nisha finally going to get a rune here, and it's a haste for the Ember Spirit.
There's that level 7, the max slight, so has a lot of bonus hero damage coming from Sleight of Fist. Some of these squishy supports are not going to be happy to see that, and is considering a gank on this Spectre down bottom, but it does seem like FlyToMoon well aware.
Top tower is going down.
Puppy's here to try and keep Matu alive, and with General rotating in, all these summons are going to need to come into play, but with the Haunt, this is looking really bad for Matu. He's going to go down. Can they get Puppy as well? It sure as hell looks like it. It's got a Clockwork on top of him as well as some poison, and 2 kills go FlyToMoon's way.
And Spectre gets out of the bottom lane, so super convenient timing for him to gank. Actually used Haunt and TP. Maybe TP to base and then Haunt it up.
Yeah, it looks based on the cooldown, that would make sense. Maybe he didn't have mana for the Haunt. So, yeah, he'll find himself at least in a lane where he can continue to free farm. They get the kills. They did still lose the tower, and it did go to Matu, who's getting pretty farmed.
And they're going to lose the bottom tower here, and I don't think they'll be able to trade for either mid or top. So, Secret getting a little bit of bonus gold, but Radiant's got more kills, so.
Radiant's continuing to find kills. General's Clockwork, you mentioned it. Get your bracers and then just go, go, go. Disruption's going to help keep General alive. It's Nisha, though, still with a haste rune. Charging forward, he gets caught by a coil. The haste rune's going to immediately snap and look to use it to just run the hell out of here, and that ends up being the right call.
Yeah, good play from Nisha. Just ignoring the coil, just breaking it with the haste and continuing to run. Now we have 10-minute outpost bounties and runes.
1 outpost apiece, and we'll see runes
Bottom or
probably
top.
being split. Oh, the
It's
10-minute one, yeah. Nisha gets the RNG. Are you a fan of the rune RNG?
I'm not sure. I think it definitely makes games. Sometimes they add variables to the game, which sometimes favor, obviously favor other teams.
Yep.
For no reason, but.
Mid-tier 1 tower being pressured now with Secret, who bring both Chen and Nature's Prophet here. Hard game for Clockwork when you're playing against all these summons that are just kind of going to be blocking you all the time, soaking up battery assault damage. Nice.
Always want to fly on the 5 DP, sneaking the deny there. Pretty big play.
This is a good game so far.
Okay. Spectre's going for first item Diffusal. Not something we see often. This will help him haunt in, and he can focus Sniper, he can focus Chen. They can't really get away from him.
Feeling, I guess, like he can't get up to the Radiance in time. He's going to need a fight earlier. And has very good heroes to set up the fights with Puck, Dream Coil, the Clockwork Hook into Cogs.
Yeah, they have a very aggressive lineup, no doubt.
And they've caught Nisha once again. Nisha's going to die for the first time this game. It feels like they've been trying to kill him for some time with this Dream Coil.
Oh, last pick Puck finally paying off here for FlyToMoon. It is quite a good Puck game, and you mentioned, right, they have the Spectre, they have the Haunt, they've got Death Prophet with the ults, they've got Shao Demon with a lot of magic damage. But what they struggled against was the versatile, or the mobile heroes like Ember Spirit. But Puck totally shuts that down.
How are you feeling about seeing what Yapster's done on this 4-position sniper? Is it kind of too soon to tell because he hasn't got the Ags yet? He
hasn't had a great early game. He's died twice. Hasn't really farmed that much. Didn't really stack the jungle or anything like that for himself like he usually does. It's off to a pretty slow start. Another bottom rune for Nisha here. Gets an arcane this time.
Zai in some trouble top. Gets bursted down by the magic damage, and they didn't even need to use the demonic purge for that one. Are you a believer in this 4-position sniper in
definitely.
general?
Yeah, I definitely am. However, in a game like this, it's like we saw OG struggle with it too. I think sometimes the support duo of teams is getting a little weird since we're having like, usually it's like, oh, you have Chen, who's just kind of like gets creeps, secures the lane, or like Chen or Enchantress, and then the 4 is like an Earthshaker or somebody with a blink stun. But until Sniper has Ags, he doesn't really do anything like other initiating 4s. So Secret has a really hard time finding and connecting on kills, so they're kind of just forced to trade farm at the moment, and I think it might favor the Spectre lineup.
You've got to imagine V2, once he gets his Diffusal, is going to be using Haunt whenever it's up or whenever his team set up a fight for him.
And it seems like every time that Iceberg is using Coil, they're pretty much getting a kill.
Yeah, he's been very active going from lane to lane. Even the times where he hasn't found a kill, he's just constantly pressuring Secret.
Yeah. Secret's just kind of spread out, just farming items and levels at the moment. He's got Dominator finish on Shen. Yeah, so we're still super far away from Ags. Almost a Blade Mail on Ember. I don't see a Blade Mail finish on Furion, so...
Yeah. And right now, most of their farm is in this Nature's Prophet basket. He's top of the net worth, and the other 2 Secret Cores not having the best game.
He's got the Mask of Madness queued up. We saw this last week from Eternal Envy. He went Mask of Madness Monkey King Bar, I believe was his build.
Yeah, I think that was like the first time we kind of saw it, at least here at ESL 1. Now the Coil, they're going to go in on the Ember Spirit. The Silence follows up. The Chen heal's kicking in. Is this going to be enough to save Nisha? Looks like it should be. 5 remnants away. The turnaround from Secret is going to blow up Always Wanna Fly. And the Death Prophet and the Spectre had to just get the hell out. They did not have an answer for the heals.
I did not see how the fight started, but definitely taken on Secret's side of the map. And it looks like Secret was decently grouped up for it and ready.
It was just a Coil initiation into a Spectre home, but they didn't have the follow-up damage, I guess, was part of the problem.
Yeah, no follow-up damage for the Ember. They don't really have a lot of... The Spectre kind of is their damage, right? Unless Shadow Demon's like setting up a bunch of Shadow Poisons.
Well, so maybe, I think right after that fight, Iceberg, I don't know if he had it queued up before, but the Puck has a Dagon queued up.
Yeah.
I think he's like, well, that's a good initiation, but we needed some more damage. How do we kill this Ember? And he says Dagon's the answer.
Yeah, very true.
Not an item you typically see on Puck, though.
Oh, well, I mean, I think Puck builds just about more Dagons than anybody besides Tinker, right? Puck is probably number 2 on the Dagon purchases. We see Pucks get it if they feel like it's a good game for additional magic damage.
Has got that Spell Amp Talon at level 15 to synergize with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Usually we see sometimes we'll see the Dagon Pucks in like really, really good Puck games, and because it's last picked, Secret doesn't really have a ton of catch for it. Usually it means he can like skip Yules.
Yeah.
Go for something else. In a bad Puck game, sometimes Yules is mandatory just to remove silences.
I mean, this game it's just Searing Chains he has to worry about.
Exactly. There's nothing. He can go like Dagon and maybe even get like a Lincoln Sphere eventually to help deal with the Sniper and the Necrophos.
I mean, generally, you can phase shift dodge the Axe Assassinate, or is it too fast, do you think?
I think Puck, you can probably easily do it. I've seen some people trying to do it with Storm Spirit, where you like zip through it. But I think that's pretty tough to do. The Puck one should be quite easy, but Yapster will definitely still try and get the Puck a couple times, I'm sure.
Yeah. Test his fingers. Definitely, if you see the debuff on your hero, you can...
Well, they can also like fake cast it, right?
True.
So you kind of need to like see it coming at you.
Test those reaction times. As it seems like after that last fight, FlyToMoon say, okay, let's just farm a bit more. I mean, they also don't have Spectre Haunt, so I think that's a big part of their team fight, and also, as you mentioned, their damage output. So on the Secret side, similar story. They're happy to keep farming. They managed to keep their Ember alive just with Hand of God. Puppy wants a mech now as well to give them even more heals.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear. Not the play he was hoping for.
I guess you can't take your John if you're rooted. Is that what happened? I feel like
Yeah. I guess did he wait too long? I didn't see exactly how it went down, but somebody needs to grab that imp core. Bottom lane, they want to fight. Yeah, always want to fly. Gets bursted down. The sniper assassinate, making sure of it, and Nisha is chasing for more. Doesn't find anyone with the sleight of fist.
Okay, so FlyToMoon getting caught a bit, losing some individual heroes.
They left an imp claw behind, but Matu will go back to pick it up.
Okay. I think FlyToMoon kind of had the right idea where they wanted to fight, but then they lost that fight around mid tower, and they've been, I don't know, not sure if they can actually take them on. I think because they got the going on Matu here.
Yep. Tries to get himself out of the cogs, but the Spectre Haunt's going to follow it up. Matu being healed up now as well. He's just turning and fighting, trying to use that Mask of Mana to heal himself back up. He does die, but he's going to bring some FlyToMoon players with him, it seems, but the coil stops Nisha from chasing further, so a 1-for-1 trade so far. General's killing spree getting ended, and Nisha will get a follow-up kill. Actually, Zai securing it as they get a 2-for-1 trade. A big streak on the clockwork being ended.
Yeah, Radiant actually having major damage issues in fights.
And they're also having issues with their Puck getting picked off a few times in a row. Back-to-back deaths for Iceberg just in the last couple of minutes. Definitely a player known for his ability to kind of snowball through the mid lane. And he is not having his best game.
Yeah, Secret doing a really good job of just backing each other up and being close to each other. I feel like every fight or all of these recent fights where Puck is using coil, Secret always has 5 heroes there. And as a result, they're able to just kind of sustain the limited amount of damage that Radiant has during Haunt.
Well, they're looking to get themselves an Aegis to allow them to play even more aggressively. Matu just does so much physical damage with this build. Plus 153 damage with the Imp4, now the Alpha Wolf Aura as well.
Yeah.
And a Mask of Mana, so he's got great attack speed to go with this damage.
Chen also has a Dominator, which helps increase his base damage.
All the auras. There's Secret feeling mighty strong now. They've gone for a Blade Mail on Ember as well. And
they found Matu putting him on top of Clockwork.
Yeah, he's an Aegis, but not sure this is going to go... Okay, yeah, it's looking like it's gone pretty well for him. He's playing 1v3, and it's working just fine. He does lose the Aegis, but sets up Zai to snipe that kill. Won't get anything more, so actually in the end, I think FlyToMoon going to be pretty happy, but unfortunately for them, mid lane, Puppy's Chen creeps, solo kill support.
Oh man, what is going on? FlyToMoon is struggling right now.
Yeah, you can see there, the odds not that heavily favoring Secret. It was 4-1 at the start of the game, so it's actually gone more in FlyToMoon's favor. Perhaps some faith in the Spectre carry on the betting sides, but hookshot mid, we're going to see Puppy get initiated on.
He's by himself, he's going to go down.
Yeah.
Oh no, he brought in Ember.
Okay, we'll see if this pays off. Ember may be like, what the hell are you doing? I'm sucking the coil into a silence. He does manage to illusion rune it off. Held on to that one. He's going to re-engage, look to set up. Goes on Always Want to Fly, who does have one Spirit Siphon left, but he can't get a chance to pop it off. Spectre has Haunt here, not looking to commit it though. At least for the time being, as Aloha Dance's Demonic Purge is used without any follow-up. And
without coil, it's really hard for Spectre to use Haunt because just can't really ensure that he's going to be able to connect on targets.
Yeah, Secret, their sustain is just too much here with the constant death pulse. They're going to haunt on in now. I don't think they can do this. They don't have the damage. Yeah. He's got a lot of poisons, but the constant heals coming in.
Yeah, Spectre's just in there by himself. He just can't 1v5. Doesn't seem like anyone else on FlyToMoon can follow up.
Good sign for Secret, who coming up on some pretty key items for their mid game. The Ag Sniper, of course, the AC on Nature's Prophet. Necro's close to a Lotus Orb. Everybody's kind of approaching their next big item, and it feels like Secret's going to hit this pretty scary timing where they're all going to sync up with some new mid-game item that's going to allow them to team fight.
I'm trying to think what I don't like about FlyToMoon's draft. I think maybe it's the Shadow Demon plus Clockwork kind of combo. Shadow Demon's like this slow, kind of like this slow damage, whereas Clockwork needs like burst to follow up his initiation.
Yep.
Something is just missing because their team fights, they just look so lackluster.
And we saw it a few times mid where Puck would go in, Dream Coil the Ember, and then he'd just survive through it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening. And then after the coil is done, Spectre feels like he can't go in because he's still kind of squishy himself. And unless he has like a target locked down, that target is just going to turn around and kill him.
And now Secret have a mech to go with the Hand of God. Zai's got a pipe queued up on Necrophos, so they're going to have pipe, mech, all the auras.
Yeah.
Chen with the helm as well.
Almost level 12 Chen for level 2 alt. He'll also have a Vladimir's here in a second. When Chen gets to this point, this is where Chen kind of peaks, in my opinion. He just becomes such an annoying hero to kill. He's just kind of naturally tanky himself. You see, he even has an ice armor creep to protect himself here. But then he also just saves his teammates.
Puck manages to phase shift, dodge the assassinate, but does not have an orb to go to, and gets blown up. Nice kill as FlyToMoon. Man, this Puck's game has been destroyed. Similar net worth to the puppy Chen, who we were just talking about. And it's not any better of a story. In fact, it's a worse one for General. So for FlyToMoon, it is all about the Spectre here as we go into the mid to late game. No one else on their team really progressing as far as items go. And Secret going to just start mowing down towers one by one.
See if they got any. They got the AC finished on Matoma Man. Got Lotus Orb finished on Zai. YapzOr has his Ags.
They're killing towers pretty damn fast here. Now if you're going to throw out his ultimate, just get some bonus damage.
Spectre is a long ways away from his next item. He did finish his Manta. Makes him a bit tankier. Lets him fight a little harder. But not sure it's enough quite yet. Secret is very tanky and they have a ton of heal. We've seen this Chen Necrophos combo before. The amplified healing from the Divine Favor of Chen.
Yep.
Kind of pushes Necro's numbers through the roof, I guess.
Yeah, he's going to feel somewhat unkillable on the front lines, it feels like. And that's a Necro picked into Shadow Demon, which is often considered one of those counters to Necrophos.
Yeah, haven't really seen it too much, though, mostly just because Zai hasn't really been the target for them. I feel like they're mostly focusing trying to kill YapzOr and Nisha.
Yeah.
And hey, just, you know, he's holding Scythe until after Disruption goes out, so Zai's just kind of done a good job.
FlyToMoon have smoked and grabbed some bounties, but meanwhile their tier 3 tower and now their Rax is under siege. The smoke could allow them to go for a wraparound play from behind, but they've been scattered out. There's a dire Observer Ward on top of them. There's a root coming out in the Puck and elsewhere. Okay, nice Disruption save. That's going to keep the Spectre alive from the Reaper's side. The VTune may just turn this fight for them, but he's still going to die. The damage is just too much for him. And it just seems like Secret have too much sustain here with all their auras. The Chen is just buffing everybody up, so they do lose the sniper in the middle of it all, but they kill off 3, force 2 buybacks, and they're still looking like they're going to take Rax.
Yeah, the rest of Secret's heroes are still super healthy. They'll be able to recall Sniper in when he respawns in 20 seconds if they want to continue for more.
Yep. Natu getting a bit low. Killing off his own illusions as
Just life stealing up, healing up.
V-Tune is just going to get trapped inside a Sprout. No Quelling Blade for him.
That was a dieback on Spectre.
And that may be it. Nisha, another Searing Chain Sleight of Fist. It's going to be a dead Death Prophet, and they're just going to go for the tier 4s perhaps. Matu is an absolute wrecking machine here in the front lines, and GG is called FlyToMoon, eliminated from ESL 1 Birmingham Online. Team Secret, they may have faltered yesterday against Alliance, but showing up and getting the job done here.
Decent win in the previous round by FlyToMoon. I don't think many people expected them to make it even this far.
Yeah.
So props to them. First game, they almost took it here. The second one looked a little bit more Secret favored, but tough task playing Secret in the lower bracket so early in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure they were looking when the bracket came out. I'm like, okay, they're probably thinking, okay, we'll get through Viking GG, and then we're going to hopefully verse Alliance, you know, like a team they've played before and probably think they would match up better against. Obviously, Alliance is fantastic, but
there's a lot of good teams in Europe, and you never really want to play against anybody because they're going to be it's going to be a hard game nonetheless.
Well, Secret show it. They get the 2-0 done. It's a clean sweep for them as they will advance to the next round of the lower bracket.
The win streak is back on.
Yeah? We're at 2 games?
2-game win streak.
We're calling it? Well, we're going to see if Secret can continue that win streak or if things are going to go south for them like we saw last ESL 1 as we'll head back to the panel after a break to break down this series.
I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's sober, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day, you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the light.
And welcome back to the Game Fuel post-match, where Team Secret just dominated FlyToMoon in that second game, winning the series 2-0. And guess what? This came off the back of a first phase sniper. Looked pretty good on the other side. They fell back to that Spectre. We've seen some teams do it, not winning games. Let's go for that late game, and it did not work for them as Secret kind of annihilated them this game, it felt like.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think the tempo of the game that they took was quite nice. Like, Matuma just going this Mask of Madness Blade Mail sort of build. He was ready to fight at all times. They kind of needed that because, first of all, you want to pressure this lineup quite a bit. It's a very weak lineup when it has a Death Prophet 5.
Yeah.
Like, very susceptible to, if being pressured, will do nothing for you, right? Because as a 5, it just falls over. It doesn't have a Eul Scepter to protect itself or anything like that. And then you've got some fragile cores like Puck.
You get chained once, you're dead.
Yeah.
Simple. Yeah, I was wondering too, because I heard the casters talking about it, and I looked at them, and they're like, well, the Spectre is ulting in. Oh, the Spectre's out. They have no damage. If the Spectre's your only damage, there's something wrong on your draft, right? Like, after watching that game, they had nothing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they had to tri-lane the Spectre, and then you're tri-laning with a Death Prophet that also wants like some amount of levels and items herself, but like they don't have damage or survivability. So their entire lineup kind of just falls over.
And you have the one-on-one matchup while you're tri-laning is Clockwork versus Furion. Like, we said that was one of the reasons I said I don't want Clockwork elevated to a 3 position is because you're matched up against Furion, and because you're not going to counter the Ember Spirit. Like, 2 out of 3 of the cores you don't do anything to, do not make that a core then at that point in time. Like, you want, that is the worst possible thing you can have in a draft, by the way, is where, like, one of the best possible things is a 5 counters a 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Super hype. Hell yeah. But if it's the other way around, if you're like, core is really good against their supports, but not against the cores, then, like, why are you playing it?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
That makes sense. We watched these highlights, and the sniper didn't have the eggs yet. It did take him 21 or 22 minutes, so a little bit slower than normal. Got it right before that last fight, but it didn't seem to matter.
He was in a tri-lane.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Hey, you're not wrong. Yeah, tri-laning as a... Yeah, who would have guessed we'd see the old tri-lane Death Prophet support and the old tri-lane support sniper in our era, Charlie? Would you have?
No, I mean, one of those things is good, though.
yeah, that's true. The sniper. Yeah, let's talk about it. It went 3-3-7. Did it actually feel like he did much this game to you guys? I know they won, but the sniper to me was like, I don't know if he was just backup possibly. Do you look back at this and just think it's an outdraft now because of that with the moving the clock to 3 and the Death Prophet 5?
I mean, after the draft, me and Cap both said...
it's secret, easy.
Yeah.
I think that, as far as the 4 position sniper comes down, I've always kind of said this. I feel like it's strong because Secret is playing it, not necessarily because it's inherently super good. No doubt, the Aghanims is like probably overpowered. I just think there are some weaknesses to this hero. And I guess FlyToMoon tried to exploit that with the Clockwork, but didn't really see it put to use too much.
Yeah. So on FlyToMoon, obviously, it's sad they are now out of the tournament. But hey, they made it to the playoffs. A lot of people didn't think they would, and they won first round. It wasn't just them going out in like a blaze of glory or just losing. They went up against probably the best team in the tournament, and they lose. But good stuff going forward, right? It felt like who stood out for you? Anyone in particular? It felt like VTune had some really good games when he was playing Rickies and stuff. Not the Spectre, but...
Yeah, VTune is still a little inconsistent. That was like one of my biggest problems with him when they picked up him as a player. I was like, doesn't this guy just like feed sometimes? But he definitely looked a lot better. He definitely raised in my estimates. I would say that General was probably the one that stood out to me the most. That was like, okay, he's still a solid player. Yeah,
he did well in a pretty bad matchup. So
yeah, he did. Oh, but hold on, FlyToMoon, they did just lose, but it means we have a winner, and I believe we have Yapzor on the line with us right now. Is this correct?
That is correct.
All right, congratulations, my friend. First off, how'd it feel? How's it feel being able to play Sniper as a 4, pubs and pro games now?
I've been doing it for a while already, so
you're bored of it?
It's not really special anymore.
You're just bored of it? You're like, I got to find the next cool thing, or?
Yeah.
All right.
You got to go back to the 4 Ember Spirit? Is that hot new thing for you?
No.
Okay, what
No.
what is the hot new thing from the 4 position?
I mean, even if I had one, I wouldn't say, right?
Fair.
True. Can you say what the rationale was behind, I guess, yesterday's games? These games seem pretty straightforward. I think your drafts were super smart this series, but I guess yesterday, I wanted to ask about the Ember Enigma lane.
Well, yesterday, let's just put it like this. We've been playing Dota nonstop for the past like month and a half or more.
Mhm.
And this is the second time where we have a day or two break and we come back and we get smashed. So like it could be a combination of that, plus Alliance could be our kryptonite. So I'm not even sure what it is.
Gotcha. And the next series for you guys is going to be the winner of Nigma versus Liquid. Who do you think you're playing against, and is there a team you want to play against?
I mean, I think we've been playing against every European team so much lately, so I really don't care.
All right. Makes sense to me. Congratulations on your victory. It's always fun seeing you play these kind of crazy heroes, and, maybe we'll see you again tomorrow. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. Sound a little down there. You guys just dominated these people have traveled to the moon and back, and you just beat them.
I think they're, like he said, they've been playing so much Dota.
Yeah.
I think they're just tired. I think lack of lands is maybe getting to them a bit.
And do you think, I know this sounds weird, but do you think like being the best right now kind of feels bad since there are no lands? Like, you're the best team in the world, I'm sure they feel like, but you're not going to lands, right? Is that like a little bit maybe?
Maybe I'm sure it feels better than being not the best.
Yeah, obviously. But
it definitely leads into like that ESL 1 Los Angeles where you're talking to was Quincy Crew, and they're like, oh yeah, we would have done so well at that tournament. We look so good right now, like, and there's not that big benefit to it where you get to go to a major, prove it, get a lot of money, and secure yourself a TI.
Yep.
So I'm sure that definitely hurts. But that honestly, that just makes me concerned a bit for Secret. Just hearing Yapsor like that, I've never heard him so down before.
Yeah.
He's always such a happy-go-lucky guy.
He is, and we did get to see a sniper again, but we'll see. And now, before we head to a short break in the next series, I want to get your guys' first thoughts, just initial thoughts on this next matchup: Nigma versus Liquid. If you don't know, in the last, I believe, 2 months, they've played each other 3 times, and they've all gone to 3 games. I think Nigma won 2-1. And then it was Liquid 2-1, and then Nigma 2-1. So pretty damn even right now. I don't know if you are you favoring Nigma since they've looked a little hotter?
Yeah, I favor Nigma a bit. I think Liquid gives Nigma a lot of respect.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to play with more. They're going to show them some deference.
Okay. And is that bad?
I think for me,
that's bad.
Okay.
Liquid is my biggest concern for them is that they have been doing really well for themselves, but they have been playing a lot of Dota, very similar to Secret, right? They've gotten like 3rd, 2nd, like those are deep runs into a tournament. So that just means you're playing Dota constantly. And then the next tournament starts up almost right away. So it feels like Nigma is a little bit more fresh in that regard because they had their breaks, I guess, from being knocked out of tournaments early and stuff. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. I think it's a very even matchup, though. I wouldn't put it 55-45 one way or another.
Okay, sounds good. That does mean we need to take a short break. But when we get back, the last EU series of the day, it is going to be Nigma, it is going to be Liquid, and it's going to be a damn good one. So stay in your seats, and we'll be right back.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Time always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair. I need you back. No more crying at the end. I'll do it again.
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, GG Bet, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and DHL.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, still early in the morning, possibly later at night, depending on where you're at. We just watched Secret 2-0 FlyToMoon, which means we need to go to our next series, which is going to be Team Enigma versus Team Liquid. And I'm joined on the panel now by a couple different faces. I mean one. Peter, hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What about you?
I just saw the news.
What's the news?
There's no Insania in this game.
That is correct. If you didn't know, it looks like Insania is out for now, and it will be Pexu from OG Seed standing in. And this is the losers bracket. This is a big loss, right? That's your 5. That's your captain. That's your drafter.
Yeah, it's over.
I mean, how much do you think this actually hurts? Like, if you had to put a number to it,
100 percentage points.
So it actually is over.
It's over.
Okay, it's over. Well, we'll have to find out because luckily enough, we already have a draft.
I thought we were just going to go to the next series.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Crazy versus
right
Quincy Crew coming up right now. No, but it is. Wow. Insania. I did not know that either. Thank you for pointing it out. Pexu standing in. We saw him stand in a little bit in the last ESL. They also played in it, I believe. He looked.
Pexu is the captain and drafter for OG Seed.
Yeah.
So not inexperienced, just new.
Yeah.
I feel like it will throw Liquid off a bit because I think they've been playing together as a team for so long. You introduce somebody new into that dynamic.
Yeah.
Who
knows?
Yeah, it's very different.
It is. And then on the other side, Enigma, they got the full 5. You've got the Miracles. You've got the Weehas. And what are the bans coming out? Well, guess what? IO, you're gone. Nothing else too crazy here. And an instant first pick Ember into an instant Grimstroke Void Spirit. Slow down, boys. No, you don't have to, though.
Yeah, no,
it's fine.
It's cool.
No. Speed it up. Let's
Reserve
go.
time is optional.
All right, but yeah, hey, Void Spirit, we have not been seeing it much in Europe at all. And guess what? A combo.
Coddle.
It is. And it's the Ember Keeper of the Light.
Got some classics coming out right now.
I like it. I like how we just have 2 combos. Straight up pick. They're like, you know what? Here we go. We have ways of doing stuff. I mean, depends. I think Coddle's ultimate's better, so I don't think that's part of the combo, which means I just think
Grimstroke's ult?
Well, we have nothing to pair it with the Grimstroke ult.
If we take away the cooldowns, then yes. But based on cooldowns, it's tough.
How could you possibly just take away the cooldowns?
Okay, what are the cooldowns for Grimstroke's ulti? Tell me so I can
90 seconds.
base it. Incorrect.
85 seconds.
It's higher.
105 seconds.
You're getting close. Close enough. Meanwhile, the Coddle, as
What
you
is
said,
it?
I don't know.
The game, both of you just playing chicken with each other, and neither of you
I think I won, though. No, but so you think you like the Grimstroke Void combo a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's better.
It's quicker as
Stronger.
well, right?
Yeah. Stronger. I think the Inkswell on top of the Void Spirit just makes this hero into a whole new beast.
And it is a little surprising because we might be seeing this again in the next series in NA, since NA loves Void Spirit, but not much of it in EU. We've seen it a little bit by Funnick in the offlane. We saw it once in the carry role. I guess we'll have to see now.
Grant, Roots are pretty good versus Void Spirit, aren't they?
Oh, they are. If you didn't know, I played my second game of Void Spirit ever, and I got matched up. It was 5 Immortal players. I'm not that good. And they picked Lone Druid. They had a Skywrath with an Atoth. It was rough. You get rooted, you die. You cannot use any of your abilities on that hero. Just so you know.
They do have an Ember Spirit root. But
there's one.
Then they picked Coddle, which is no lockdown for Void Spirit.
Yeah.
And I've always thought, heroes that are good against Coddle are these mobile heroes like Void Spirit in the first place.
And also, I know no one even uses the Mana Leak on Coddle, but it doesn't work on the Void Spirit if he Astral Steps because he actually leaves the map, so he's not moving, so you don't even lose the mana. Not a big deal, but
fair.
That's the same thing with the Ember Spirit Remnants as well.
Yeah. And okay, Slardar goes away. Not seeing many of those bans, but Boxy, one of his favorite heroes.
He is drafting as well.
Oh.
So he's, extra priority on the Slardar.
Smart.
It's good against Ember Spirit in the lane, especially.
So is there what's the weakness besides obviously Roots of Void Spirit, Grimstroke? Is it you
silences?
Silences, just disables in general. Feels for both, right? Ember, Void Spirit. We're probably looking at a third pick, hopefully a disabler for both sides.
Kind of hard sometimes to find that on your 5 position. Kuroki might just go for Witch Doctor or something just stable.
So you think it's guaranteed GH Coddle? You think if they pick it, it's always him?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much how they always do it.
It
but-
seems to be. I don't know. Maybe he's busted it out. Both teams using a minute reserve time on that last ban, and they actually ban out the Meepo. They're thinking, they're like, let's just not get cheesed.
Usually Enigma bans Winter Wyvern when they want to go the Meepo.
And a Dark Willow. All right, we talked about Liquid and some specific heroes, and Dark Willow, one of their favorites.
It's another route for the Ember Spirit.
How do you guys like that, the support duo, though? So it will be the 5 Grimstroke, and then it will be the 4 Dark Willow. And, well, there's the Oracle. There's another route from the queue. So they're listening.
Well, they don't have anything to combo with the Grimstroke ults just yet.
Yeah.
I guess Curse Crown?
No, doesn't
Yeah.
count.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Dark Willow as a blind pick, mostly just because I think it really needs to see its matchups for it to be effective. I think Oracle's a huge problem for this hero.
I mean, what kind of heroes are Dark Willow effective against?
I think if you're going to pick a blind, you need like a combo. You need like a Mars or
Okay.
something, or a Puck Coil, something like that to make your...
So it's more of what's good on your team, not what it's good against on
yeah,
their team? Okay.
Your first couple spells, you really suffer against anybody that has a Dispel or Magic, like
Sure.
Magic Immunity, any kind of like basic Dispel.
Well, Mars is still open right now, and
so
they're not going to go. Okay, well, they do have something to pair with the Grimstroke ult now.
Double Roar feels good. BKB piercing as well. And you got the Vision game now.
Double Roar is kind of anti-synergy. Remember, it separates the Grimstroke ults.
Sure.
It does. So what do you think? Do you now see that it's a Void Spear Beastmaster? You've got 2 cores, both melee. Is there like just a lane dominating hero that you want to get here that might get banned? Does anything just super stand out?
I think Tide would be fine.
Okay.
Any kind of big hero, Tide, Bristle, Kunkka. I like Tide a bit more than Kunkka because I think Void Spirit has a lot of tools to avoid Kunkka.
Yeah.
If they pick Tide, do you feel like they're too cooldown dependent on Nigma?
No, that's their only cooldown.
Keeper the Light ultis. 2.5 minutes as well.
I mean,
I feel then if
Liquid's lineup also looks pretty fast.
Yeah, it looks, and if you pick an Oracle, does that mean you need the hard carry? It is. It's going to be the Troll. So you're going to get that hard carry, possibly the middle laner, but the carry nonetheless. And you've got the pairing. So now you got 2 combos. You got an Oracle Troll, and you've got a Coddle Ember. Now you just need that solo hero.
Need a frontliner, in my opinion.
And you still Tied. Not like it looks worse now that you have a Troll.
Yeah, I like Tide or Bristle.
Okay.
Or, I'm trying to think of what else. I don't like Abaddon that much. Nah, I like Tide.
Okay.
I'm sold.
What about on the Radiant side of things? Obviously, it could be a Grim Void a Spear lane. Void could also go middle. I guess that's the thing. We don't know where the Void and the Ember, but they should be paired with their supports, do you think? Or is there a chance we see a middle and different heroes? Because I guess I'm just like going under the assumption it's Grim Void and Ember Coddle are a lane.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
No, I think Nigma picks offlaner. Well,
yeah.
No, Ember's just going to go... Ember or Troll will go mid, depending on their matchup.
Okay. We do have last ban for Nigma, and then all the heroes left. Well, you get an option. Meepo's already been banned out. None of the other cheese heroes have, but we just really haven't been seeing many of them.
Thinking what Liquid will go, because they've done a lot of Void Spirit for Mikke, and then they just picked like a carry-style mid-hero for Quakefa.
Yeah. I just realized no Lone Druid band. Is it a
still in
bad
the
Lone
pool.
Druid game for them?
It's not great versus
Not great.
Troll.
Okay.
But it's good versus... I think it's good versus Ember.
Isn't it also kind of annoying to play Lone Druid against Oracle?
Because of the disarm?
Yeah.
Yeah, Coddle also has mischance on Blinding Light, which is a little bit annoying.
So no Lone Druid. Fair.
They might still try it.
Maybe then.
I don't like Brood for them. They ban the Razor.
Yeah. You got a Troll, you got an Ember. You don't want to get dumpstered in lane, and you still have to pick this hero blindly. And you still want the beef, boys. Let's see. They only have 20 seconds.
Kind of like Spectre.
For
Liquid.
Oh.
I think if you can find a way to get on top of the Oracle, it would be nice. Right now they're kind of dependent on Void Spirit just kind of jumping into the back lines.
And you got damage, right? Last game it felt like when they picked the Spectre, it's like She jumped, and that was it. This game, you've got a lot of damage from the back lane. Hey, there it is, Peter, your hero.
That's my big boy.
That's the Bristleback. So you think this Bristle's just going mid no matter what? Or
No.
off lane?
Off lane?
Yeah, probably in the side lane with Coddle.
Okay, and then the Ember to the mid lane?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, well, if there's a really, really hard lane counter for Ember mid, they might put Troll there or Bristle there, I suppose.
All right.
But in all likelihood, we are just going to take the Ember Spirit mid.
All right. And on this side, what's the last pick? Liquid, they have a little bit more time. You still want, they care. As you said, when we have seen them play Void Spirit, it has been on Mick A.
I think they could also do Morphling if they wanted.
Okay.
Or they might do Shadow Fiend, but I don't think Koifa's going to carry on it. He did play a pretty good Shadow Fiend yesterday, I think.
He did. And he did. He went that right-click build, and they did. They carried that. That was the game where they failed to struggle. They just couldn't push the high ground. They eventually won, though. The classic Liquid. Well, 10 seconds.
Wait, Monkey King?
Troll actually beats Monkey King in lane, I think, so I would not recommend.
Is there a hero that wins all three? Well, we'll just find out. Hey, there it is. The
Viper.
second time now this tournament. Well, I think more than that, but the Viper gets scooped up, so pretty good versus the Bristle, pretty good versus just melee heroes in general, and both these drafts, they look pretty nice to me. We got some combos on each side. Which one are you guys favoring?
Charles, you want to go first?
Yeah, I actually like Liquid's draft. I think Nigma lacks catch.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go with the team that can start fights on their own accord.
And that's Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll take Nigma because I think they're the better team, and they're not playing with a stand-in.
Fair.
And yeah, I think Weeha's gonna, I don't know, maybe get destroyed in mid lane, but hopefully make some stuff happen around the map. He'll have Coddle to help assist him with some bonus mana.
Okay.
Get some work done.
How big is the stand-in factor for you? Do you think the drafts are pretty even, or do you still just like Nigma's draft more, or is the stand-in a big part for you?
I mean, if you erase the stand-in factor
Yes.
and everything, I would still pick Radiant's draft.
Yeah.
And I think for me it's strong enough. So we'll see what's happening.
Kuroki's Oracle is going to dominate this game. He's going to sit in the back and he's going to dispel and save everyone, and Liquid will never get to him.
Okay, there you have it from the PPD himself. This Oracle is going to dominate. It is going to be game number one. It is going to be Nigma. It is going to be Liquid, and it is going to be Cap and Gods.
Well, we've been talking about this matchup and saying that it is, or should be anyway, quite close. But we do have that stand-in. Pexu playing for Insania. Not a bad stand-in whatsoever, right? Captain in 5 position of OG Seed. Guns, what do you think?
It throws a wrench in things. It's definitely a big hit for Liquid. We see the odds slightly favoring Nigma. I think perhaps with the stand-in factor, you're going to favor them a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But, ultimately, I think anytime a team's still playing with 4 out of 5 of their players, they can still perform almost to full strength.
And a lot of that question marks about losing your captain would be losing your drafter, right? But they did take up Pexu, who drafts for OG Seed. Do you feel like Nigma was able to get the advantage in the draft, or are you okay with Liquid's setup?
I'm okay with Liquid's setup. I think both teams have overall pretty solid drafts. I think the key for Liquid was how they utilized their last pick. This is a sick Viper game. This hero has a good lane matchup no matter who he's against. The break against both Bristle and Troll Warlord. You get to disable the Entangles or the Roots from the Berserker's Rage as well as the Fervor attack speed with the break. So it's a very good Viper game. I think important for Liquid is that they've stuck to their Liquid picks. Like, just because Pexu's there, they haven't, completely changed up their drafts. I believe, looking at it, it was actually Boxy drafting. So it's not like Pexu was actually the one coming in and, taking over, doing his own drafts. It was just still basically a Liquid draft.
Pexu swing and a miss on his first play. The stroke of fate, not quite hitting mind control, but it looks like it won't matter. They'll still get this first blood, and hopefully they'll start denying all these creeps, because Koifa is obviously going to be missing some CS himself. But this is a good start. We've seen plenty of Bristlebacks doing this. It was probably about 3-4 weeks ago. Bristlebacks were just cutting. They were playing mid, and they were cutting the wave nonstop. This is how you deal with bad matchups.
Yeah, I remember seeing a game where Envy was doing this, and he didn't even have that bad of a matchup. He was just doing it to pull waves to neutral creeps and get, like, super farm with it. But, yeah, Mind Control misses a lot of XP, pretty much most of the first wave. Koifa only misses one creep and is off to a fantastic start.
That other deny was from Pexu.
Oh, nice.
So they denied all 4 outside of Mind Control's range. So
perfect.
Yeah, it's a rough start for him, but we'll see how it goes. Definitely a lot more effective in pubs than it is in pro games. As we can see, just the rotation of 2 supports makes that play a lot harder. So I'm not sure if Mind Control is going to keep that up. Like, if he's going to try it again, it may be too dangerous.
Yeah, they were so ready for it. I think for now, the low-level Viper you can deal with just fine in lane. You're not dealing with any kind of early Nether Toxin. You don't really have the mana to support it on Viper. So at least for now, while you've got Viper low level, just play the mid lane as much as possible.
Yeah.
He's got a CS advantage. He's 9-1 to the 5-3 of Viper. Viper has a wave pushing tower, but will maintain a farm advantage.
Yeah, no regen for Koifa. He didn't pull anything in for him. So those quills might actually get a tad bit annoying. They're still running the Mickey, not safe lane Void Spirit in this sense, but it is still the same net worth position for them as we've seen them do it a couple times. They're going to Grimstroke that combination. Koifa does manage to bring down Mind Control.
Ooh, that's a big kill. I think this lane was kind of in a place where Mind Control was going to be able to play the lane, and Koifa just outplays him, gets another kill. He had the regen coming on Curry and was just trying to stick around a bit too long.
And we've seen before how bad it is to get totally dominated in the mid lane matchup against some of these heroes. Because most of the time I feel like we watch these mid lanes, it's like, oh, that person won, and that means, like, winning means they're up by, like, maybe 8 CS or something like that. Because we don't really get those lane dominators like this Viper. But with Limp, and now we're seeing Koifa playing it, it's a rather different kind of winning. Winning means that you're, like, 2 levels above your opponent.
Yeah, and Mind Control realizes what he's going to do, which is just go back for the wave cutting. But he missed 2 waves. So the wave when he respawned was already fighting Koifa's wave, and then a second wave ran by him as he was going behind the tower. So he's missing a lot of farm, a lot of XP to do this. But he is going to make up for it by grabbing some neutral camps.
Koifa very quickly pushed out the lane and then rotated back. So they're going to catch Mind Control again here. We'll see if they can actually bring him down. Taiga's just got to make sure to stay out of distance of these quills, and it should be a free kill for everybody. Koifa is given the last hit. And more denies, too. Can't forget about that.
Yeah. And the thing about these plays, it's just smart rotations. Like, there's nothing flashy or fancy about what Koifa's doing. He's playing a Viper. This is not like one of those heroes that ever stands out for making, like, oh, sick Viper plays, but just punishing the greed of Mind Control. And once you fall behind, this hero, it's suffocating. You're just going to fall further and further behind. Once you start to lose your lane, you heavily lose your lane.
Ever so barely. Pexu does manage to get out because that last Purifying Flames may have killed him, but Fairy Fire puts him out of range. Mickey is getting full CS in the top lane, so they're doing quite well there despite being matched up against a range carry in the Troll. Everything seems to be A-okay.
Yeah, it's good news for Liquid when they see how much they're crushing the mid lane. As long as your other 2 side lanes are in even places, you feel pretty good about where the game's at, and both their other 2 cores getting decent farm in their lanes.
I feel like Mickey having a good game is particularly important because that's their best way to be able to shut down the Oracle, right? They don't have the most mobile heroes, but Mickey could do it solo every time. Pexu is going to be brought down, but they are going to rotate in Taiga and maybe kill Miracle here. Kuro, he's just laying damage into Taiga. Taiga has some stick charges, though. They need a little bit more damage to finish off Miracle here. The Simulate lands on top of him, but they're still lacking in the damage. That last hit is not going to be enough as the stick charges go off, and now Mickey has been pushed underneath the tower, rooted up, dispelled of his physical shield. The Brambles actually came out and almost grabbed Miracle and brought him down, but instead it's Mickey who falls. Kuro, he's going to be backing away from the Dark Willow, but a really terrible exchange there for Liquid.
Yeah, Miracle just kind of baiting them in. Miracle, very good laning player, and him and Kuro just pulling them in further and further and punish the aggression.
Now the Dark Willow's top lane, they're like, okay, cool, he showed himself. This guy's solo. Let's just run him over.
Yeah, with 2 points in the chakra, they've got plenty of constant spam kill potential. 3 points in Sleight of Fist, so we're starting to see that low cooldown Sleight of Fist spam really take over bottom. And I think it's important that Weeha has a good game, because with how mid has gone, Bristle's still just level 4, and the fact that Troll, you know, is going to take some time to come online. He's a Troll. It's up to Weeha to have a really good mid game.
Trying to finish off Kuro here. Taiga does it. Nice pick off for him. 6-minute power runes are coming up. Koifa pushing this wave into the tower. It's a Siege Wagon wave as well. So very important that GH snags up the power rune. It's an invis, so nothing too strong here. But Mind Control is going to be wrapped on here. The Siege Wagon wave pushing in. They know there's a good opportunity to make some rotations, especially with Koifa being level 6, now level 7. A blast, Purifying Flames. Is that going to be enough? It is. They get the counter kill.
Huge damage output. 2 points in the Illuminate. Not prioritizing Blinding Light at all, and it pays off here. GH making a really nice first Illuminate from Invis, and was still Invis because he insta-cast it. So got a second one because of it. And
Weeha, is he actually going to get run down here? Boxy keeping vision, but no. Doesn't have another boar for a while. And so close to level 6, too.
Yeah. Just had one of those creeps die in the wave and managed to be in XP range. It could have been a kill, but not the case. And Weeha's come back in. Boxy needs to be careful. He could be in some trouble here.
Boxy still has his Primal Roar if he feels like he needs to use it here. Will-O-Wisp is going to go out. He's going to be controlled up. The Primal Roar finally going down, but he's controlled for too long. That blast from the Coddle is going to do enough. So now those side lanes are getting a little harder here. We've seen the Beastmaster die twice. Mickey's CS has fallen off as well.
Yep. And I like this from Koifa. He's taking over the enemy jungle, knowing that they're going for some of these catch-up bristleback stacks. He finds Kuro, which is a free kill and potentially more. They also want Miracle. Mickey's jumping and
if
using...
they grab him with the Aether Remnant, I think they could have killed him.
Yeah.
But no. It's a swing and a miss there, and now it just comes down to controlling up these stacks.
Yep.
Members of Nigma keep on flowing into this jungle to try and protect it.
Yeah, both teams coming here with a lot of heroes, a lot of cores. I think in the end, the main priority for Liquid is not to let Bristleback solo farm it and get a lot of gold and XP. So if, you know, like 5 or 6 heroes are splitting the XP and you're kind of splitting the gold between both teams 50-50, which is what happened, that's good.
It's a hasted Viper cruising on through, and Mind Control is still farming this area now. They do see him. They have some very defensive vision, but Koifa is going to run into this triple stack here. Says, okay, nice. See if I can farm that. Only one level of the Nether Toxin makes it a bit difficult. Now that his haste is purged out, even harder.
So it will be Nigma in the end with control over their own jungle, and as good of a game as Viper is having, it's Nigma with a 1k gold lead. Doing a bit better in those side lanes. The hero combos, the Coddle Ember, and the Troll Oracle just getting the better of these lanes.
Six to 5. Weeha chased away in this bottom lane as Boxy looks to control this hard camp.
Looks like Liquid just...
Okay, this is a big pick off. They can get it. Miracle is going to be slowed down here. Kuro is able to purge him off, deny all that magic damage, and it's a lot of magic damage too. He survives in the fountain. Mickey does have his dissimulation to be able to jump away from this, but now he's out of mana, in some trouble. 6 stick charges and an Aether Remnant that's coming up, but not soon enough. Purifying Flames puts him in the grave. Weeha has expended most of his mana now, but Koifa, similar story here, and with 2 supports behind him, Koifa cannot push for more. What about this stack, though?
Yeah, it's only level 2 Nether Toxin, so Koifa can't steal it all too fast, and Nigma's going to rotate in with the Illuminate to make sure that...
Look at him, pulling him back farther because he knows the Illuminate is going to be coming in. Mind Control. Oh, Boxy. He ran into a world of hurt there. That was them clearing through an Ancient stack, and it was both the Troll and the Bristleback that was there. Peksu, he's going to give up his life in order to grab the Bounty Rune, but a double kill from Mind Control will help him get back into the game.
Yeah, I think Liquid conceptually kind of have got the right idea, which is to contest all these stacks, because Nigma's just out farming them with Bristle, Troll, Coddle, Ember, all these heroes that farm stacks and are winning the farm game, but they're kind of just doing it in a way where they never have enough numbers.
Can they kill him fast enough before his ult goes off? Well, he doesn't have it, so never mind.
This time they're successful, but it feels like a few times they're going for these stacks, they're just getting punished for it.
Foxy's coming in, see if he can bail out Koifa here. This is very important to be able to save this Viper. They managed to get the double Soulbind into the double Silence, now the double Poison Strike, and they are both going to fall. Koifa survives. Peksu, the stand-in, to the rescue. And now it looks like GH, they'll probably get caught as well. The Bramble's going to go off. GH trying to body block as much as possible. Sticks on top of him. GH hoping for a Roshan deny, but won't get there fast enough.
Great moves for Liquid. Finding the Troll, then Nigma get a bit too aggressive on that top side of the map because they saw what Liquid were doing down bottom near their Ancient, so they thought they could just go diving for that kill, but Liquid responded appropriately, and Peksu, importantly, hitting that level 6. It was a bit under-leveled, got the Experience Tome, and that kind of is what allowed him to get that Soulbind off and turn things around. We'll see it again here. It's all started with Miracle getting picked off, and the second Nigma see this, they're like, okay, let's go dive this top side of the map. We feel like we've got a numbers advantage.
Yeah. And they certainly did until Peksu showed up. He TP'd into that mid-tier 2 tower and showed up just.
Yeah, we just wasn't quite confident enough to go for the Viper kill earlier, and the Oracle even started healing him up a little bit with that Purifying Flames, not bursting him down quick enough.
Nigma is still leading in net worth thanks to still controlling most of those stacks.
GH in some trouble top. He's going to get picked off. That's a level 9 Coddle. Holy crap, he's high level.
Yeah, he certainly is. He was probably around for a lot of the stacking that was going on.
Yeah.
He had to contest. No! That is a dead Void Spirit. Nice play from Weehaw, too, having jumping to the Spirit that was on the other side of the river, just in case.
And we talk about Weehaw and his unique hero pool a lot, but Ember is, I'd still say, one of his best heroes, and definitely his best meta hero right now. So I think good to see Nigma picking this up for him. Could be in some trouble mid.
A little bit here. He does manage to get off his Spirit. He's going to run down the river. Kuro, he's going to be the one in trouble here. The Terrorize is going to stop that TP just in the nick of time.
Quick, but 9 kills. We're just 13 minutes in, and he's got 9 kills. Fantastic game from him. Hyper-aggressive play. And only 1 death when he's been playing like often in the enemy jungle contesting stacks.
Yeah. Oh, man.
This game getting very difficult now.
That slight spam is so annoying. This is why in previous tournaments the Coddle Ember was a combination that was never to be given up, but that has fallen by the wayside. No longer getting banned anymore.
Yeah, it's just crazy now with the Chakra affecting all your spells as well. It's the slight spam combined with Searing Chains also having like a 4-second cooldown when you apply that Chakra.
Yeah.
Both those spells, it's like 700-800 damage just instantly to any Radiant hero with a double Sleight of Fist Searing Chains.
With the Illuminative spam from the Keeper of the Light, they're able to keep all the lanes pushed in. Not all of them, but a lot of them, making it harder and harder for Liquid to make these kind of incursions into the jungle. They're going to try again here, smoke up, but they're running straight into Mickey. Now, if Mickey can dodge some of this, he can get away to his team, but it looks like he's just rooted up for too long, man. Shackled into Fortune's End into Shackle. That's just disgusting. Now the Coddle's going to be bailed out by the False Promise, and this Liquid Smoke is going to turn into disaster. Or maybe it's going to be Weon in some trouble here. He's actually silenced up. Inkswell stun on the low ground. He dies before he could jump away. Now Koifa starts laying out some damage with the Boars and the Poison Slow. Miracle's not going anywhere. Threatens the Terrorize. Here comes Mind Control. Miracle's finally going to pop his ultimate here under threat of the Dark Will, but he's quite low. Mind Control does manage to get the kill on Peksu, but it looks like eventually Miracle's going to run himself to death here. Terrorize going out. Can they bail out Koifa? He can't get the last Quill. They did no damage to him, so the passive never procs. He doesn't get the kill to kill him, but he'll be able to tear everybody else up here. Looks like Mamike's come back into it with the help of Koifa, who's healed up a little bit. They're going to be able to run down that Bristleback, and Oracle's going to die. But Koifa, he came back in, but he was low health, and it looks like Weehaw, trapped inside the shackles, will manage to get the Viper kill, but Mickey still gunning for it, and with the help of the Hellbear, they should manage to bring down Weehaw for a second time, unless the Jackals, the Aether, oh, it snagged him on just the very edge. It pulls him right into the Resonant Pulse that gets the kill. Weehaw dies twice in that fight.
Wow, you can see why Liquid love to play with this Void Spirit and this aggressive style we're seeing from Mickey and the whole team. What a sick team fight from them. Nigma, both teams smoking at the same time, playing around the same part of the map. Nigma get the initial kill, but Liquid player on this high ground. GH's reaction to get that Will-O-Wisp off is fantastic. Unfortunately for him, he actually blinding lights Foxy out of his Will-O-Wisp, which probably would have pulled him a second time. And I think Nigma just chased a little bit too far. And when you're playing against Beastmaster Boros and Viper with all his poison, you're just going to get kited for days.
It does go to show, though, that Mind Control is definitely back into the game. He is a big-time threat because they ignored him, right, in order to force out that Troll Ultimate. He got right in the middle of everyone and was dishing out so much damage. Look at how he just pummeled Koifa.
Yeah, and I think that's important because he's the one that can help prevent the Troll from getting kited. He runs in, soaks up a lot of damage, deals with the Boars with his Quill Sprays, ideally just kind of runs at the Viper as well. You're going to get broken, but...
Miracle, is he silenced up? He barely gets off his ultimate. Wow. Damn, he killed that Phantom's Embrace quick. They're probably going to try and stick around with the Terrorize onto 3. That should be a pretty easy way for them to secure this Miracle kill, unless he's actually healed up too much from the Oracle. It's looking like it. That Will-O-Wisp beautifully placed, catches the rest of Liquid. They couldn't follow it up. Miracle survives, and Taiga, he may be the only one to escape from this deadly team fight. 3 versus 5 as Nigma bring the reinforcements.
That must have been so close. False Promise ended and Miracle still had like 50 health, so just enough healing dished out to keep Miracle alive. And Nigma playing this constant, you want to run at us, we're going to brawl you. Both teams just constantly fighting here. Very action-packed game. 17-16. Both teams at a kill a minute. And neither side looking like they're going to let go and create an environment just to farm for the late game. Miracle, the one player, maybe playing more on the greedy side, going for that Battle Fury on Troll. But outside of that, especially on the Liquid side, you want to fight and just keep fighting early.
Yeah. Battle Fury almost done for the Troll. Spirit Vessel almost done for the Dark Willow. That's going to be potentially really good. We'll see how the Oracle is able to counterplay it because he can't just purge it off with Fortune's End. Koifa working on very early BKB here. Is there any other item updates that I've missed? Deso almost done for the Void Spirit.
Yep. Some of those tier 2 neutral items also coming into play now. The Troll found an Imp Claw.
Sure.
Essence Ring. Nothing too crazy or like perfectly synergized for any one specific hero. But we'll see. Nigma look to... I think the key for them is just fighting around Weeha's Ember and the Chakra Ember combo. He's got Spirit Vessel. He's fairly tanky now, 1800 health, so he can dish out a lot of damage with the Illuminate behind him. And GH's max Illuminate, I think recognizing that with the control from the Searing Chains, you're generally going to get a lot of Illuminate damage out in the fight.
Yeah.
So anyone caught in a Sleight of Fist Searing Chains is going to get chewed apart.
Was it who was it that we watched him play Coddle and didn't get blast?
I remember
Similar
that game.
here. And did just the same thing, 2-0-4.
It was one of the tier 2 teams, because it was one of those games where I think it was against the Lycan, and it was just like, they really needed at least 1 point in Blinding Light that game.
Yeah. It is concerning. Liquid, they may have won that last engagement simply because Void Spirit came back in and killed that Ember. It was something crazy, like a 5 for 6 or something like that. But it's still, I feel like Liquid should be winning fights harder, right? I mean, they don't have heroes that really scale super well compared to like Troll.
Yeah. I think they're a bit afraid to fight now because Nigma, outside of the Troll, have fully come online and are pretty much ready to fight now. And Viper's in this awkward mid-game phase, pre-BKB, where if you try team fight into Nigma, this Viper will just get blown up. Liquid don't have any save, so you just jump on the Viper, blow Viper up, and there goes the majority of your damage in team fight. So I think it's kind of tricky for Koifa pre-BKB to take full 5v5s.
Yeah, so until they try and once they finish up the BKB, the Deso, like maybe they'll be a little bit happier just running at Nigma, but for now they're going to try and take sneaky pickoffs here. They were thinking about going up to the top lane into the Bristleback, then thought better of it and tried to play the high ground for a free kill. If they had stuck around, maybe they could have caught the Ember Spirit, but they are now going to go for it. Bristleback is going to be under assault here, but he has the Hood of Defiance and a lot of strength. This is an ill-advised kill attempt, and they're going to be sandwiched in now. Miracle comes in from the side, catches Peksu. Now Ember Spirit jumping forward is going to be able to find Weehaw, slowing him down. Spurs the clumsy net. Ball of Shackles, a Terrorize that hits 2 cores, but doesn't stop the Ember Spirit from dishing out the damage that finishes off Koipa. 2 dead on side of Liquid, and they're right next to Roshan. With the Bristleback Troll lineup, they can do Rosh really easily.
Yeah. I mean, you dove probably one of the most ill-advised targets. Even when you have break, it's just not really worth going on mind control. He wants to soak up damage, and it just goes horribly for him.
Now the Will-O-Wisp is going to be able to catch some heroes. Nigma making sure to push outside of the pit, just in case Liquid do try and interrupt at the perfect timing. Nice double soulbind here with the Inkswell on top of 2, but Boxy, he may die too quickly. The explosion does go off, but he still goes down without killing anybody because Oracle saves all the damage that was put onto Weehaw. Mickey catches mind control mid-play here, but this is like Liquid scrambling to defend a Roshan, but losing hero after hero for it.
Yeah, it's this Viper squishiness without BKB where you try and team fight, you're not mobile, you just get, if you get gone on, you just get blown up, and we saw it in the top fight. Emperor also had an Arcane Rune, which was a big problem in that fight, and they're just constantly finding picks from one to the next. Nigma have so much long-range initiation with this Ember, and they're just punishing Liquid for poking their noses out of their base.
Add another kill. Peksu gets too close to the Roshan pit. Ember Spirit jumping back to his Remnant finds him.
So Koifa will get some alone time down bottom to finish off his BKB. That's the key item, but now that Troll's online with an Aegis and finishes off the Yashigo with his Battle Fury, this Troll's ready to fight now. He's going to be hitting level 15, so he's going to be a pretty strong force now. Having the BKB, so you're less worried about that Nether Toxin.
Grabs the double damage before Mickey could hit him with the Aether Remnant.
He might still chase down Mickey here.
They tried to do a cutesy little Fortune's End mixed with Sleight of Fist play.
That would have been really crazy.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I think Fortune's End might move too slow.
Yeah, I would never catch the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, maybe if he was like 6 or 7 targets all in the same area, he would stick around Sleight of Fisting long enough. But
here come Nigma. Weehaw leading the way with his double damage. That's going to be a dead Peksu.
Yeah. Deja vu.
Yep. Can they get more? Doesn't look like it. And Koiko's going to be careful mid. He's got the BKB now, but you don't want to just be popping that to TP away or to keep yourself alive. You want to take a team fight around this item. But probably, ideally, you just stall this game out for this Aegis to expire. Teamfighting into this Aegis seems like a tricky proposition. But Liquid definitely on a bit of a timer with their draft, and they are losing ground quickly.
Seems like Nigma have a pretty good read of how strong they are, but did they step too far? Doesn't look like it at all. The Terrorize comes out, but Boxy's already dead. That Will-O-Wisp still being a very potent way to control team fights. Turn around, double soulbind with a buyback coming in. Can they get the double primal roar? Very important. They do manage to get off. Stunning up Weehaw and finishing off mind control. Kuro's going to be cleaned up by Taiga in the back as well. Miracle and GH make it away to safety, but a good buyback there from Liquid. Doesn't change the fact that they are still super behind, though.
Yeah, this Grimstroke, the soulbind, seems to be the key spell for these team fights for Liquid. Anytime they can get that off on 2 targets, ideally anybody plus Ember Spirit, they can actually bring them down. They've got really good spells around it as well. Enigma still have themselves an Aegis for a couple of minutes though, so when they respawn, they may look to take another team fight. I think they just kind of stuck around a bit too long, particularly after they won the initial engagement. They already committed their Coddle Ultimate, which is a very key spell, I feel. It's most of their kind of AoE lockdown in their team fight, so... Man, GH is also insanely farmed. Feels like he's playing like a 3 position this game.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Once he gets a Lotus Orb, it's going to be hard to play around. A lot of single target abilities on Liquid. especially when it's so heavily telegraphed with Soulbind.
Yeah.
It's like, you know they're going to be throwing spells at one of those two targets.
Smoking up, knowing bounty runes are coming soon. Liquid may get caught up by this.
They're going to try and blow up Kuro here as they see an opportunity and should be dying here. Let's see if Mickey gets out. It looks like with the Inkswell, Mind Control cannot pressure him any further.
Yeah, once Kuro dies, Nigma feel a lot more hesitant to go for any kind of aggressive dives. They don't have that false promise to back him up.
Thought about a Yules. Looks like it's Blink Dagger instead for Taiga, BKB, or sorry, SNY. It's almost done for our Troll.
Okay. I think Taiga probably just looking to get to the back lines. The Oracle particularly. Anytime you're playing against an Oracle draft, you want a hero that can try to jump the back lines. They've got Void Spirit. You mentioned he's the kind of only answer to the Oracle, so this will give them a second hero to help burst down Kuro.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Mind Control, he's way out here, and he's all by himself right now, so he's going to be pulled back in. The Aether Remnant allows them to be able to do some damage directly to the face, but they don't control the outpost, and they've run out of their burst damage here. Remind you that he reduces magic damage by 50% on the Bristleback, because he's got the hood, and he's got the double bracers. So this is just not a good idea unless you're bringing like 5 people to the engagement.
Yeah. Mind Control's definitely itemized just to keep himself alive, knowing that he's going to enable his cores by just standing in the front lines and being not maybe unkillable, but very difficult to kill. It's going to force Liquid to throw a lot of spells at him, which otherwise would free up the Troll, the Ember, to have a pretty free teamfight environment.
So with the BKB done for the Troll, the BKB done for the Bristleback, and Ember almost done with his BKB, what do you do? If like 3 of your heroes only put magic damage out?
Yeah, you've got Roar to deal with BKBs, but you have no damage to go through BKBs, so it's a big problem.
Turn around, Mind Control immediately pops his BKB, so that break mechanic not doing much. Kuro is going to be the first target for Mickey, but now he's got to get out. Doesn't have any more astral steps. He's going to use the Dissimulate to get a little bit farther away.
Liquid's doing a good job just like poking in and then jumping out. Like they get a kill and then just try to get out. They are trading kind of a core for a support, but it's so hard to teamfight into these BKBs that you just got to kind of go in, kill a support, force out a BKB, and then just disengage. Even if you trade a core for a support, getting these BKBs down to 5 seconds is kind of like their long-term game plan. It feels like that's how they win this game, is fighting into 5-second BKBs.
Taiga throwing out all of his spells here because he doesn't have a TP.
All right.
Not sure what this positioning was. Well, he didn't have BKB, or TP rather. It just seemed weird.
On some deep scouting missions.
Either way, good fast, clumsy net there from Mind Control. As it's been a passed over. Weehaw used to have it. Now he's got the Quickening Charm because, yeah, you already had the Coddle.
God. Fun times.
This combination's gross, man. I don't know why it ever went away.
Ember Coddle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised Coddle as a hero kind of fell off.
Miracle making a break for it. They do manage to catch up. A good 4-staff into a Primal Roar. Now, there's lots of Nigma's members coming, and they do have BKB plus Ultimate. So they're going to turn around. Now the rest of Nigma is here. They're going to be able to catch up. That's 2 cores dead, and it's just a grab bag at this point. Whoever you can get, disable them, will kill them. It's going to be 4, it looks like. The only one to get away is Mickey. And this is where Nigma probably break open the base.
Yeah, I think that fight there, going on Miracle, he just BKB's turns. He doesn't even need his teammates to win that 1v2.
No.
I think that kind of seals the deal. Liquid don't really have a comeback plan with their draft. They don't have that big carry to fall back on. Void Spirit's this like mid-game tempo carry. Viper is this early to mid-game kind of lane dominator into mid-game dominator, and that hasn't really happened. So very likely Nigma just going to roll over this game from here on out. They can get map control, secure Roche number 2, and play around that. But
BKB wants to be able to kill Weehaw, but he still had his spirit up.
He has, whoa, his remnant was really far deep, but he's still alive.
Control, you can wait. He'll deal with backdoor protection, or at least Mind Control will. Tanks it up for him. We'll watch that fight again as Yeah, they weren't close to killing him before he popped his ultimate with BKB. And they weren't close to getting in and out before the rest of Enigma was here, so.
Yeah, they, like you said, weren't close, and he gets those kills even without the support rotation, but the supports and the whole team rotating just means it goes from him getting 1 or 2 kills to the 4 hero kills that we saw there. Very dominant stuff, and yeah, Liquid just, their lineup doesn't address these BKBs at all, so I don't think this game is going to be looking a whole lot better for them anytime soon. Void Spirit goes down.
Okay, they can blow up Kuro right away. They actually put a Lotus Orb on him, so he still manages to get off his ultimate here. And Troll, he came in from behind, takes down Taiga. Mind Control's there with him too, so those two certainly are escaping. Looks like everybody else who ran to the left might be able to get away. Koipa force staffs the other side of the cliff just to give him a bit of extra running distance away from Mind Control, but Mind Control's so fast, and Weeha's here, and he hit the shackles.
Yeah, I think that's kind of it for Viper's game, and he's the top net worth hero, so when his game feels kind of over, it's a big problem for everyone in the game. Miracle, the late game Troll Warlord, well and truly online.
Yeah, he's just popping his ultimate because he can now.
Yep. We'll pummel his way through some buildings, and Enigma at this point have certainly secured game 1.
Yeah. 22-34 looks to be the end score here, unless Taiga's going to give him a few more kills before the game ends. Kind of pokes his head out. Abyssal Blade is almost dead for the Troll, so if you thought he was deadly before, now being able to have a sort of semi-blink to get on top of heroes like this Void Spirit, that much harder. Mickey is going to go in with the Astral Step, immediately gets targeted and controlled up by the Troll. They do manage to get the Roar out there with Soulbind bouncing over to the Oracle as well, but sadly, they don't have the damage to follow it up. A beautiful Terrorize on a 4, but Weeha, it gets taken off of him pretty quickly thanks to Lotus Orb from the Coddle. He keeps on going, takes down Boxy, looks to control up a little bit more, bailed out by the Oracle with a False Promise. See if he actually lives through this one. He's not taking any magic damage right now, but he still pops. Throne is still exposed, but Liquid are going to fight to the bitter end here. Mind Control, his BKB is wearing out. Looks like Enigma are going to be forced back, potentially, unless Miracle can finish him off. But Mickey's going to jump forward, manage to kill Curl, kill that back line. Miracle goes for Taiga here, jumps over with his Abyssal Blade onto Koipa. It's going to be pushed back by the Hurricane. Pie kited around. Maybe he still has Zilpin turns. Oh, jeez, immediately ensnares up Void Spirit and does manage to kill that Viper. Plenty of heroes from Enigma start swarming the Liquid base. And now it is well and truly over. Where's the Rampage, Peksu? You can't hide from Miracle. He wants it, and he'll have it before the throne explodes. 24-41 is the end score with 30K net worth lead. Enigma certainly solidified game 1.
Yeah. A very fun, entertaining game 1. A lot of action, a lot of kills. It was Liquid who got off to that kind of very hot early game start, applied a ton of pressure, particularly to that mid lane, Mind Control's game. But it just felt like Enigma just fought back whenever they could, and also were out farming them in all the lanes.
Yeah, I can't help but thinking, again, that dire jungle fight, where it was like the super long one. That fight, you needed to dominate it. Otherwise, the Troll's just getting bigger and bigger, man.
Yeah, and they were able to keep all their towers alive using their constant like Illuminate spam. They just chuck a Bristle somewhere once he did get his Bracers and Hood. So it never really felt like the Liquid draft could pressure objectives as well, even though they were going in enemy jungle finding some kills. So
back to the drawing board, it seems, for Boxy and the rest of Team Liquid. We're going to take a break, come back with Game 2.
like it's easy, it's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's all sweet, I ended up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know, I know.
Do you hear that sound? Will be your last. Do you see the crowd?
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Good to see you. That was quite the game of Dota. We saw a Bristleback get massacred middle, and then it not really matter in the long run as Nigma just took over control of that game from the sidelines. It felt like, what happened? That Bristleback got smashed middle, almost 2 levels down, like 3K net worth.
That's always the story for Viper. He just gets ahead and then has a hard time getting stuff done.
Yeah, it's just they kept on running at them, trying to put pressure, but it's 3 cores that you have to put pressure on. It was so hard to kill all of them as well. And I guess the miracle troll, I think it started to look pretty bad for them once they went on that dive miracle.
Yeah.
A miracle top, but he baited them with the stick charges, and that's classic miracle. I think he really. He's been doing this for a long time, saving big stick charges and then just baiting you in, and their 2 cores died because of it, and you got the kills.
Yeah, it seemed very rough near that mid game, especially. We saw there's a lot of team fights in this one. We saw that big one up by that top shrine, and I don't know, even though they would get that kill on the first core, it didn't feel like they could ever finish everyone off. And was it just the BKBs were too good? Because I know it sounded like the casters, like when everyone got their BKBs, all you had was roar. You didn't even have damage, I think was the problem, right? Like Dark Willow doesn't do anything to you at that point.
Dark Willow was a totally useless hero this game. The fact that, once they got the BKBs in their cores, not really much she does there, obviously, but even before that, Oracle just dispels everything that she wants to do, and she can make people take 0 magic damage, and she can dispel the stacks of Viper's Q attack.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're the one who said it before. You're like, Kuroki is going to own on this Oracle. And well, he did. He got that first blood. He got that kill middle as well when he TP'd.
The only way fights could have looked good for Liquid is if they found the Oracle in the back and Void Spirit or Beastmaster was able to burst, which did happen a couple times, but still wasn't able to
Seemed like it needed to happen every time.
Yeah, it needs to happen every time, just about.
It didn't feel like we felt the big impact from the opener as well, right? It was the Void Spirit plus the Grimstroke. And it just didn't feel like we saw it maybe as much as it could get done, or...
I don't know. I just don't think they had a very...
You just think they got outdrafted straight up,
yeah,
right?
I'm not sure. I think Void Spirit Grimstroke is a fine combo, and it's a fine starter, especially because they like to play it in the safe lane so much. It's kind of like a Ricky Grim to some extent. And I think Void Spirit's proven to be quite a good hero and is useful in just about every single game.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't really contribute it to those two. I think the Dark Willow, which was a blind 5th pick, was a bit off. And then I also think the Beastmaster, it's kind of good into Oracle, but it's kind of not. When Roar is like your only lockdown, Oracle's just like, okay, wait for Roar. I'll use my ult, and then I'll just make everybody immune to magic damage, and nobody died.
Yeah, simple as that. Charlie, how does Liquid fix it then? Obviously no Dark Willow, but is there any like combos or strategies you've seen from them they should bring back, or we just got to go full new?
I think what holds true for them is that they live and die by Boxy is like something that they have to really address. Like, he lost his lane.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't entirely his fault. Like, Ember Coddle is just a really hard lane.
Yeah.
And the Willow had to leave his lane and go up top to help the Void Spirit Dark Willow.
Okay, so just like a general, we got to get Boxy. We got to get him a lane.
I think you have to it's not just his lane. You have to secure like a good early game.
Yeah.
Like, Beastmaster sort of fell behind, and by the time he was contributing to fights with Roar, he didn't feel like he was the one taking over.
Yep.
I would also like to mention, I don't think Quakefa is really playing the gacha heroes on 22 pick. So seems like they're really falling, or they really love this Void Spirit for Mickey. Insanity had talked about it. They won a game 3 with it. I think they won in game 2. He's like, oh, I picked Void when I probably should have picked Void Spirit, is what he said. And they're going for it right away on 2-3 right away, and they're kind of committing to it. I would love to see Quakefa play, maybe like that Queen of Pain or Dragon Knight or, Lone Druid if it doesn't get banned.
Possible,
even a Furion, something a little bit more tower push, something a little more do shit, I guess.
Yeah, because he was 9-1-1 at 13 minutes, but you're a Viper, right? All you're doing is people are coming to you.
Super hard to itemize on that hero, and it's really hard to get things done. And his side lanes didn't really do him any favors.
Yeah, they lost.
So,
and then the last thing before we head to a short break is this Ember Coddle. How are we going to be seeing it more now? Like, it looked pretty damn good again. I'm wondering why we haven't been seeing it. Obviously, Ember gets banned a little, but Coddle's just untouched in this tournament.
Well, I think it's good. I don't think it's OP. I think Liquid's picks just were not good.
Okay, so we might see it, but it's not like you have to get it.
If Liquid doesn't have a better idea of how to play against it, then I think it is possible that they ban it in this next game.
Okay, makes sense. Well, game number 2, it is right around the corner. Will Nigma take this in a quick 2-0 fashion, or will Liquid, they got that standing, can they take game number 2 and then go to game 3 and possibly take the whole series? Well, we're taking a short break. When we get back, you'll find out.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, GG Bet, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and DHL.
And game number 2 is here and ready to go. The winner of game number 1, you see there, Team Nigma. Pretty dominating performance outside of that first 5 or 6 minutes. It felt like we watched Mind Control get bullied. Besides that, Miracle, you put him on a troll. You let him be the best hero in the game. He provides. And then on the other side, it is Liquid. They got to get this W. It would feel real bad to go out in a tournament, especially you're using a stand-in, and now guess what? You don't have your full roster. You lose the tournament. That could just happen right here, right now. That's life. The draft, here we are. IO does get banned. No one else is going to let Nigma get that hero, so always going to have to commit at least one ban for that, and this time
will
Ember
they let
gone.
the coddle?
Probably.
Ember is gone.
Yeah. Lycan, Ember going away, so yeah, as you brought up, so the Ember did get changed. What else are we looking for? The DK.
Pick orders, I'll
the
swap.
Quap. Yep.
Pick order swap, so Liquid has first pick this time around.
Okay. And they chose that, by the way, and Nigma chose Dire after, so they like the Dire side still a little bit.
So the switched up from what we saw from last series.
Yes. Completely, and ooh, all right. Well, there you go. Okay, those last 2 cores do go away, and there's an instant Enchantress. When I see a Shadow Demon ban, I don't know, I always go to Oracle, because very good, or a DP or something like that, or maybe even both those heroes.
Yeah, they both look pretty solid. And we've seen a lot of 2-3 DP, just very flexible hero. Multi-lane, always useful.
And the first pick, Ench, it's coming back. We lost it for a series, but we're back on track.
Yeah. Preempts the any possible Beastmaster pick.
Yep. Chen's as well, which we actually finally got a Chen game.
I wouldn't mind DP Oracle.
Yeah, I was saying, it seems that whenever I see Shadow Demon, I just look at a combo, and that seems good. We do have not Earthshaker, pardon me. So Earthshaker's gone. Rubik's still in the pool. We've seen first phase a few times now as well.
Mm-hmm. Phoenix in the pool as well.
Ah, the Phoenix. So are we thinking it's just going to be some sort of pairing here then, like the Oracle DP, or maybe we could do some sort of Phoenix Mars? It doesn't seem like even when teams pick Phoenix, they don't even take the Mars anymore. It feels like they wait until the end of the draft, like you don't have to. And no, they go with the Sand King Mirana, going back to Dota 1.
Whoa.
All right. Oof. And I guess that kind of dissuades the Phoenix, but not going to be taken anyways. Instant Rubik. You see a Sand King, you see a Mirana. Those are pretty damn good steals.
Yeah.
Especially that Sand King stun being instant cast. All right.
Unexpected.
Yeah, Sand King Mirana.
It's a very classic old school
Does
opener.
GH play for Marana?
He does. And I'm assuming that's what it is. He played it in one of their series in the last tournament, but besides that, I haven't seen much. I know they do play it in the core role as well, but if you see Marana Sand King, do you have to kind of assume maybe that is the 3-4? Like that's a lane?
Always.
Okay.
And then Liquid goes back to the Weepo ban.
Yep. Just don't lose. You don't want to lose to a Meepo, especially.
Gives them an extra band to protect their final mid hero.
What are we thinking? What do you want to ban out? What's good versus these two heroes? It feels like there's not like a certain hero that's just like, man, we destroy Marana Sand King. Feels more like they can protect whatever else they're going to
Everything's
do.
still very open.
Wow. Well, that's a lot of stuns, my friend. We went from a draft with very few stuns to we've got stuns for days on at least one side.
Yeah, difficult for Enchantress to use her creeps at the moment versus both Witch Doctor and Marana. And Rubik doesn't get any particularly good steals against Witch Doctor because he can always cover with Voodoo Restoration.
Yep.
And it's a solid blind hero. Helps out the safe lane a lot.
Don't have to give anything away, so you make Liquid. They've got to take a core now before you have to pick another one as you already have your Sand King. What is a good core? What's good versus this many stuns? Do you need something like the disjoints? Is Void Spirit okay here? Or not so much? I was just thinking of something you could pick that wasn't like, well, I just get stunned, I'm gone.
You still have the Quakeful Lone Druid in the pool.
You do. Not bad. You have the bear to block stuff.
Good Spectre. Spectre doesn't mind being stunned.
Okay. Would you want to pick that right here, though, or do you want to wait, or are you okay actually just taking it?
I think you want to wait on your carry.
Okay. And they do. Well, we assume they probably go with their offlaner here, which is the ABBA.
Could be their carry as well.
Yeah. We saw it earlier.
It's a hero that's good against stuns, takes all of them off.
Yeah.
Takes them off himself. Can take 2 stuns off, as you always say. Good, but you are missing a lockdown again. On the other side, you have tons. On your side, you have the Rubik lift and maybe an Enchantress creep right now. So for those cores, you'll want to get some. All right, Nigma's going to say, hey, we'll show you how to play this Viper.
What the?
Peter, your face changed real quick when you saw that one.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised. I didn't know that this was a hero that they were preferring at all.
I didn't know any team was now, but yeah.
Well, I mean, there are some teams, right? We know Quakeful plays a lot of Viper. We know Limp plays a lot of Viper.
Well, I guess maybe their mindset here is that we have to show one of either our mid or our safe lane before they show theirs.
Yeah, but I think you always pick this 17 pick should be good against both of the supports of Liquid. And I'm not saying Viper's necessarily bad against Entra Rubik, but I think there's better heroes.
What would you have picked instead of the Viper?
I think Ricky would have been really neat and good.
But now they do got that Viper, so Liquid, you get a counter pick here. What do you do? Question.
They could have even done like Bloodseeker or something.
That's
oh, you're going a little outside the box
that's
here, Peter.
interesting.
I mean, Viper's as far outside the box as you can get, I think.
I mean, you just said 2 teams play pretty regularly. No one's playing Bloodseeker regularly.
Yeah, Enigma isn't one of those 2 teams.
True, but
I
no one's playing BS.
I think maybe the thought with Bloodseeker.
Well, one
Secret player.
Yeah, they played it once. You're comparing 2 teams to 1. Peter refused to admit he's wrong. Go on, Petarli.
I think maybe the thought with Viper is that he has so little bad matchups, and you're blind picking your hero here, right?
Yeah.
So
what's the pick, Charlie? You got to decide right here, right now.
Well, they picked Viper. Because
Yeah, well, I meant for Liquid.
Just pick.
Just
go PL.
Whoa! Well, that's a lot bit different. This hero has not seen much play anywhere. We saw it one other time.
Coming out of left field.
Oh my goodness.
The Bone Fletcher.
What does this hero do?
He shreds Viper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you just...
He dodges ranged projectiles. Can dodge the cask.
Oh.
I don't think you can dodge arrow.
You can, because it's not a...
Does a lot of damage with very little.
Good question.
Good question, BSJ.
Only Ice Frog knows.
Yep. Or we might know after the end of this game. Their lineup looks pretty damn squishy to me, though. You've got a Klinks, Rubik, Enchantress.
Klinks is tanky, Enchantress is tanky.
Abaddon is tanky.
Yeah, I didn't say Abba. But yeah, the other two. No, are you okay? If you're saying a Clink's Enchantress are tanky, I would say they're tanky when they get items. When you're Puppy and you're farming up a Midas Crimson Guard, of course you're going to be tanky. When you're an Enchantress losing your lane, which we saw twice yesterday, he ended the game with boots, a stick, and that was it. I don't think you're very tanky when you're that, right?
So
and why I'm looking, I think they're going to lose their lanes. I don't think they have very good lanes at all.
What do you mean? They have Enchantress. It's better. It's the best laner in the game.
Against a Miranda that can kill the creeps, a Witch Doctor that can stun the creeps. I disagree.
With Clink's there to back him up, it's going to be an easy lane.
True, but then you have another stunner because they have so many stuns to just lock them down.
Ah, so you think the double stun's going to be too much for them?
I think it might be for the enchant lane. We'll have to see. Charlie, what are you feeling? Whose side are you on?
Oh, God. Don't yell at me. All right, Nigma.
They're taking all their time here.
I think Liquid needs...
Why do we have to be on sides, man? Why can't we just all be,
Well, because we're arguing. There has to be a side.
You're talking about the Bloodseeker. Look what Nigma banned.
I just feel like we're attacking. You guys are attacking me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm on your side. I said
the world
look,
is decisive enough
oh
as is.
my God,
we
get
don't need
me
to
out.
create these barriers between us. We're just trying to watch some Dota.
I'm sorry, you're right. All these heroes very tanky on Liquid's side. Probably, they might not even die once this game, it feels like, with the tankiness on the lineup.
Yeah, they actually are really tanky.
Yeah.
Their whole lineup.
Yep. Well, with the Centaur, you do have some more tankiness, especially, but it also does mean that you're playing an Abba safe lane then, I guess. And now you have a Spectre on the other side. I got to see who's playing what on Liquid's side first before we really make this lockdown. It is going to be the Nikkei. Yep. So middle Clinks, carry Abba. This is very different. We've seen some of these played before, but together I have not seen this duo of cores. Are they overthinking it? Are we overthinking it?
I'm gonna keep it really simple. Grant, you know I'm the biggest Centaur hater.
You are?
So
boom.
I'm picking Nigma.
All right. Peter, how are you feeling?
What's wrong with Centaur?
Oh, I hate that hero, man. I feel like it just takes so long to...
Don't make it personal.
Sorry.
I'll take Liquid. I'm a big Centaur fan.
Okay.
Well, you shouldn't make it personal, Peter.
He seems like a nice guy.
All right. Are we actually okay? So you're taking Enigma.
Yeah.
And you're taking Liquid. Besides Centaur being a nice guy, is there any reason?
I think the Clinks from Quakefa is going to be a little bit of a curveball that Enigma didn't expect, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to handle it.
All right. Well, it should be a fun game nonetheless. It is a crazy draft from Liquid as they bring out the position 1 Abba, the middle Clinks. On the other side, you've got Miracle on the end all BL. He does have that Spectre. Will he get enough farm? Will the stuns be enough? Will Viper finally see a victory? We'll have to find out with Gods and Cap.
Yes, we will find out in this game 2 between Liquid and Enigma. Is Liquid going home, Gods? It's a weird draft, for sure.
Definitely. It's the second time today we've seen this carry Abaddon. Odds fairly even still. I think no surprises as far as how these teams match up, that it was going to be close, but...
I'm surprised so many people still have faith in Liquid after that game 1 and knowing that they have a stand-in. Like, maybe some people didn't catch the memo in that game 1 and stuff, but... And then on top of that, a unique draft. We've seen 2 safe lane Abaddons so far today, but it felt like it was the OD that really tied that lineup up. Do you think Clinks can do the same?
It deals with Viper really well. It's probably one of the better Viper counters in the game, just in the general sense.
Okay.
But I don't think it's an amazing game for the Clinks to fully take over. You haven't got like a ton of stuns to play around. You've got, Rubik Lift Centaur stun, but Centaur generally needs a blink before he can make those plays, so I think it's a tough Clinks game. But I like the carry Abaddon just because it's kind of, to me, seeming like a new take on what Wraith King is, where you've got this safe lane carry that's kind of unkillable against this lineup that wants to initiate and blow someone up. Because that's what Enigma have. Like Sand King, blink Burrow Strike, set up an arrow, haunt in, blow up that first hero. But you can never use those spells on a Abaddon because of his ultimate.
And it is very unique in that he is like the only safe planer that can give you a save, which is kind of unique. You're basically just exchanging. If you want to make the comparison to Wraith King, you're saying, okay, I don't have a stun, but I can save my allies with Aphotic Shield. Mickey is going to be matched up mid against the Viper initially. Weehawk gets a much better block, but it is underneath tower. We'll see how he does in last hits here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this, I guess. I mean, Clinks is a good safe laner. Mid versus Viper, the actual lane versus Viper, I think is fine, but well, early hour Pexu could be in trouble. This is close to a first blood, but not quite. Definitely Clinks is one of those safe lane dominators. Searing Arrow is just an amazing spell. Then you've got Death Pact, which gives you free regen and minus armor for extra harass. So,
and Sand King's classically good against melee heroes. I don't know how it works against Abaddon, to be honest. I'm not sure if I've ever played that matchup, but he does really emphasize he gets off good sandstorms. I could see the couriers being sniped all over the place, but Taiga fails to be able to get his.
So Miracle Spectre, the big carry for the Enigma side that they last picked in. This is one of those carries that Clinks doesn't really like playing into. A hero that can always get on top of you and force you to just run away, play defensively. It never really feels like you have enough damage to threaten to kill the Spectre later on as well. So we'll see.
They have a classic combination here of the Rubik Centaur, but is it going to be enough to pressure this Spectre? They're starting to put some damage on him. Not bad damage whatsoever, but we've seen the Witch Doctor 5 position really come into relevance and do a good job. Mickey, he is going to fight here. Does have 2 levels of the Aphotic Shields. Pops the Fairy Fire. Really looking to bait, but because Poison Attack is an orb, it allows you to be able to do damage to heroes without drawing the aggro of the tower. And I think that's what Mickey was relying on. He's like, all right, the creep wave's going to die soon. The tower's going to help me, right? No.
I think this ends up being a good trade for him because Weeha uses up like his entire mana pool. A big part of why Viper fell off for a while was seeing like support Vipers and stuff was this Poison Attack mana cost was so incredibly low. But after some nerfs to the spell, this you quickly see, you know, mid Viper, no mana, very bad mana regen, only 1 plus 1.2 right now. So if you're going to invest in Mangoes, you're going to just lose the farm war, the economy game. Back at top. Ooh, nice lift into Hoofstone.
Good double stun. Almost finished off Kuro. That paralyzing cask, it's just enough. Boxy now going to be the one to die instead. Kuro, the levels in the Voodoo Restoration, keeps himself alive. Rough times out here as the Enchantress goes down at bottom lane as well. So Enigma now up 2-0.
Yeah, I think with Witch Doctor, one of the things when we're talking about drafts often is these like flex openings. Witch Doctor as a hero is kind of a flex opening because you have these 2 very different builds. The aggressive Maledict play, but also the Voodoo Restoration. He gets at level 1, and he's just sitting there healing up his Spectre, giving all this free regen while trading right click. So you just win the kind of the harass war, the regen battle by going for this level 1 Voodoo.
CS is pretty even at least.
Yeah, this bottom lane is going fairly Liquid favor. They're getting more CS and also forcing Mind Control to shoot through a lot of regen. Boyfriend's just going to man up here.
Yeah, they managed to hit the arrow there. Mind Control is in range of the Sentry here. They turn around trying to finish him off, but Pexu, he may not have the damage anymore. Nope, he does. That last shot felt like it did a lot of damage, but still a 2-for-1 trade.
That was some sick body blocks by GH. The Clinks is just fully committed there. Hasn't got Skeleton Walk yet. Normal build, you don't get it till level 4, but gets punished because of it.
Okay.
Mid, yeah.
Chased down again and again by Weehawks. He's just ferrying in some mangoes.
Yeah, Baden's having a rough one. Chewing through a lot of regen. Not getting much CS here. His farm's in a rough place right now. He's got 19 CS, but he's actually bottom 2 net worth. So the CS maybe looks good for him, but that's because of all the regen he's been ferrying out. Normally you don't look at net worth, but I was just like,
goddamn.
I was looking at it because I was like, maybe Viper is actually not doing that well because he's having to buy mangoes. I was like, well, actually it's Abaddon who's having to buy a ton of regen and getting bodied.
Yeah, Mickey is saying that this level 5 is too much for him, so he's going to farm jungle until he gets his 6. And Miracle is top of the net worth chart right now. We said that this Centaur Rubik lane is a classic off lane, but the Witch Doctor looks like it's been enough to secure Miracle all the CS he could want.
Yeah. It definitely feels like Dota's trending in this way where it's like, I used to feel like, you know, you always run into CCS, it's like, especially early game, but with all the regen and mangoes that get chewed through, it's like, sometimes doesn't tell the full story.
Yeah, for sure.
And Mickey's story is that he's been forced to go jungle as an Abaddon. Just farms a couple jungle camps, has to go back to base, still doesn't have his ultimate. Meanwhile, Viper is just got full dominance over this mid lane.
Get me out. Poor bad man. Mickey. He's finally going to get his 6 soon. Taiga in some trouble here, being chased down by Miracle. You're not going to commit for the kill, but the damage is already done. You're going to chase away for this from this hard camp pull and now try and take the CS.
Love it. Kuro double Sage's Mask. Oh, the mana regen with the Voodoo Restoration.
Dude, with this clarity, he's actually not losing mana. He can keep on Voodoo Restoration permanently. He's slowly going up.
It's pretty crazy. Doesn't even go for any kind of Bassi. He's like, nah, Bassi's not cost effective. Like, it doesn't even double my mana regen. I'll just get a second Sage's Mask. Spectre doesn't have mana problems. She has a Soul Ring, so. Alright.
GH just kind of slides on through.
Yeah, they can keep tabs of Mickey now with the ward. I think it's nice to know where he is if Weehaw wants to play super aggressive and start pressuring this mid-tier 1 tower.
Well, he should know about that ward now.
Maybe he's going to think that it's on the cliff and they'll have to waste a couple sentries to
yeah,
find
that could
it.
be.
If they don't have a way to scout cliffs. But bottom lane, mind control, commits hard for a kill, gets punished as
oh, that's not good. Mickey, his borrowed time goes off.
Okay.
Now he's not able to defend his tower, and that's a siege wagon push that's coming in.
Yeah.
Boxy with the Maledict on him has to back away from the top at the same time.
Yeah, this mid lane's looking rough. Another arrow going to go flying. Doesn't hit Mickey, luckily. And Weehaw is just willing to tank some tower damage with his DD, but eventually can't get too low. And will not be able to keep his siege creep alive. Potential setup.
Hexu coming in. They really want this kill on a Weehaw. GH is going to help finish off Hexu here with the Moonlight. They do have Mickey quite low. Gets off the Aphotic Shield. Survives until the poison takes him out. At least he got to be a part of the experience for the Weehaw kill, though. Still 1 for 2. And a 3rd kill for Nigma, as it seems Boxy's going to go down in top lane without his support.
Yeah. And now Spectre's got hot, level 6, so got to be wary about any time you make any kind of aggressive play because the Spectre can just show up once maybe she gets healed up a bit more and fills up the mana, but things going pretty poorly here for Liquid in the laning stage, which, you know, we saw last game of Viper. Sometimes this just happens. You lose your mid lane, and then your side lanes, if they're going well, it's okay, but it feels like all 3 lanes are going pretty poorly for Liquid right now, other than maybe bottom with the Clinks, who's going to be forced to be very active to try to turn this game around.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm not in love with the Centaur this game either. I guess we'll just see how it goes. Hexu being chased down. They are going to be able to get the silence build up here into Weehaw. Viper Strike laid out onto the Abaddon allows him to manually pop it, and that's a freebie. Okay.
Yeah. And Quickfist shows up, gets the +5 damage. Always a big part of Clinks' game is trying to build up that death pack damage. And I think the really tricky part for Liquid is going to be that all their damage is coming from this Clinks. So if you're Enigma, you just itemize defensively, get all these armor items. Like Sanking's got a buckler. Wouldn't be surprised to see some Crimson Guard action. And it doesn't feel like any of the other heroes are real damage threats.
Trying to get away, but an arrow kept him in place for long enough that I think the Maledict might tick him down.
Level 3, yeah.
That is certainly enough damage here. Stomp, turns around, takes a raindrop charge away. That's all he can do. Moonlight Shadow going off, but they do have a dust to be able to spot mind control and no impale up. One more shot. Somebody get it. Oh, no. The Burrow Strike. Okay, no high ground miss. He does go down.
Does reveal the fact there's a ward there. I guess it's a small victory that they should be able to deward that later on.
Hey, you were right, by the way. Look at that. 2 different sentries still didn't find the ward. It is perfectly positioned, so if you place the sentry on the high ground, on the cliff, you're not going to see it. The same goes with the other cliff.
That is so annoying. And they kind of know there's like an observer ward somewhere around.
Yeah.
Because of that arrow earlier, but they're going to have to keep investing in these sentries if they want to find it, or just accept that some vision is going to be given up.
And you need your sentries. You're matched up against a Mirana Sand King. There's a lot of invis there. Centaur is not going to be able to help Hexu here. He does die. Picks up the bounty rune first, though.
The greater good of the team.
Telekinesis stop. He does manage to get the leap off, but the arrow stolen by Taiga.
That retaliate damage. Kuro getting beaten into now as well. Boxy.
Yeah, it's Boxy's revenge. Going to be slowed down by the Spectral Dagger, though. Couldn't get that last hit to finish him off. If you can get the vision for the Fate Bolt, he's going to spot him now, and Taiga does get that double kill.
Very nicely done. Liquid getting some pickoffs to get themselves back into this game. They got to keep playing fast tempo, because this Spectre, if Miracle gets that free farm uncontested, top of the net worth for now, has the Radiance queued up. It's going to be this kind of maybe 10-minute window right now before Radiance is completed. Maybe probably more like 7 or 8 when it's Miracle, where you've got to take and win fights. You have to be at a point where you can be ahead of the Spectre when Radiance comes online, or really slow down that Radiance.
Supports are both level 6, so Mickey says, all right, guys, it's 11 minutes. I'm buying the Tome. I need to help out my game. And check out his build, by the way. He went face boots, but he also has the value gloves of haste. Pops arrow time here to get rid of the arrow stun.
Yeah, and this is why they picked this Abaddon, knowing that this chain stun combo can always be counterplayed. But yeah, he's in full jungle mode with his build.
This is familiar. I've seen this one before.
Yep.
Boxy pulling the creeps, gets hit by Maledict with paralyzing cast. Pops Stampede, but he's still stunned, and then he dies.
Okay, just trying to brawl his way back into this
the
game.
extra attack speed, the arrow comes in from Taiga.
Okay. They're killing mind control quite a bit this game, and his Blink Dagger keeps getting slowed down. That's the item he's been rushing almost every time he plays this Sand King, which has been quite a bit this tournament.
Koifa says, surprise, I'm here, and I'm gonna kill you. Kuro.
Up to plus 20 damage. Found the Royal Jelly, which is really nice on Clinks. This is a hero that has a lot of mana problems. You're always having to chew through clarities and feeling like you're out of mana, so he's going to be happy with that one. Arcane Ring, I think you want to give that to the Clinks as well. Again, mana problems. This hero wants all the mana you can get. But
sure.
We'll see where things end up as Spectre. They're finding these kills on the Liquid side, but the Spectre is not the one on the receiving end of them is the issue. But at least they are playing this top lane so that Miracle isn't free farming.
Smoke move through. They don't hit anybody with the scan.
They've still got arrow too.
Still got arrow for probably like 15, 20 seconds.
Yep. Make a nice deep hill ward, but Miracle is playing behind his tower.
Oh, pops the ultimate. Yeah. He knew something was up, and he actually jumped bottom to help get the kill on a Mickey.
Yep. Miracle's just got spidey senses when it comes to Dota. Like, that haunt there, like, his team has the kill without him, but he doesn't want to be in top lane. He knows a gank is coming. He sees an opportunity to just move bottom lane, doesn't need to TP, and also reveals the fact of where those heroes are at the top lane.
In mind control, he positions himself to try and defend this tower with the Sandstorm. One of the best tower defenders in the game.
I feel like this is a bit bold. I think he probably scouted the heroes not having sentries and dust, because I think this TP up here is very risky, but Enchantress and Centaur are both showing, neither of whom had detection, so I believe it's potentially just the Rubik who also doesn't have detection, so very limited detection up here.
All right, Radiance update. Just another 3,600 gold, and Mickey can buy his Sacred Relic. Meanwhile, Miracle just needs 1,300. Pretty big difference in the state of this game for these two carries, but they do pop the Stampede, catch Mind Control while he was defending that tower, and will finally lay waste to this safe lane. But at the same time, Nicholas making a lot more moves. Spectre's farming, pushing this wave all the way into the tier 2, and they are circling on this mid lane. Looks like a freebie.
Another death on Sand King right before Blink Dagger, but kind of like you say, it just feels like Nigma making more moves and farming more of the map, so even though Sand King's game has been kind of rough and he just keeps dying right before his Blink Dagger, he's stalling the pushes and forcing like 3 heroes or more to bring him down. So he's enabling the rest of his team, even though his own game is somewhat being hurt by this. And I like his decision to keep defending these towers.
How about a Blink Dagger update? Maybe that's better for Liquid.
Yep.
Just need another 1,000 for Boxy, and Mind Control, well, he has his already.
Okay. Mind Control going to be ready to start making moves. He is one of the few heroes that can easily push out these lanes, so he's going to be a bit torn between, okay, how much do I look for these like smoke plays or blink initiation plays, and how much do I just try shove out the lanes that they're trying to push.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty quiet game for WeHa's Viper after the laning stage, where he made his presence known. I feel like he's just been quietly farming, jungling it up, top 2 net worth, making sure he doesn't fall off.
Yeah.
That was a problem last game with how active Viper was played by Koikva, was that, okay, yeah, he crushed him. We saw him constantly for the first 15 minutes, but then there was this big item fall off.
And that also probably is a bit of a game plan difference, right? Nigma, they have the better late game in a Spectre. So it's like, you don't have to be always reaching and pushing and looking for these kills if you're the Viper. You could just be like, okay, you have to come take my mid tower eventually. And when you finally do, I'm going to be really strong. Might even have a Blade Mail by that point. Speaking of other items, we've got Mech now on GH.
It's a pretty big pickup to have this early on. Just feels like nobody in Liquid can make any plays right now. It requires too many heroes to be invested in any kind of a gank, and Taiga's like their only instant initiation until Centaur gets a Blink Dagger.
Gotta make some moves here, but it's Nigma who find the opening.
Yep. Hit the arrow, they find an easy Enchantress kill. And back at bottom, Taiga maybe being hunted here. They don't have detection except on GH's Mirana, who's on the way down here.
Night Shadow going off. Rotation from GH is on the way, so he's going to get right in there.
They know he doesn't have the Sandstorm any longer. He's got Dagger.
Okay.
Tiger may just juke this one, yeah.
Yeah, if he tries to dagger the creep wave, he can kill it instantly, but he maybe exposes himself. Clinks is here now, too. They place a ward and sentry. Paxu lays out the sentry. That's immediately going to be taken out. Another sentry goes down as he tries to retreat. The arrow goes out. Doesn't quite hit him.
Yeah. Behind them is the Clinks as well as Rubik. They're sticking around. They're looking to kind of play a numbers game. They're hoping that maybe somebody TP's out and they can get a pick off here. But Nigma definitely feel like the stronger team if this is a full-on team fight. So you got to bring numbers. Mind Control is showing top, though. So without sanking, perhaps a small opening, but I mean, Liquid, it just feels like they're a bit too far behind. Like Mickey wants to still farm his Radiance, so.
Dagger actually hits Taiga. He turns around. Dagger's up. Miracle. Miracle. Is he finally going to die? No, he pops the ultimate, jumps away over to Mickey. Mickey needs to get this kill. He jumps back into the line. Burrow Strike goes out. He stays alive, and Taiga, who's stolen that one, is going to chase after him. Tries to finish him off, but no, he dies to a dagger to the heart. His killing spree given to Miracle. This just gets worse and worse for Liquid.
Yep. For a sentence. Oh. Arrow following up the Burrow Strike.
Easy play. 3-man stop. Okay, Koipa's dishing out some damage. He's going to kill Mind Control. Here's Miracle also going to die. No, he jumped away to the trees because the dagger just gets kited around. Miracle stays alive through it all.
And this was Clinks' big item timing. The Deso gets it at a pretty good time. Instantly looks for a team fight. Dagger. We'll see it all again here.
He turns around.
It started like when that Spectre shows up and Abba's like, I might have a free kill. That would be like the best possible outcome if Abba gets a solo kill on Spectre. But unfortunately, Spectre survives, kills the Rubik, survives the second little skirmish as well that happened shortly after. Just really good control and play from Miracle and the Spectre, not panicking.
And that was all him without a Radiance. So now you've got a lot more damage over time, plus you've got the miss percentage chance, which is pretty big when you've got a Clinks on your team.
It's going to be tricky for them. Clinks, you can see there, has the damage now. Spectre with just a Radiance is still very susceptible to getting ganked, particularly with the burst of a Clinks Deso, but once Spectre gets that second item, that Manta style, this game might start to feel pretty hard to come back into.
Yeah.
But still a window now. They're getting active. Boxy's Blink is online. They find GH.
Hit the stomp before the leap goes off, but the mech, the Guardian Grease.
That bonus armor.
No! He pops the smoke to try and dodge that last hit, but it wasn't even needed. It was missed, and now Boxy goes for a teleport out, but with a Maledict, even if he was to survive,
That
long enough to TP, would still die.
That's so bad. I'm like, okay, this is a free Mirana kill. I didn't realize he had Greaves.
Yeah.
And when you get low health and that aura kicks in, that's 10 bonus armor. It's so much against the Clinks. That's, you know, free Craggy. Oh boy.
So if they can't kill the Mirana, how are they possibly going to kill this Spectre? Well, the answer lies in Mickey, maybe. That's a pretty big maybe, though. Still doesn't have his Radiance.
It doesn't feel like his Radiance has the same kind of impact as a Spectre Radiance.
No, certainly not.
We could see, yeah, Sand King's got a pipe queued up. I think that's always a great item to buy if you've got a good hero when you're playing into Radiance. And as for the Radiant side, Boxy can finish his hood, turn it into a pipe if he wants as well. But yeah, Nigma just going to have plenty of damage output with the Sand King, as well as the Viper with the break. Has a Blade Mail picked up. Weeha just playing this kind of aura style, has a Vlad's as his next item.
Smoke breaks, drops a Ward Sentry combination, throws out the Paralyzing Cask. And Mind Control is going to be able to find Peksu with that Burrow Strike Arrow combination. It's an easy kill for them. Just looking for pickoffs around the Roshan pit. We'll see if the 5 position of Liquid is enough confidence for Nigma to go in and take that Rosh, because they don't really have a good lineup for doing it. No minus armor, not great physical damage.
This is...
Mind Control with the blind Burrow Strike. Knows Boxy's somewhere over here.
Yeah, just run around as 4 while Spectre farms. This is the beauty of Spectre as a hero, is that you can just have her farming a lane, farming jungle, while the rest of your team hunt. Very interesting pick. I've never considered this. Spectre has the Grove Bow on herself.
Yeah, okay.
Makes sense with the magic damage amplification. I assume it applies from your illusions of the horn. I don't know for sure, but that would be a big part of why you'd maybe want the item, since it would buff up the radiance damage.
And then he just pops in the Ring of Aquila after he pops his ultimate.
Yeah, I think that would be the game plan.
Just goes off, but it's a little bit too late to catch anybody. Mind Control with only the one-man stun, but Tiger's already dead on the side. Mickey, with his Radiance, is hoping to be able to battle this out. A nice 2-man stun comes out from Boxy. Boxy is going to be dying soon, though, as Weeha makes mincemeat out of him. And they're slowing down Mickey even further. The borrowed time, he just gets bursted down. Koifa looks to oh my goodness, he's just getting kited around. This is just getting sad for Liquid at this point. Getting run over by Nigma. Looks to be like they have no shot in this game.
Yeah. Clink's one of those heroes. Like, I feel like so many carries and mid players out there, like, play it a lot in pubs, have great success. But when it comes to Pro Dota, it's still looking a bit lackluster. Doesn't thrive in the more coordinated era of team play.
Look at that. He's forced to use his borrowed time so early.
Yeah.
And he looks very similar to a Spectre when he just picks up his Radiance. You forget, you're still very squishy. Like, you haven't built any stat items whatsoever. And that is really exposed when your Radiance is this light.
There's just so many AoE spells that are hard to fight into as well that are going to easily force out that borrowed time. Sand King just goes in, throws all his AoE damage out. Viper, Nether Toxin, and just sitting there is like this annoying damage sponge that you don't really want to go on.
Oh,
here comes Liquid into the enemy jungle. They're hunting Miracle. They're going to 4-1 split. They say, we're going to go look
for... no, he Manta dodged it! He had just picked up his Manta. There really is nothing that can stop this man. Miracle, time and time again, he's been ganked and survives.
It was such a smart rotation. Like, that's the move that Liquid needed to make right now, is go and gank Spectre. There's no Haunt up. He's not playing with his team. Pick him off.
Mickey, they're going to force him into using his borrowed time here. The Stampede does go off, so he can run around a little bit and try and draw some attraction while the rest of the team does kill Mind Control. His team should be coming in soon. He's like, boys, where you at? I need the help. Somebody get this Viper off of me. But he dies eventually here. See if they can get Weeha. Koifa's cutting over. And they just need one Disable, really, to be able to bring him down.
Weeha coming, has Haunt too.
He's coming, Taiga. Oh, he activates Sandstorm, thinking this is going to be okay, but they actually do have vision of him. The arrow, it nails the Clinks. Now Miracle pops his ultimate to be able to catch up, finishes off Taiga, jumps onto Boxy. He now throws the dagger at Koipa, but misses.
Okay, so they don't end up getting too many follow-up kills with that Haunt, but most importantly, perhaps for Nigma, is that Weeha survives through it all, gets bailed out a little bit. And map control, game dominance still remains in Nigma's hands. They're keeping all these lanes shoved out. They have full map control around that Radiant Triangle. Nowhere for Liquid to really go farm, and Abba's got this Radiance, but he can't even really go out on the map to use it to farm. And you're not getting Radiance just to instantly go and take it. I mean, you can fight with it, but it's not like your only goal. You want to farm, you want to fight when the fights come to you, but you want to prioritize using it as a farming tool.
Yeah, you want to, like, when you're really kitted up on Spectre, it's like Manta plus 1 item, right?
Yeah.
Looks like in this case it's the Abyssal Blade. Sometimes people go Heart.
So a lot of pressure on Team Liquid as they just watch the Spectre continuing to hit creeps, and they're knowing they're just not getting anywhere near the same amount of farm from their side of the map.
There is nothing that can stop this man. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
17,000 net worth lead.
Liquid's,
27 kills.
They're in that, the enemy jungle once again. Quickfor doing some very deep farming. His item progression's a big issue. Without that BKB, he's just going to be a free kill every fight. I know the panel mentioned, Clinks is a lot tankier than he used to be with the new death pack, but we've gotten to the point of the game where 1800 health gets chewed through if you don't have BKB.
Certainly. I hate Clinks for this reason. It just feels like he falls off so heavily if you don't get a good game going for yourself. You don't start roaming around getting kills nonstop in towers. They're going to pop the Stampede here. Mind control. They do have vision of it. It looks like he may be dying here. The Guardian's Greaves keeping him alive a little bit longer. He's trying to get out, but no. Mickey chases him down. They also lost their support, but immediate buyback from Mind Control with Miracle and Weeha coming in from the side here. They are just catching Liquid heroes, and it looks like it's going to be wipe as well. They fall all so fast. Any stuns? Any stuns? No stuns.
Just came up maybe 0.5 seconds too late. And down the mid lane we go. Nigma looking for this clean 2-0 victory. The slightly weakened Liquid playing without their captain, their 5 position, a strong stand-in Hexu, but it's definitely not looking like the same Liquid who had a fantastic best of 3 against Nigma in the group stage.
Chasing him. Mickey is down to force a fight around this because he does have his borrowed time back up. Felt like he was trying to just kind of keep Nigma around to see if they could force another team fight because there's no other way to get back to this game, right? You just have to kill. You have to get the right kind of team fight.
And that right kind of team fight is more likely to happen sooner rather than later because, let's say 3 minutes go by and there's been no action, well, Spectre's got another item. Suddenly there's Abyssal. Another 3 minutes go by, suddenly there's a Heart of Tarask or a Skadi or whatever his next big item is, and you're just not keeping up in farm. Even if the app is matching Spectre's farm, one of those heroes uses items a whole lot better.
So. Yeah, when you've got a strict 22% damage that is taken off, combined with your high armor as an agility hero, any sort of HP, even just finishing up this Vanguard, poses a significantly different threat to Liquid.
So Liquid going to fall back. Looked like they want to farm some of their jungle items. They've only got one of their tier 3 items, so both teams going to be hunting for those. And Boxy at top in some trouble.
Does manage to hit him with a Maledict here. They're just going to keep chasing.
Yeah, Burrow Strike.
Burrow Strike is back up, but he didn't quite see Boxy. Was a bit too late. Thought he had blinked downwards.
They do see Miracle. I think the game plan for Liquid should be what they tried before and just slightly got outplayed upon with the Manta Dodges. Just smoke gank the Spectre. Because Nigma's always going to be trying to push a lane and play as 4 on your side of the map while Spectre farms his side of the map. So all these heroes running at the Spectre is a good call, I think.
Annoying part is they almost need everybody because if he gets off Haunt, then he just jumps to the other side of the map. If everyone's got to be here, boys. There's a smoke up from Nigma. They are standing on top of a ward right now, so this is a great time for them to be able to initiate. They pop the haunt. Taiga is going to be able to get away with the Ghost Scepter TP out, and it looks like Mind Control is having a real rough time as he gets ripped to shreds by Koifa and Mickey, but then again, Miracle is able to do the same to everybody on Liquid. Goes for the borrow time TP out, but he got stunned up, denied his retreat. Mickey will die with almost everybody else.
Yep. Liquid will hold on, but it's definitely one of those games where I feel like if this is the pub game, your Clinks is saying, yeah, guys, just let it end. My game's over. This game's over. Even Abaddon doesn't really have much comeback in the future with item progression. The Manta style is just like kind of another farming item almost, where you just send Manta illusions out with Radiance. It doesn't actually buff up your damage that much. And Miracle is just in the enemy base. He's got the Abyssal Blade.
Look at her go.
Opting for the Quickening Charm.
Taiga pulls the creep wave off the tower. That doesn't stop Miracle, though.
Arrow's going to hit the Clinks.
They're going to go onto him. No, the Stomp is going to be able to intercept as they try and go for the Clinks. Boxy hits the Stomp and maybe gives up his life. He tries to stampede away, but those last couple of shots from the Viper really sealed it. If that didn't, probably the Maledict would have.
11-0-15 Spectre. Untouched game for Miracle. A great last pick when you saw the draft come out and the Spectre pick happened. It was just didn't feel like there was any real good way to pressure Miracle. The center of Rubik lane's a pretty strong lane. Miracle still, of course, is going to farm in a lane like that, and then they just didn't have a good way to really pressure objectives and towers.
Well, Rubik does steal Nether Toxin. That's a break onto the Spectre.
Okay.
Don't know how they do damage outside of that, though. They can take away that 22% of dispersion.
But with Dust.
Oh, no.
Like that. Miracle buys his own Dust, brings it in, and then just instantly haunts to kill the Clinks.
I don't say this too often, gods, but Liquid, they just gotta call it, man.
Yeah.
They're just getting beat up over and over again. Playing it out, though. Boxy chased down underneath to tier 4s with the Maledict on him. I think he'll still survive thanks to the Hood of Defiance. He's good, especially with the Enchantress heal, but nothing really stopping them from just pushing forward.
Yep. No smoke in.
Oh, nice two-man burrow strike there from Mind Control with the dagger going through them. Immediately, the borrow time is popped here. And he's broken as well, so not able to apply the silence onto Mind Control. Mind Control pegs to, gets a little bit low, gets back to the fountain, but dies. Those last shots from the Viper finish him off. 2 dead on the side of Liquid. Can't even play in and out of the fountain because they can't make it back.
Now the Blink Burrow, Arrow follow up. If they should have called it before cap, then they really should call it now.
But they still have the tier 2 top.
They can't get megas. Good luck further. Of course, this is a lower bracket game, so that is elimination for Liquid. And their ESL 1 Birmingham online run will end here as they face some tough competition.
Yeah, sad to see Liquid going out like that, both the domination of Nigma in that game too, but also having to play with the stand-in. But it is good to see that Nigma is back in form enough that they have made not only playoffs, but now, what is this, top 4? Something like that for playoffs?
Yeah, top 4, I
good.
believe.
Yeah.
And they will play Secret.
Yeah,
Juicy.
we finally get that matchup, but it's even spicier. Like, forget upper bracket finals, whatever. I want to see that matchup in elimination. That's going to be fun. All right, well, that brings this series to a close. Europe is all over. We got to go to NA, though. But first, we have to go to a break.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fun, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing.
Welcome to the Game Fuel post-match. Nigma just gave Liquid the beatdown 2 games in a row. Some wonky lanes, some wonky picks in this game number 2. Maybe Liquid thought they had to change it up to get it done, but unfortunately, it wasn't the case either way, and Nigma convincing 2-0. That game was hard to watch, Charlie.
That game, I looked over from almost the beginning. Just Abaddon, carry Abaddon just didn't have a lane up against a Viper. That is pretty hard and just couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, why do you think they did that? Why the ABBA versus the Viper? I could see ABBA versus another melee hero maybe, but why the Viper?
Well, the new Viper is like a ranged Ursa where he builds stacks, and ABBA's shield.
So just taking it off.
It removes all the stacks. So
it felt like we just saw a lot of right-clicking even without the orb at the beginning, though, and it's like, well, you're still ranged versus melee. And it was rough, but hey, if you're a Nigma fan, you got to be feeling pretty good. I know you just beat Liquid, and they did have a stand-in, but you looked convincing doing it. Shout out to them. We see GH 9-1-20 on that Mirana, playing like an absolute beast. Miracle. If you give him a Spectre who's the top net worth at 4 minutes into the game and he ends with 0 deaths, it's probably a dub.
Yeah, that looked pretty cut and dry for Nigma.
This game looks straight up easy for them.
Yeah.
Liquid didn't really bring anything to the table. I don't know. Their cores, Centaur, Clinks, Abaddon cores, I haven't seen anything like this entire tournament.
Ever? Maybe. I don't know. It's a new one.
Maybe ever. I don't know what they were thinking.
And then we look at this team, all these team fights going on, pretty much always a W as Nigma, they just kept going and going. And we're actually looking at the Spectre gained the net worth lead at 3 minutes into the game and never lost it. Is what the times are telling us. That's pretty crazy. That's Miracle, baby. That's Miracle. There's a reason. Best player in the world for a long time. Who knows now?
I don't think I've seen this Abaddon core twice now today. We saw MatomaMan play it earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think it's... If you're relying on Abaddon to like remove disables from your team, you either need to win your lanes and then 5-man super early, or you just need to be picking a different hero, because I don't think these carry players don't want to just run with their team the entire time. They want to farm.
Yeah, I felt like when we watched in the Secret game, it was like he wanted to just run in and absorb everything. On this one, I mean, he was just so far down he couldn't, and he needed to remove the stuns. Yeah.
I mean, they were just so far behind in the beginning, and they're a lineup that really needed some momentum going into team fights. Like Klinks wants to be ahead. You pick a bad in to be a lane dominator to be ahead early, and they just weren't. Like Spectre was ahead the entire game. Spectre, a hero that's not supposed to.
Yeah. And we look back at the opening drafts, right? You have one team who picked a lot of stuns, and it worked. Simple as that. You just stun people, you get on top of them, you get the kill. Not much else to say there. So looking forward to that means it is going to be Nigma versus Secret for 4th place. Any early favorites going in? Is it still just Secret or?
No, I don't think I have a clear favorite here. I think this is going to be a pretty even, close, hotly contested series.
Yeah, because last time they played it was really close.
Sure, but like I'm not gonna like.
No, the Secret destroyed them. It wasn't even a competition.
All right, wait up, guys. Guess what? We have an interview with the man himself, GH.
Oh, nice.
You there?
Hello, good evening, guys.
Hey, good evening, my friend. 9-1-20 on that Mirana. Looked like you had a blast in the game. I just got to ask, were you surprised by Team Liquid's draft as much as us? One position, ABBA, Klinks. It was pretty crazy. I don't know if you guys felt the same.
Well, we opted for a similar opening in our games recently, and we felt some weaknesses in that type of draft. So we felt pretty confident as soon as the game started and how the draft went.
Yeah.
Do you feel like your openings baited them a little into thinking that they could do something similar?
I don't think so necessarily. I feel like they like to prioritize the Enchantress, and that's what they did. Then they felt like it's a good Rubik game, and they went for it. And then they had an idea with the Abaddon later on. But I think their lineup didn't really come together the way they wanted to.
Okay, first off, congrats on the win. Second off, you guys are playing Secret next, and you guys are both in the lower bracket here. A little bit unexpected, as I think you guys were kind of favorites before at the end of the group stage. What are you guys going to do differently against Secret this time?
Well, every single time against Secret, we respect them. We know how they play. It's just about showing up on that particular day. If we do show up, I think we have a pretty good chance of winning the game. That's how it always goes with the Secret crew. So if we play good, we're gonna win. If we don't perform, we're gonna lose. That's how it is.
Do you have anything you do before games to make sure you're in the right mental space?
Not particularly, but usually I like to play a couple of pub games, maybe listen to some music, chill with my boys, which is my team, and then we go for the games.
Nice. I got one. What's your favorite color, GH? We know a lot about you, but we've never heard this.
That's a really good question, actually. My favorite color is Bordeaux. It's a bit of a...
What do you say?
It's a Bordeaux. It's close to red.
Okay.
Bordeaux.
Is it light or dark?
That's like a wine, right?
It's dark.
Okay.
It's dark
red.
Okay.
Dark red, yeah.
Dude, I like that. I like that color. Well, we appreciate it, GH. You look like a beast out there, and we can't wait to see you play again tomorrow. So good luck, my friend, and have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. Always great to hear from GH. Always
that
just, dude, and he's teaching
the
Bordeaux. What
interesting
hipster
color
alert.
choice.
Terrible question with a quality answer.
What he literally said that was a great question. Just because yours wasn't good.
No.
What? Okay, tell me.
He's just being nice.
Is he?
Yes.
Maybe you're just mad your question wasn't very good and you thought it was.
Or maybe he said, oh, that's such a good question because of how bad of a question it was.
Maybe it was, but I have a small enough ego. I'll take it. Thank you, GH. Best interviewer there is. So, guys, that means EU CIS is done for the day. I want to get your thoughts before we go to a quick break. Crazy Quincy, what's going down?
I want to see both teams show up. I want to see. I want to see them like fight each other a lot. I want to see a really back and forth game.
So you want to see an action-packed game, or not like a Spectre Alk, or what do you want to?
I want to see not this last game.
Okay, that's fair.
I want to see an absolute massacre for one of the teams. I want them to crush them 2-0, 20-minute games. That way, we can have the epic grand final with the big arcing storyline.
So would you want Quincy Crew to win then, since Crazy already won once? Then it would be a 1-for-1, and then you're right there?
I think it would be better Crazy just won because then they were like the untouchable team. They rode through the group stage undefeated. They went through the playoff bracket undefeated, and then they're sitting in the finals.
No. We've seen too much of that in NA already. I want to see some parity.
I feel like all we see in NA is just EG limping through the group stages and then just taking the playoffs and all the cash.
Look, we've seen for the last however many years, we've seen EG just win. All right, they're in the fucking bottom right now. All right, so I want to see like
for now
close. Yeah, well, we're not even talking about EG right now, so I want to see some close games.
All right, makes sense to me. I think everyone at home wants to see. So that's the end of CIS and Europe. We are going to be moving into NA now. It is going to be crazy. It is going to be Quincy Crew. Who is going to win? Well, I don't know either, so we're going to send you a quick break. When we get back, we'll break it down for you.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Spills your blood, a whisper out, fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another, find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry, with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Hey, everyone! We've got Crazy, we've got Quincy Crew, we have got NA, which means we need to make this panel a little bit more NA. We kicked Peter just like he wanted to go to Europe. Well, guess what? You're off the panel then. We've got Gods back. He came from Australia to NA.
Yep.
You know, Peter, he's a traitor. Charlie, welcome
I've
back
always,
as well.
I've
Yeah,
always
exactly.
been here.
You've always been, and that's
been
why
here.
you're here in your seat still. But me and you, we actually got to cast this first series when they played the first time. And it was a fun, I remember game one especially was fun, right? It was a 10K lead for Quincy Crew. And then it was a 10K lead and just kept going back. And then it was a base race and the game was over.
Yeah, I mean, I think these two teams are pretty even despite that last series.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to make my prediction before I even see the draft.
What the frog pog? What is it?
All right. Hear me out.
Oh, God. BSJ's back.
Crazy's taking this. You know why?
Because
SVG is under so much pressure. He's got to take care of his team and the draft, and he's got to take care of Jack Chan living in his own house.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know about this.
Okay.
Yeah, whoa, crazy. Yeah, we're actually going to call it. We're sending you guys off for the day. This game is over.
It's
I'm
done.
kidding.
It's done.
That's a thing? So SVG and Jack, so they're
Yeah.
okay.
Jack's staying with SVG at his parents' house.
Thoughts and prayers to SVG and his family.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I did not know that. And I got another question from the Quincy Crew. How do you guys feel Lelis has been fitting in? Obviously, they lost to Crazy, but they beat everyone else. We know Lelis is individually very good. Has he been fitting in like you guys thought he would, or do we want to see? We just need to see more, maybe.
I feel like we need to see more. I think they have like really high expectations for themselves, and with Lelis previously, they didn't feel like they were getting the results that they wanted.
Yeah.
I think they're looking for something really specific, and something that feels really good. So when they go to LAN with whoever they're with, like, it just feels natural and they own or somewhat or something. But I don't think it's ever as simple as that. I think fit and finding that groove takes a lot of time, and it's just not going to feel that way at the start.
Do you guys feel like the ceiling of this Quincy team is like having a really good TI performance, TI result? Because they obviously had that one TI as VGJ where they won their group stage, then lost in the bracket pretty quickly. But
they got top 8.
Yeah, they got okay. So
they got top 8 as forward, didn't they? And then VGJ Storm, because they've done it twice now. I thought
that's.
I'm not.
True,
yeah, they
I
definitely.
think.
Yeah,
I think the VGJ.
They got top 8 at the Vancouver one for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I don't know. For me, it's Quincy Crew. What are the last? How many players have they gone through in the offlane role? Last summit, they went through Saberlight.
Yeah.
Then they went through DM. They've used Snaking as an offlaner. What, like something? It can't just be me, right? Thinking, hey, maybe you guys aren't blaming. And one of you was the one who just said it. Is they're trying to find that one person, but it's in the same role every time. Maybe it's not the role.
I think the pool of offlaners, of available offlaners is really hard to pull from.
Yeah.
I think they're looking for a spot right now that just how many premier offlaners are there that are available? When EG was looking, they had to take Ramses.
But then that brings me back to, you do know DM is now top 3 and in the winners bracket of EU, and you got right. I don't know. Maybe I love the guys on Quincy Crew, but I just see they're going through these offlaners, man. Like it's discarded cheese. I don't know.
Maybe it's like you know how in Harry Potter, the Defense of the Dark Arts teacher was just like they recycle them every year, and it's just a cursed spot.
I don't want to get into the lore, so we won't. Yeah, there's lore behind that, Charlie. I don't know if there's lore behind this, but so are you, Gods? Are you on the same? Do you Are you feeling crazy or Quincy Crew straight up?
I mean, coming into this
before?
tournament, I was favoring Quincy Crew. I think just shaking things up, you often have that honeymoon phase where as long as the player you're bringing in is someone who can fit in quickly and is maybe a slight upgrade or even a side grade, you just go through this like resurgence where everyone's suddenly more motivated. I think for Quincy Crew, it's just like, you know, they get in a bit of a funk. They're playing all these online tournaments and like they're doing well. They look like the best team or second best after EG, but maybe they just didn't have that motivation. So I think bringing in Lelis helps motivate the team a bit more to get results and get results now.
That makes sense, and we do see it is second pick was taken by Crazy. They did no coin flip. They came in as the first place in group, so they got to choose, and they take second pick. SVG ends up taking Radiant, so the complete opposite of last series where it was first pick and then Dire, which means, you know, maybe NA a little behind the meta, or are they still ahead of the meta?
Yeah. I mean, Europe's picking a bad, and that's an NA hero from like years ago.
Yep.
So.
I mean, Hector pulled it out of TI, baby.
It's just full circle.
It really is, and we are just waiting there about ready to start this game, man. I'm excited for this because, as you said, EG, they've been on top for a while, and it's hard to discredit since every single time they win these, it's losers bracket. That's where they're at, but it really does feel like these two teams are just better than them right now. I don't know if that's how you feel. Okay.
Yes.
It does seem that way. I think whoever wins this tournament, it's like they're the best team in NA.
At least for
but it might be EG. It could be EG who wins that tournament.
Well,
they've done it again.
So you know, we're not on the EG series yet, but I know that EG has finally started scrimming.
Okay.
So it started this week. They finally started winning. I guess they were tired of losing and almost getting knocked out of the group stages.
Yeah. One game away.
So they finally started scrimming.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been playing a lot of pubs. Dude, I will say the Battle Pass has been really good for pros because everyone's playing together, and they're just playing a lot because you got to get your contracts done or you're getting kicked, first off.
Oh, dude, the pressure to fulfill your contracts
dude,
is
rough.
So high right now.
Yeah, S4 got kicked out of Arteezy's. He had 0 points.
He's still in.
Why?
He's still in. He's still
Sorry,
in.
he's not getting us any points. It made me mad personally.
He's got a bit. You know the current message on the Arteezy Guild?
What?
It's Zai writing a message, and it's at Carl. You think because you beat me in ESL once, you can skip out on your guild contracts, Carl?
Nah.
Absolutely
not.
Zai has been staying up till like 7 a.m. every morning just playing.
I played with him yesterday morning.
Yeah, he's playing really shitty pubs with like his just bad randoms. Friends, including us, getting his guild contracts done.
Yeah. That's a good guild leader because he is the leader, so you got to lead by example. But now Quincy Crew crazy. No guild contracts here. You can put some targets on people's backs in game, but that's about it. And, man, I'm ready for this game. I'm just ready to see who is going to be the dominating on top NA force. And it sounds like most of us are favoring Crazy a little bit, but Quincy just right behind him.
I'm going Quincy for this one. That's what my gut tells me.
No. If Jack Chen lived in my house,
I think Jack's a great house guest. You just give him a computer. All he does is sleep, eat, play Dota.
Yeah,
hopefully he showers. Actually,
well,
that's maybe.
I think I actually did. Wait, SVG is giving us a pre-game call. You give him a sponge bath? Oh, yeah, never mind. It's over. It's over. SVG's done. His hands are pruny. He can't do it anymore. What are you doing? But no, we got a draft ahead of us. I'm curious to see different picks, different bands. Doesn't look like it. We've got some similar stuff, all the big cores.
Yeah. Look out for the Void Spirit, I think, is one of probably the main different hero that NA really prioritizes.
Yeah. We saw Ember Void Spirit, I think, in this series, right? It was first picked in both games. Both those heroes were just first phase, not going to ban, not going to pick, and Ember, the only core still not banned that we normally see. So it could just be those two again. Why not? Ench goes out. There goes the sniper. Yeah.
Bless up. Get that hero out of here.
And we did see Moon Meander. He played at that game, and he actually had I believe it was an 18-minute AGS when the average is like 21 to 22, so he knows how to get it quick as well.
I like that Yapster just called the hero. They're like, yeah, it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
I don't like playing it. You guys don't like watching it.
I mean,
I feel like most sniper players like playing it, though.
Yapster
has to be the only one.
I would like playing it. Come on. You just... Like, Dota is a game about... Like, part of your pleasure is bringing other people pain.
Sure.
And if you can just snipe people
It's more fun to play as a carry than a support, though. Like, playing support snipers is like...
I feel like when you're support sniper, your impact is, like, large enough.
Yeah.
you're just sniping somebody from 3,000 range. They get like stunned forever, and they can't do anything about it.
Nothing.
I don't know. That's kind of fun.
It is, and well, look at these bans. We got the Phoenix and the Ench and the Sniper. So we're getting a couple more support bans. We started this tournament banning all the 5s. It felt like Chen, Ench, Shadow Demons, Oracles were like the first bans, and now it's nope. These cores are too good.
I mean, these are still pretty standard so far.
Yeah.
Phoenix out of here. Now
There's the
they're
Bane. All right,
banned,
so there's one hard at dominating. Does banning the Bane make any other supports like way better? Like, because he's a good laner, but obviously not much else. I don't know if there's just like an obvious first pick. Doesn't seem like it.
Don't think so. I mean, if it's just Europe, I think Grimstroke's probably being first 2'd by one of the teams. Because there's so many good Grim partners, and supports are somewhat more limited when Bane gets banned.
Yep. And we'll see Death Prophet makes it through the pool, so they'll just scoop it up first. All right.
Yeah.
There is a Shadow Demon in the pool, which we've seen usually does get scooped up to you just deny the Death Prophet from being able to go Yules. Let's see. There's also an Earthshaker left in the pool. We are seeing it get banned in the Europe series, actually, first phase. People finally realize, wait, everyone's picking it. It's good.
Yeah, just a solid hero all around. Never really been bad.
Yep. And it feels like if they don't pick it, Quincy might just scoop it up, right? We've seen that Death Prophet Earthshaker just do some crazy stuff in these games.
Yeah, I think
Good save, too.
it always feels nice having this hero to keep people in place when you have spells like Exorcism. I've seen like Puck used with Death Prophet, Shaker for the stuns.
But they will take it themselves. Nature's Prophet, Earthshaker. Looks like they're focused a little bit more on their lanes. Nature's probably good in any lane you go to. An Earthshaker saves your off lane a little bit.
Yeah, it's always good to have stuns. I mean, I don't think this reveals like too much about their draft.
No.
I think it's kind of cool too, because often you see the Clockwork picked up in response to Shaker, but you don't really want to play Clock into Nature's Prophet. I don't know if Quincy been playing that much Clockwork though.
Not really, and they yeah, especially because we did watch a game earlier where that was the case, right? Like General had an okay game, but he couldn't do anything outside
Well,
of it.
he was also core clock.
He was.
Like I feel like
Yeah,
if it's 4 o'clock, your draft has more flexibility. You're not so reliant on. You're not putting so much net worth into this hero that
has to go in to be
Yeah.
successful, and you're just gonna get blown up. Are we looking at maybe just a Rubik? No, it is Quincy Crew. They like this hero quite a bit. The Winter Wyvern. All right. So you got some nice team fight already on both sides. Some disengage, some re-engage, a little bit of each.
Do you feel like this Wyvern is a little early though? Like don't you usually want to pick Wyvern into, I don't know, maybe they pick a Meepo or
Yeah, some heavy
Chaos
physical damage
Knight
here,
or
yeah.
something, yeah.
I think it's, for other teams you'd maybe consider early, but for Quincy it's such a comfort pick, and it's, I think, similar to what like Nyx Assassin AA used to be. Sometimes you just first pick them because it blocks those heroes, so it kind of gives you like an extra like 5 bans, because suddenly this huge pool of carries
Sure.
and cheese picks like Meepo aren't viable. So it's kind of just like, hey, it's your 5 position. If your 5 position gives you like an extra 10 bans, great.
Yeah.
You just ban 10 more heroes.
Sure.
And the weaknesses here, what would you say? Is it his laning phase? Is it like level 1? Is it level... You get stronger level 2 because you get both skills. We've been
Yeah.
seeing more and more Arctic Burn, by the way. Wasn't it for a while like, that? No, you can't get it. Get the Splinter Blast. We're back to getting Arctic Burns.
Yeah, it's like a decent way to zone people out.
I do love the Jakiro ban. I was about to say, I'm like, if that hero's ever available as Crazy's 3rd pick, Owie, he's taking it. He played it both games when we watched.
That's a hero that loves playing into Wyvern as well.
Free Ice Path, free macro bars, free everything.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's one of the hero's weaknesses, is when the opposing team can draft around Cold Embrace, particularly. And also, I mean, you're going to just pick cores that aren't countered as much by Winter's Curse, but yeah, if you can counter the Cold Embrace, it basically means Wyvern can't use that spell in team fights.
Crazy will take some time to think about this one. As you said, they've left their draft pretty far open.
Yeah, those heroes could both be supports right now.
Yeah. It's tough to think of the bans unless, because it feels like you're probably banning something here that's just good against your entire game plan. So we don't really see that. Since they are so open, we're like, they probably like, oh, we got our next 3 picks planned now, and we're just like, oh, what is it?
Yeah. Could see like Weaver coming into play. That's a hero that flexes between different roles, is a pretty versatile core as well as support. But then there's also sometimes those unconventional heroes, if like the Leshrac that we've seen you are playing the carry role, that's maybe something to consider.
They ban out the Lycan.
Hey. Okay, so there is heal this time on both the heroes.
Yeah.
I remember last time we saw the AA yesterday, it was like, what do you, why? This time, we see why.
And they protect it really well. I like that Lycan ban a lot. I think Quincy with Lycan into this AA Shaker could absolutely run over Crazy. Shaker is not particularly good against Lycan for most of the early to mid game. Even when you get the Blink, it can still be really difficult matchup. If those summons ever get on you, you just feel like you can't do anything.
An AA, I mean, Lycan would be great against all three of these heroes.
Yes.
And also, I'm just surprised it made it through the first phase. It didn't in the last time these two played.
Yeah,
I think it's more favored in EU.
Yeah,
definitely.
for sure.
And I think teams are realizing if you first phase it, like Crazy, if they first two pick it, then Quincy's going to pick Wyvern against it or Tidehunter against it, and they'll get that counter pick. So I think the only team that could first phase Lycan is Quincy with that second pick or fourth overall pick of the draft.
Makes sense. A lot of reserve time being used here for Quincy Crew. The AA got him confused.
Yeah.
You have to decide, do you want bigger team fight? Maybe do you want more dominant lanes? It feels like that's pretty much the two things I've seen. Either you're a lane dominating team or you are taking those big team fights.
I think what Quincy needs right now is a way to start a fight on their terms. Beastmaster would be great, but it's banned. Something to go in before the Death Prophet has to go in.
I could see them still picking Clockwork, even though it's not great against Nature's Prophet. It's good against Shaker AA.
Hey, we just saw you picked. Well, we didn't have much success with you last game, but all right. Is that possibly the MSS hero, or do you think it is the MSS hero?
I don't think so. I think this hero is much better in the core role than 4 position. I don't know so much with Quincy. I just know from watching the other NA teams, it's mostly being played as a core.
Yeah, Sammy Boy, I think, is the biggest one to carry.
This hero to me is picked because it's a great laner, dominates the safe lane, and then loves playing against these squishy supports. Heroes like AA, Shaker. You've got a likely... I mean, Nature's Prophet, whether it's an offlaner or not, it's not like this tanky strength offlaner. So right now it's good against all 3 of these heroes.
Does Death Pact work through AA?
It does because it's the same as like the Essence Ring or whatever.
Yeah, it's not a heal. You're increasing your HP.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
I finally knew something. Hooray! And then it's just wrong. We just got the panel. These guys are legitimate idiots.
They could be saying that right now.
No, they probably are. Don't worry. 30 seconds. You are a little bit squishy on Crazy's side, as you brought up. So maybe you tank up a little bit here.
Yeah, heroes like AA are going to have to just rush a straight Ghost Scepter probably, otherwise the game's just too difficult.
And Charlie, I know you're not going to like it, but
no,
Centaur, your Clink's death. I know Winter Wyvern's okay. Okay,
Ooh.
They don't. Don't worry. No Centaur. It's the Invoker.
Bryle's Invoker. No one else plays this.
Yes, it is. 100% is Invoker.
Annoying hero for Clinks, for Wyvern, somewhat for Death Prophet. You've got damaged addition to the Cold Embrace. The disarm from Deafening Blast is really annoying for Clinks.
I will say, if this is a Quinn Death Prophet versus a Bryle Invoker, Bryle will get smashed.
Yes.
I actually just casted it up 2 days ago when it was this match. It was a beating.
I think we've seen this many times now, and I feel like Quinn's... Do you remember when Quinn's Lina was easily the best Lina in the world?
Yeah.
I feel like... I don't think his Death Prophet is there yet, but I'm getting shades of that Lina.
Okay. High praise from Charlie. And, I don't know.
All right.
It's a Spectre. We're bringing it back to NA. We got a lot of action heroes. Let's bring it back.
All right, Clinks maybe a 4 position then. They need somebody to start a fight, as you guys were saying. You've got Haunt to get to the back lines. I think now you don't need the Clinks core because Spectre counters Shaker AA and just destroys these heroes. So you don't feel like Clinks needs to be a core, but you still need, that initiating stunner.
You need just stunners in general. Like, look at your line. You have a Clink, Spectre, Death Prophet. You have no lockdown. The lockdown you have is a Winter Wyvern who your team can't do damage during it.
Ban LC. They're just probably looking for some tanky frontliner to lane with Clinks, would be my guess.
Maybe a Mars.
Mars always solid. I think the one issue I sometimes have with Mars is just your initiation then is just the arena, and it's this long cooldown. Compared to like, if it's Nigma, they're always going to go for the Sand King because they like having that low cooldown stun to constantly be able to fight and initiate.
I'm going to be real, Charlie. I've been pretty nice fan. Mars versus an Invoker and an AA. You are setting them up for a better fight themselves.
You just know I hate Centaur.
You do.
I hate Centaur so much.
And versus Invoker, I agree. I don't think you take it. We've seen the Invoker Centaur, not lane, but like in game, right? He pops ulti, Tornado comes out, it's quicker. So it just lifts you up, and it will be the Void Spirit. Hey, we made it, but we got it.
It's a low cooldown stun. Kind of stun. I mean, Remnant, the Yules into Remnant combo almost certainly going to be the build. And it's kind of flexible. They can do Void Spirit or Death Prophet mid, because Quinn is often the Void Spirit player.
Mm-hmm. They definitely have options. I have no clue. I think it is going to be the 4 I actually have no clue. They are very open.
It's got to be 4 Clinks, right?
It could be the 4 Void Spirit, and then
Just don't give me 5 Death Prophet.
No, I agree. I'm not a fan. I see why it works, but not in this game. That's for sure. Tencent's crazy. What's your gotcha pick? What do you got?
It's the hero.
Is it Brood? Oh, Alchemist.
Okay, you're playing versus
without
Spectre.
Control.
Like you want to have a hero that hits its timings before Spectre.
They don't have this is a pretty good Alch game, I feel.
And it is the Quinn Void Spirit. So now we're going to see between the Clinks and the Death Prophet, it is the 4-position Clinks, and that actually makes the Alchemist better to me because I thought your burst as a Clinks would be good, but you're not going to have the items now.
You are going to have the ability to make his laning stage miserable. I think Blightstone Clinks causes Alch a lot of problems. You might need to tri-lane the Alch. But even then you're making Kezu have a terrible laning stage. So I do feel like Quincy have a good off lane with Clink's Death Prophet.
Okay, but what are your predictions? I need to know straight up, Quincy or Crazy?
I made my bet before this draft started. I'm going Crazy.
Okay.
It's a great out game, but I'm going to stick with my boy Quinn. He's been the MVP of the NA group stage for me. And, Quincy Crew.
So I've got to make the deciding vote here. I mean, I think
Grant.
Crazy is favored 90-10 in the draft. I think it is actually that bad. I think Skeeter on this Alchemist is going to absolutely run over this game. Prove he is the best NA carry right now, passing Arteezy. His stream will get 20,000 viewers. People will forget Arteezy exists. And Crazy is going to become the best NA team in the world. It should be a good one. Look at that. I love Quincy Crew's logo, by the way. I think it looks way cooler now. Yep. That does mean that we need to get into this game. Quincy Crew versus Crazy. It's going to be Cap, and it's going to be PPD.
The best in North America clash for an early spot in the grand finals. But we heard Grant say 90-10 to Crazy. Peter, laughing a little bit. Do you think it's that one-sided?
No, I wouldn't say it's that one-sided. Grant likes to exaggerate.
Of course,
it's for the hype. It's all.
Yeah.
It's all in good
But do
manner.
you also think Crazy it does at least have the advantage?
Wow, Moon Meander's getting gone on, but
yeah, we're gonna get into that pretty quickly. Maybe that will change the odds as it is going to be a messy game, I'm sure. Let's jump into it right away before we get our first blood. Who's gonna die? They couldn't quite finish off Moon Meander. Now it's SVG in trouble, blocked out by the Treants. The dagger, though, is going to be enough to slow Moon Meander. They could try and chase him down, but there's so many heroes here that Yawar would surely be dying if he committed for that kill. In fact, he may still die even without that. Moon Meander's coming back with the Fissure. Might be in range, but he is not. Doesn't go for it anyway.
Sorry, who are the odds favoring? I missed it.
I didn't see it either. Maybe we'll see a pop-up a little bit later.
Okay, fair enough.
But what are your odds on this game?
I think Crazy is... I think they probably have what it takes in this game.
And there's the odds. Very even game, but people are favoring Crazy because, after all, they did win the last series in this matchup.
Yeah, fair enough. Safe bet. I like how they moved the AA to... or the Death Prophet to core, even though there is an Ancient Apparition in the game, which will be a little bit annoying. I still think Spirit Siphon will be an important tool to bringing this Alchemist down.
The trade-off is, though, that they are running a 4-position Clinks. Are you a believer in this 4 Clinks? We see it, I think it was Kuro who was first playing it, a couple months ago, and then we've seen 4-position Clinks come up a decent amount.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. I think it's all right.
Yeah?
It's kind of, I don't think it scales that well, but you're quite good in lane. You're quite strong.
It's interesting to see a support that offers, like, team fight with physical damage. Most of the time it's team fight with either big disables or a bunch of magic damage or something. Layla's being totally shut out from his lane. MSS, maybe Mojo is the 3 now as he's getting total free farm right now.
Yes, but this is quite good for the Alchemist. Getting a nice little 1v1 here. Get some free farm, get some early levels. And Varian is still, he has access to his lane. He's not doing, not the best CS, but he's still getting something up here. So I think Crazy's overall winning across the board.
Dude, he can't get through.
Well, he could get through. He just doesn't want to waste his TP because then they might swap lanes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just mean like literally walking to the tier 1 tower, Moon Meander and Crazy.
Yeah, it's just going to be more of a support Death Prophet this game. Let's just pretend that Layla's is 4 and MSS is 3.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine with me. Meanwhile, he'll also be farming up the top lane. Pretty free right now.
If you really wanted to get to this lane as Layla's, I think you could walk with your creep wave.
Oh yeah, certainly.
But he's going to port now. I think he was maybe worried about getting blocked off, but he ports in.
All right, well, he's finally here. Skater's already level 2, though. And there's the danger there of, with an aggro trial with an Earthshaker, the biggest danger is being blocked off by a Fisher, not being able to retreat to your tower. Trying to make sure that Deny doesn't go out. Nice snipe of the courier there by Bryle in his mid matchup against Quinn. He's suffering a bit in CS. 14-4 for Quinn, really taking it to this opposing mid laner right now.
Yeah, it can be tough to CS as Invoker against a Quentin Blade melee hero.
If I recall, you've had a lot of good things to say about Bryle and his performance so far in this tournament.
Crazy is looking like the best team so far in the tournament, and their mid player is definitely delivering. That's a big part of it.
Quinn was probably like just the go-to second best NA player, I guess, if you include Abed in the mix. Do you think that Bryle is beginning to eclipse that? Do you think that the performance
better
here
than Quinn?
Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out.
All right.
This is winter bracket playoffs.
Yeah, this is where the pressure really starts amping up because before it was group stage, it didn't really determine anything.
Yeah, there was 6 NA teams fighting for 4 slots, so these two teams rose above the rest. They found themselves in the winter bracket, but it's very possible they're going to have a lot of games against each other before these playoffs are over.
MSS just pushing the support back of AUI 2000, but Skeeter 13-4. So he's still getting some decent CS, though. Not as much as the Spectre on the other side.
Yeah, it's all about the mid game, though. We saw Miracle on the Alchemist the other day really struggle early in the laning phase, retreats the jungle, and his team made plenty of space for him to just power farm up, and once he hit his timings, he was unstoppable.
I feel like against Alchemist, you always need a game plan during that time. So what is, in your opinion, the game plan for Quincy crew once we start getting to 10, 15 minutes and Alk is farming up the jungle?
Invade, invade, invade. I would say Klinks can do an excellent job of scouting where the Alchemist is with his skeleton walk, and then Void Spirit can kind of follow up, and he can reach from quite far away.
Okay.
Rune control as well, really important for Quinn. Invoker's not going to be getting a bottle, but he will hope to deny as many runes from Void Spirit's bottle as he can.
MSS committing here. Snuck behind the body blocks, and they do manage to get the cold feet to root him down into the spot. MSS with the Dark Pact, Death Pact, whatever it's called. He's still rather tanky. Death Pact.
Yeah, Dark Pact.
Thinking of Slarked.
Is that Slark's ability?
Yeah, that's his Q.
I was going to say, I feel like in Dota 1, maybe it was Dark Pact as well.
5-minute bounties are coming up. I guess that's another thing Klinks is good at, right? He's so mobile, combined with the invisibility, he can position himself to steal away bounty runes.
Yeah, he's always pesky. He can get bounty runes, snipe couriers.
Oh, Moon Meander, though. He's being a pest. Quinn is going to be pushed away. He tries to Fisher block him too, but he will get a refill on that bottle.
MSS is running for the one. Yep, got it. We're in front of Owie. He's like, what happened to it?
I like the fact that they do have some pretty decent tower pressure between Death Prophet and Clinks as well. Another way to kind of limit how much map control an Alchemist lineup has when he's trying to farm up. But very active heroes.
Yeah, but it's hard.
Crazy
It's
as
hard
well.
for Death Prophet this game to just go smack towers because of the Ancient Apparition. You know, one fissure into or an Invoker Tornado into a Blast plus an Earthshaker Fissure plus a Furion ult. Like, it's hard for him to be a frontliner this game.
Plus, you just need you need the creep waves to be pushed in to a point for you to be able to go and push a tower. But Nature's Prophet always being able to be split push and very active. A Quaswex Invoker. It certainly feels like Crazy is going to be fighting a lot as a 4-man to create that space for the Alchemist.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's going to be up to Bryle to kind of determine how fast they decide to take these fights and where they decide to take them. You're probably just going to rush the Urn, Phase Boots, and then probably Spirit Vessel, right?
Yeah. I feel like that's always the question for me is do you wait for the completed Spirit Vessel before you move around, or do you get some Urn charges nice and early?
I think you just move around, or just take fights when you have the Urn. They have an Alchemist. They don't necessarily have to be the ones pressuring. A lot of times they can just kind of absorb the pressure and defend. But yeah, one way to make space for Alchemist is to be aggressive and force Quincy Crew to play on their side of the map. As long as they can engage in an intelligent manner and then still have the opportunity to disengage when Quincy Crew does bring numbers.
Now we do see the top 2 CS, but the top 2 net worth is actually going the way of Crazy here. Bryle quickly removing that physical shield from the Resonant Pulse.
Alchemist level 5 now, still having quite a good farm. Sometimes you see Alchemist struggle in laning phase before he retreats to the jungle, and that's when he really takes off.
And this Death Prophet, well, getting fine CS isn't really enough to pressure an Alchemist. Maybe if he had a bit better start and had early levels of Spirit Siphon, but
yeah. But they tri-laned. They protected Alchemist with 2 heroes until he was at least level 3, I believe.
And the downside being that Furion would be a little bit underleveled, but I feel like Furion always recovers. He just needs levels now that he has his Wrath of Nature. That's free CS, and he could be anywhere on the map as a ganking force as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where Quinn wants to make his first move. Probably with that 8-minute rune if he can snag it. No, he doesn't have any points on the stun. If he had a point in the Aether Remnant, it would help him secure runes, but pretty impossible for him to get that one over Invoker.
I'm seeing this a lot from the NA Void Spirit players now, maxing out Dissimilate all the time.
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
Just lower cooldown, more mobility, it's good damage. I feel like you don't need the disable. They're going to try to make a play on Bryle here.
And they will manage to hit him with a couple of nukes here. The Fisher's going to go out, but that's not enough to save Bryle. Still had the dust on him, so unable to escape. That's going to be first blood. Moon Meander slowed down a tad bit here, but Kezu was ready to go with the teleport in. You could see Quinn and MSS fishing in the jungle a little bit.
Okay. And now I think that is the end of the laning phase. Alchemist is retreated into the jungle. Void Spirit's going to start making some moves. I wonder where Invoker will go, if he'll just go back to the mid lane. Or if he'll look to go elsewhere.
MSS taking a few creeps, but also very importantly, taking away experience away from the Alchemist. You really want that Chemical Rage to start speeding up your jungling.
Yeah, and he's just looks like he's just going to try and chase Alk or just make plays on mid lane.
There's a ward on the other side, so they do see the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, SVG knows though. He's ready to de-ward it.
He's going to try and deal with that. MSS sitting on top of the Alchemist right now, starts putting out some damage onto him, chasing him away from the jungle once again.
Dive on mid.
They're going to go for it. Early kill onto Bryle would be pretty big, especially if they can take that tower. They will manage to get that core, and with 5 here showing up from Quincy Crew, they're going to be able to find Moon Meander 2. A very fast rotation from Quincy Crew, taking advantage of the early Spectre level 6.
Yep, and smart decisions by Quinn and MSS here. You see how fast they are to say, oh, nope, we're not going to waste our time. We're not going to push mid-tower. Let's run at the Alchemist.
Yeah, just let Lelis do that job. They can't really defend against him, as is Skeeter. Showing up in the bottom lane, but they're going to go for AUI first. Get that kill. And now it means they probably are a little bit running low on steam to be able to chase that Alk around.
Yep, but if, it's okay to let the Alk farm as long as the rest of his team has having a terrible game. He's not going to be able to 1v5, most likely.
Is that mostly because they have a Spectre that also scales into the game, or?
Well, I just, if you're the only hero contributing, like all of a sudden you get kited.
Yeah. There's the Tornado Ice Blast combination you were talking about, and that's probably enough to kill Lelis. Kezu just needs a couple more shots to get the kill. Fisher goes out on SVG, but it's Kezu who's going to be caught by Quinn. Easily kills him with his burst of damage. The Clinks, all those archers, dealing a fair amount of damage to Crazy and pushes them away. Moonmeander gets a little bit low.
Yeah, the support Clinks is kind of nice, right? Like, you have a nice teamfight ultimate. You can run around and be useful, snipe couriers, plant deep wards, scout your opponents, and there isn't all this pressure on you to like get kills and while continuing to farm.
And it looks a little bit like the Mirana as well, where there's that death pack farming that you can use while roaming around.
Yeah, for sure.
Moonmeander catches you are here, still has some of that dagger walking though. It's pretty speedy. Hard for Furion to control a Spectre, that's for sure.
Moonmeander quite far behind as the Airshaker this game. He has a decent amount of farm, but only level 4. I think Aoi took the tome to help him get the Ice Blast up, which was a good decision, but their support's much lower level than the supports on Radiant.
MSS, seen a couple heroes here. He's making the call for Quinn to come over.
Yep. Crazy not really quite ready to fight yet. Need to wait for Alchemist to come online.
Did have a sentry there. MSS, super tanky, starts turning around, putting some damage out onto Moonmeander. Quinn's there to be able to follow it up. The Ice Blast is going to come in. It does
misses the
barely. It misses onto Quinn, but it doesn't really seem to matter too much because they can't turn a ton of damage around on him. Tornado moving the Resonant Pulse, but it doesn't matter. It's all damage that comes out from Quinn and no real rebuttal from Crazy.
Yeah, Quincy Crew doing a great job of bringing numbers. They brought 4 heroes here, and Void Spirit seems like the strongest hero on the map at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's Invoker. Pretty pale comparison, and his impact in these team fights.
Void Spirit's just so much. He's so tanky with the Resonant Pulse, the damage absorption, the mobility. Like, he can dodge spells. Invoker is just he just gets dusted, and then he has no way out.
Yeah,
he's got 1 tornado, and if he's not out of the fight after that, he just goes down.
Does have some earn charges. Is trying to work towards that Spirit Vessel. Meanwhile, Lelis was on the other side of the map. He was 1 person missing from that fight, and he was doing some good chip damage to that bottom tower. So all the tier 1s, they're almost gone for Crazy, and that's just going to make this fast pace that Quincy Crew has taken and constantly invading jungles even easier for them.
Yeah, you really want your Alchemist to be on top of the network at this point in the game. He's been mode jungle for quite a while.
Kezu targeted here. They're going to pop the Spectre ultimate. The Tornado's going to come through, but nice dodge by the Spectre. Managed to get away from the Tornado by jumping onto the Invoker, haunting over. Not able to get an additional kill, but prevents his mana from being sapped away. And he's 1,000 gold now from the Sacred Relic.
Yep, Spectre's more farmed than Alchemist. A very bad sign for Quincy Crew.
That is terrible. You're talking about getting the Radiance at the same time. It's a big oof.
It's always the problem with, I think this was the last pick Alchemist, right? They picked Invoker Spectre as their 8-9,
yeah.
And then Alchemist was 10. It's always the problem when you last pick a farmer hero that doesn't contribute to the early mid-game laning phase. I think your lanes already need to be secure before you can pick it. But you can see how small Alchemist map is. He's not able to farm as fast and as free as he wants.
Gonna find Lelis, the Spirit Siphon, not healing him up anymore after the Ice Blast comes through, and it looks like he is gonna die. The rest of Quincy Crew just giving up on that core. The Yule Scepter is now here, though, for the Void Spirit, and he is gonna run into Moonmeander here. But being full health like that, Moonmeander's rather tanky.
Basically what I was trying to say is it's much nicer to have a core that's having a really good game who can make space for Alchemist.
Right. And we didn't quite have that, right? Invoker, he got beat out by the Void Spirit in mid. We had this Furion who was left alone. They had to put everything they had into their laning phase to make sure Alchemist got okay.
Furion wants to split push and farm like he's doing right now. So Alchemist kind of wants to do the same thing. So then they're kind of just playing the game 3v5.
Yeah, look how aggressively Quincy Crew is just running it crazy because they know there's little chance that there's going to be a response from Crazy, and Skeeter going to be corralled in here. Quinn finishes him off. They even blow that Klink's ultimate just to make sure they get the kill.
Yeah, definitely worth expending your ultimate there. Alchemist goes down before his Radiance. He is in a terrible spot at the moment. They do have an Earthshaker Blink slowly approaching. About 500 gold away from that. Might be an opportunity for them to win a team fight.
Pinging him out, MSS.
Yeah, just scouting.
Yeah.
They see him, though. They see him.
It's like a hunter and his companion, you know? Klinks just goes out, spots the prey. Quinn follows up.
Yeah, I like this version of Klinks much better than the one we saw in the Liquid Nigma series.
Yeah, certainly.
Just too much pressure on Klinks. Hero doesn't farm well. This is kind of what he does as a core anyways. Layla's is going down in the bottom lane, though.
Yeah, certainly. 3 heroes come to this fight. MSS is here, and there is a Winter Wyvern cutting in from the side, but without a core. Not sure how much work they can do by themselves.
Yeah, Quincy Crew's really spread out on the map. They've got heroes mid, heroes bottom. They're going to find Moon here.
And thanks to the mobility of Quinn, he can join his supports in this team fight now. The Ice Blast is going to come in. Looks like they may have read it. Dodging that one, Bryle's probably going to go down here. SVG keeping himself alive with the golden brace, and Kezu doesn't have any damage to put through that. Spots a courier, snipes that instead, but he knows committing his teleport like that means that he will die. Gets what he could out of it, but that's it. 3 dead in exchange for the pickoff on Lelis. And Radiances that are about to be complete.
I was just about to say, like, Crazy needs to find some sort of opening, and ganking this Death Prophet in the bottom lane was a really good idea, but then they just immediately get picked on their side of the map as well, and they commit, both their cores while Alchemist continues to farm, but he does finish his Radiance. Still level 10 though.
Time to speed things up a bit. Spectre's about to do the same though, and Spectre
has her Radiance as well.
Yep. She's going to make a lot better use of whatever farm she gets, so Alchemist really needs to be ahead. This is a simple pickoff on AUI, scouted by MSS. It looks like he's going to have an Orchid pretty soon on this Klinks. This is... the last Klinks we saw felt like he never got that second item after Desolator. This is a 4-position Klinks.
A lot of luxury items coming out for Quincy Crew as they're taking a demanding lead in this game versus an Alchemist.
Moon Meander going to be run down here. Nice catch with the Aether Remnant.
Got his Blink.
He did get his Blink Dagger. There's the Dual Scepter for Lelis. I believe Quinn is about to complete his Aghanim Scepter as well, so...
If they could just get level 12 on Alchemist, I think that would be an opportune time for them to try and take a fight.
Okay. Is there that big of a difference between the Chemical Rage 1 and 2?
Not necessarily, but Radiant's working with a lot of tier 2 ultimates, or level 2 ultimates. So I think it's just a nice little power bump for you.
Yeah. Well, sadly, it looks like they may be denied that little bit of a power spike because Quincy Crew is going to pick up an Aegis.
Yeah. And Spectre will probably pick that up with his Radiance. Opting for the squishier Glass Cannon Radiance build, which helps him continue his farm into his next item. Now as an Aegis, can freely join fights and not being afraid. He doesn't need to be afraid of being in the thick of things.
Yeah, certainly. It's oftentimes the problem with Spectres. They get Radiance, they join a fight, they're targeted.
They die.
They just die so quickly, but this Spectre...
Yeah, so he can pretty much... This also gives... It lets you farm just like really anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Oh, and now you got the Essence Ring. Give that to the Void Spirit, I think. Maybe? Or keep the Imp Call, possibly. Who took the Essence Ring? Death Prophet. Okay.
Smoke up. Death Prophet leading the way. His smoke breaks. He backs down from that high ground area, knowing that Moon Meander was already up there. Could be a bit of a sticky situation.
Moon needs a big dunk.
Let's Yuar lead the way. Yuar trying to make himself a bit of a target here. Wrath of Nature going out. The Ice Blast goes right over the top there. Yuar, this is going to be an Aegis fed away for free.
Okay, yeah. Well, they botched their A blast, but they managed to take down the Aegis for just about nothing. They'll probably wait for that cooldown to come back up and then maybe try and make a play themselves.
Is Kezu going to be spotted here? Yeah, he sees the bounty runes missing. Quinn, he's going to chase him around. Got vision of him.
Yeah, I think he's taking a death here.
Yet another death for Kezu. It's a rough life when you are not the alchemist in the game and your job is just to be able to create as much space as possible while dying as little as possible. Sadly, some of those deaths are unescapable.
Okay, so Alchemist is getting his BKB. Yep, on the courier now.
Okay.
Here comes Quincy Crew, though.
Big timing, perhaps. Ice Blast being used immediately there. AUI doing battle with the other opposing 5 position. Doesn't really have a way out. He knows it, too. He just keeps on running to the enemy side of the map, trying to draw them away. Because on the other side of things, you had Quinn as well as Lelis, who are pushing very aggressively forward. They're going to smoke up.
Yeah, they see the Wyvern. It's a great initial target for them.
Blink Dagger and BKB. This is the timing to be able to win a fight. The Spectre ultimate going out, spotting a lot of heroes. MSS, he's going to drop his ultimate here, cutting off the rest of Crazy. They're going to take so much damage as they walk through this, especially with the Aether Remnant pulling him up onto the cliff. Even if he didn't die immediately, he would have been stuck there. A clumsy net to be able to control up Kezu. He had just went down in the bottom, or the top lane rather. The Earthshaker comes through. The Echo Slam to finish off MSS. Now a blast coming in onto Lelis, but he gets the Essence Ring off and dodges the Ice Blast just in time. A Spirit Siphon helping top him up a little bit more. Gets the heal. Kezu's now going to TP in aggressively here. See if he can sprout anybody. Allowing for an unstable concoction follow-up from Skeeter, but he didn't have the range.
Okay, only managing to get the supports there. Not the best fight for Crazy, but not bad. They were so good. Owie missed both of his Ice Blasts in this fight too. Could have been huge if he landed them.
Yeah, a bit rough. At least we didn't see the BKB used from the Alchemist, so we still got that full 10 seconds.
I think Invoker needs like a 4-staff or something. He can't, he's just turning around and running in all these fights.
Back in the fight, we have the Winter's Curse.
Oh, yeah.
Lashed onto 3.
Void Spirit's dead, by the way.
Good gank on the Void Spirit. And SVG couldn't save him in time.
Yeah, it was a little T-Tours moment there, but, you know, it happens.
Yeah, sometimes things just pop up. 18-7, Quincy Crew still leading in net worth against an Alchemist lineup, but Crazy does feel like they're getting strong enough to take 5-on-5s. Same time, this Spectre.
Alchemist back on top.
Yeah.
That kill was huge, and I guess Owie got all the gold, which isn't great for them, but it's okay. He's going to be a little bit tankier. Alchemist looking like he's going for the AC. He's got the Hyperstone now. I go plot the plate mail first.
You're going to see another smoke or something here? Grouping up an awful lot around this area. It looks like they don't have any smokes left on their supports.
Don't have Echo Slam yet either. Probably want to wait for that.
Yeah, another 30 seconds there.
Almost an Orchid.
Is there pressure on Quincy Crew? Or is this the point in time where it's like, okay, the Alchemist is online.
Yeah.
You can chill a little bit. Let Spectre farm.
I don't know. It's a little tricky, right? Spectre, I think you just play around your item timings. Just, you know, more normal. Alchemist isn't unkillable. You just need to kite his BKB. And they have a Winter Wyvern ult. If he casts it, you just pop it on him. Walk away.
They can focus on the rest. That's what MSS is going to be doing with his Orchid.
Yeah, it's really important that Wyvern especially just stays behind and doesn't get initiated on.
Okay.
But they don't really have the greatest frontliners for Quincy Crew. Spectre is still not the tankiest hero. Void Spirit, mobile but doesn't want to catch a stun.
It almost feels like MSS may be the best person here. The Winter's Curse is going to be laid out with the Orchid combination. They actually throw out the wall of skeletons as well, but he still has his BKB to work off of. Skeeter has already taken a bunch of damage, though, from the Orchid popping, and Skeeter will end up going down here. Yawar daggering through, doesn't actually hit anybody there, can walk with the dagger to keep up his movement speed. The Aether Remnant does catch Kezu and pull him back into his doom.
I actually did not predict that angle of fight for Quincy Crew there. Casting the Winter Wyvern ult on Alchemist before he had his BKB up, able to chain the Void Spirit disable, and after that, and with a Clinks ult, they were able to bring him down.
Yeah, with the Orchid as well, right? We've seen Winter Wyverns rush Orchid themselves, but use that Winter's Curse with somebody else's Orchid, and that works just as well.
Extra damage there at the end of the Orchid. All right, so Crazy needs to be a little bit more careful with their Alchemist now. He is not unkillable. He did get kind of blocked by Earthshaker. It was a little bit unfortunate. He got stuck. May have lived if that wasn't the case.
Level 18 is almost here for the Void Spirit. You got that level 20's Talon coming in soon, so he's about to hit like a really big.
They're on the Invoker bottom.
Yep, Invokers just dead. And MSS up to 60 extra Death Pack charges. Sweep it across. Quincy Crew not going to slow down here. The Arcane Rune does get denied, but they have enough to be able to slow AUI down. Hits him with the Arctic Burn. It's going to be an easy pickoff. Skeeter actually wants to be able to fight this, though. He has the Unstable Concoction. The Fissure, though, separates the Alchemist from the Death Prophet. Couldn't go for that kill. Not sure if it would have been a good one to go for anyway.
Maybe if the Fissure's on the other side of the Death Prophet and they can just focus her, could have been okay, but they were 3v5 at that point, so maybe a better decision just to disengage.
And this Death Prophet's about to get even tankier. Essence Ring, Yules, and soon a Pipe.
Yeah, Pipe's a huge pickup for them. Crazy has tons of magic damage.
And it seems like, it's a chill time for Quincy Crew. Like this pickup, UR is going to be going for a Scotty next. Quite good against the Alchemist since the
regen reduction.
Regen reduction, that change.
Yeah, I like that. Did just get a Paladin's. Wait, no. Yeah, Paladin. Oh, Paladin's Sword for Radiant.
Yeah, that would be a really big pickup for an Alchemist. Still good for a Radiant.
Yeah, really good for Alchemist. So Alchemist is finishing his AC here. I feel like he's a bit stronger, but I don't know if he has what it takes at the moment. I think this Basher will be a much bigger timing for him. The fact that he'll be able to just smack a target and really lock them down.
All right, so level 18 with a Basher. At that point in time, you start getting into that perma-stun territory.
Yeah, that could be a great timing for them. They could still fight now, though. I think they might need to. Might be a Roche fight or something coming up. Solar Crest as well, eventually for Bryle. He could put that on the Alchemist.
All right. Smoke on Moon Meander.
Yeah, teams know something's up. It's a little too quiet, they say.
Just keep on playing around each other. Kezu trying to put some pressure on them out on the map to see if he can flush out some Quincy Crew members, make them show somewhere.
Smoke for the mid tower.
Smoke up, Moon Meander. His smoke breaks. He blinks forward, drops a ward on the high ground, but they spotted that one. And SVG, he's going to be a target here, but it looks like Moon Meander's already dead from the Orchid of MSS. They do manage to kill that support 5 position from Bryle on the back line. AUI, he's also dead, and Skeeter all alone now. Pops his BKB. He is just going to get run at by Lelis. He has the movement speed to be able to give chase, and as soon as the BKB wears out, he's going to get Spirit Siphoned, or Yules, or any number of things that will lead to his death. Triple kill for MSS.
The Spectre Han is really problematic for Earthshaker and AA. They are just dying near instantly when that Haunt comes out, unable to blink. Moon Meander also made some very aggressive blink and to put a ward up here, and he just blinked right into a Clinks who had an Orchid.
I mean, my question is, why were they smoked up in the river in the first place? You know?
Well, I think they wanted to jump the person that showed on the mid wave. They felt like they needed to force a fight, and mid tower is as good as any place to start one off.
Yeah, I guess I just would have preferred like the wrap around, you know, to the side of the tower or something.
Moon just jumped the gun. He just kind of, his smoke broke when he was in the river, and he just blinked up on the hill and didn't see anybody, and it was an invisible Clinks that broke his smoke, and invisible Clinks killed the Earthshaker.
SVG is about to finish up a Spirit Vessel too. It was one thing. They didn't really have a Spirit Vessel carrier on the side of Quincy Crew if Void Spirit didn't go for it, and he didn't. Because the Yule's an early Ags pickup.
Yeah, they haven't needed it. They've had enough damage to kill the Alchemist.
Now he's got a BKB.
Yeah, Alex having a really tough time connecting on fights by like the Haunt goes out, and by the time the Haunt is over, Alchemist's entire team is just dead.
Yeah.
And then he's just by himself thinking, okay, here I go, 1v5.
Damn. MSS is level 18. Skeeter is only level 17.
Yeah, he's having a really great game on the Clinks.
Mjolnir almost complete for Kezu. So at least he is keeping up his farm, but Bryle is just totally fallen by the wayside.
I think he needs a BKB on Furion, or else I don't think he can actually connect on damage. I suppose he can just put the Mjolnir on Alchemist, but like I mentioned, they're kind of just saving him for last. If he bought a BKB on Furion, he might actually be able to live for the first 5 seconds of a fight.
Seems like Crazy is getting a little bit fed up with this. They are trying to 5-man, trying to, like, it looked like Skeeter was thinking about hitting that mid tower. But if he pops Chemical Rage, then Quincy Crew are very likely to force a fight 20 seconds later. So they have to back away again.
Yeah. They're in a rough spot right now. Being behind as an Alchemist team, trying to force the issue, but all of their supports are trying to stay behind Alchemist, and Alchemist is like, do I want to fight or do I want to farm? And he can't find any heroes, doesn't have any mobility items. He's kind of just walking around hoping somebody walks into him and they mess up. But he takes the tome here for his level 18 ultimate. Roshan is being attempted. They scan it. They know. Can they get there fast enough? They have no smokes. So
no smokes left. That last smoke not working out for them. Means they had limited resources to be able to defend this Roshan. They do have the Ice Blast to get inside the pit and spot this. Are they going to commit for it? Roshan is low, 1,500 HP. It looks like they want to. Lelis is going to stand outside the pit. The Exorcism Ghost will finish off the Roche. Wow, look at that. Quinn positions himself to be able to intercept. Immediately silences up Ryle first and jumps into the back line. Immediately going for Owie after that because you know Bryle has been caught. Now they're going to jump on a Skeeter. They have the skeletons sticking on him. Even if he pops his BKB, there's too much physical damage.
Yeah, they might call it. That was not really a fight.
No, it wasn't.
They just kind of went in and died. I think the Spectre pick has just ruined their support. Like, the AA and the Shaker, how can they play when the Haunt comes out and Spectre has farm like this?
Yeah, their positioning is so important, and they're just food for Spectre.
I think their positioning is impossible.
Yeah.
Spectre just haunts, and there they are. They're dead. And without the Shaker follow, like without the Shaker initiation, Alchemist just can't ever find a target to go on.
He looks completely impotent in all of these fights. He has no clear target to be able to jump in, follow up.
Yeah, he wants to run in and stun somebody, pop his BKB, and smack them, but never gets even an opportunity to do it. And we've seen the last 2 fights from them, Alchemist just limping away, trying to run away while BKB'd.
And we haven't even seen the Winter Wyvern. Hasn't really been needed to, but he does have a counter to that in the Cold Embrace as well. So
yeah, all
the more important for Crazy to get a big multi-hero initiation.
Needed better games on their other heroes. Invoker's just not doing enough, and Furion is just a Furion. It's hard for him to achieve a lot.
All right, 14,000 net worth lead against an Alchemist.
Yep, Spectre has
very
some
slim
Aegis,
chances.
Cheese on Death Prophets. Looks like they're mass porting in here from Moon Meander, whose blink is on cooldown for a little bit.
Fisher blocked out. Moon Meander will escape.
Haunt up in 10, Arcane Rune as well for Spectre, so he'll definitely be popping that here in just a moment.
Okay, so they know they forced some Quincy Crew members down to the bottom half of the map. Now they're just going to play on this big old high ground, hoping that Quincy Crew stumble right into them, and they're going to. Lelis is just running up there. The Ice Blast immediately going to go up. The Fisher follow-up, but look at that. The Haunt goes out, and immediately the back line is being assaulted. They both pop their Ghost Scepters, but only one of them will be able to TP out. Owie had his denied by Yule's Scepter. Skeeter once again, but Haunt is over, and all his friends, they're gone. He's left alone. Ever alone, Skeeter will fall.
Well, he did do some damage that time. Got his BKB off, got to smack some people, killed the Clinks.
But that pretty much took like the worst or the best possible type of fight where somebody just runs up high ground into you.
Yeah, Quincy Crew just walked into the high ground there. Layla's leading the charge for them.
And that's not like, it's not like Quincy Crew is like making a bad play there, just running up to the high ground. It goes to show how much stronger they feel. They're like, it doesn't matter, even if they're up there, we can win any fight against them.
Yeah, maybe they could have taken the fight a little bit smarter.
Sure.
But may have just been better for them to just force it, right? Maybe they couldn't find an angle, but they wanted the area, they wanted the fight, they wanted to be strong, right? The Spectre had the Haunt Arcane Rune. And ultimately, if Spectre does not die, I think it's hard for Crazy to get back in this game.
So we've seen the response. It's Ghost Scepters for the Earthshaker and the Ancient Apparition to survive. Well, Nullifier is up next for the Spectre. So that'll counter.
He has it.
He already has it. Oof. Almost has that and level 25.
There he has it.
Okay.
25. 5% tank here.
I would have been down to see the illusion damage just to watch those supports get knocked out.
Yeah.
That much quicker.
I've seen Spectres go for it. I'm not 100% sure what's better. From what I've heard, Dispersion is just almost always better.
Yeah, I have to imagine. It's just straight up 5% damage reduction combined with 5% damage back into the enemy team. That sounds
pretty
really hard to beat late game when you've got 3,300 HP.
Dispersion is what makes Spectre such an amazing hero, and the fact that you can just add to it just makes Spectre better at being Spectre.
Well, we see some of the late game plans for this Alchemist. The combination of Solar Crest plus Alacrity does make him swing like a beast. He would just constantly bash chain stun people. But he's not strong enough to really be able to focus everybody on Quincy Crew down because the damage is coming from a little bit from everywhere. Quinn's got a Desolator. UR is gigantic, and I don't think he can really focus on UR.
Keizu has set a bounty on MSS for the time being.
Okay.
See if they can get him. Tier 4 items coming out as well.
Aghanim Scepter for the Clinks. I feel like there could have been more clever ideas than that Aghanim Scepter. It's just Monkey King Zags.
Is that what it does?
Yeah, you just spawn 2 skeletons when you come out of Skeleton Walk.
Maybe. What would you have made it?
I don't know. I guess I haven't taken the time to think about it. What about
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know, all of his abilities are kind of boring.
Yeah, he's kind of just a right-click bot.
How about you can move those skeleton archers when you summon them?
Yeah, how much move speed would you give him? Like 100?
Yeah, well, I'm just imagining this army. Oh, it also lets them target buildings. How about that? So you just march them up into the high ground.
What if he gained a permanent skeletal ally that followed him into battle every time he killed a hero?
Every single time he killed a hero?
Yeah, just get like a little, it'd be like a range creep almost. And he would just be able to control it.
Yeah.
He would just build the army.
What if it's just added on to his ultimate? So you just like, I don't know how many skeletons, it's probably like something like 6 or 8 initially.
What's going on in this
but
game
for
right
every
now?
We're just stalled out waiting for...
We're just waiting for them to say GG or what?
I think so, because Quincy Crew, there's no incentive for them to try and like end the game. It is inherently risky. They can keep on farming and keep on getting stronger.
I mean, they got to win the series at some point, right?
That is true. But if they really wanted to, I bet they could wait for next Roshan, which potential spawn time is in 50 seconds. So if they were to lose this fight and give up Roshan to Crazy, they would certainly be kicking themselves.
Yeah, War missing the Manta dodge on EMP on stream. Come on. Ouch.
We saw the Europeans do it. War, gotta show up.
That's okay. He's probably just chilling this game. Like, he's playing Spectre, he's super farmed, like, he can't die, he kills everyone.
Quinn, take the outpost. Take it back. Kesu, he TP'd in, BKB TP'd out, all to get an outpost that didn't remain theirs at 40 minutes, so.
Well, I did get the BKB, though. It's nice, and here's the Haunt.
Nullifier. And that is how Moon Meander dies.
Down he goes. Wonder if we get the Spectre Ags. I like that one.
Oh yeah,
you can just haunt anybody you see.
Yep.
But no, he went Basher. He went the Snore build, as I like to call it.
Do you have any like special off-meta builds that you go on any heroes?
Oh wow, I'd have to think about it.
36 to 10. 22,000 net worth ahead against an Alchemist. Again, against an Alchemist. This is pretty much do or die here for Crazy. They're getting the initiation onto the Spectre. Down to half, down to 500. He's gone. All right.
Yawar.
No buyback either for Yawar.
Walking blindly into a high ground?
Yeah, maybe Crazy, just maybe, they can do Roshan for themselves.
What in the world?
I mean, you got to take the risks right now at this point. Even if you think Spectre does have buyback, even just forcing out that buyback would be fantastic for them. Unfortunately, Roshan will not respond for another 2 minutes.
They also have a glyph and a tier 1 tower to go through, so
yeah.
It's going to delay them quite a bit.
Man, just imagine if it was an early Roche, though.
Moonmeander just leading the charge here.
Yeah, and now he's going to lead the retreat, too. First one in, first one dead.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the rest of Quincy crew is still strong.
Saw Moon flaming some people in pubs last night. Gotta say that play was a bit questionable, my friend.
What did he say to his pubs?
I don't know, just like play better kind of a thing. Don't make stupid plays.
Didn't drop any of those Neva Evas.
No, that's not cool anymore.
That's old Moon Meander.
I think he's making a comeback though. I would love to have him on for a winner's interview, but it just doesn't look like doesn't look likely at this point.
Yeah,
it was just
certainly
game 1,
not
though.
for this game 1.
Yeah.
Do you looking back at the draft, that Alchemist was obviously not the pick. Is there some way, if they really were set on last pick Alchemist, was there a way they could have set up the Alchemist pick a little bit better?
I think Invoker is kind of a weak laner.
Okay.
I don't think that you should. I think you need to have really strong laners with Alchemist, and you need to have winning lanes to make it work.
That's fair.
Otherwise, you just get ran over. I think Alk is like an super greedy pick, and on 22, I don't think he helps offset any of the pressure that's already on your way.
Hunt goes out. Moon Meander, he's got the flicker. He's please, no, don't do it.
Another one. He has another flicker.
He's got another flicker going up over to the side. Stuns him, but runs into the Aether Remnant. No, he gets another one. That cost Quinn one more Astral Step. That's what it cost him. MSS, you have? Yes, he does. He has the gem. He's just going to run right alongside Bryle here.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He knows. He knows.
He knows now. Evasive maneuvers. Fortunately, he doesn't have his tornado spell out, and, well, he also gets orchided, so. Aeon Disc for Quinn, just to make sure that if he does ever get caught, like Yawar did, he has a chance to get out of it. Timeless Relic. Usually we talk about the debuff duration. Doesn't have the most stuns. I guess the silence lasts longer. That's pretty hype. But the 15% spell damage, that is big on this hero.
Yep. What else would be big for Radiant is getting Roshan? There's an Ags on there, actually, not a refresher. So Spectre Ags, maybe.
Spectre Ags. It's time.
Oh, AUI's been spotted.
I like how he felt. He's like, screw it. I'm not using this ult any other time.
Yeah, he saved 90 gold there by not using his teleport.
All right, Roshan time. These NA games, man, they just don't end.
It's the perseverance of the North Americans. They're just strong-willed. Can't fault them for that.
Are they saving all that strong will from their pubs? Because my experience is very weak will. Game's going a little bag is GG. It's over, boys.
Nobody wants to be the bummer, right? Oh, Spectre. He got it. Go, kill.
Shadow Step time. Anybody shows on the map.
Go.
He's ready to jump him. You see Kezu. You can jump him at any time.
Please use your ability.
He jumps now, finally shows up. There it is. Kezu. He gets the unwillingly, he gets the information that
Oh.
Spectre now has an axe.
Now we summoned 100 battle points.
Nice.
Too bad you don't get to keep those private lobbies.
Yeah. Not so nice. Man, the Spectre is just overflowing with items.
Yeah, it's 500 CS at this point. Pretty farmed.
God damn, he's got a Scythe of Ice. MSS has a Medallion of Courage in his backpack because he can't hold everything right now. Gem and cheese. He almost has his level 25, so Searing Arrows multi-shot or the plus 3-second Skeleton Walk attack speed duration. There's a mouthful. Hey, we're going high ground.
Nice, nice, nice.
Alacrity Alchemist, though. That's kind of scary, Skeeter. He's going to be a target here. That's that Cold Embrace counter, though. And now it's going to be the Alchemist who goes down. Jesus, that was fast. That wasn't even close. Okay, Winner's Curse just to make sure they catch the extra heroes. No buyback from the Alchemist, so very likely this is GG. The Echo Slam goes out. Actually, Flicker to remove the Orchid there. Still managed to get off the Fissure and gets out. Sadly, they didn't really kill any heroes as the Cold Embrace heals up. You are again. He still has an Aegis to work with. Laylis pops his BKB, and the Exorcism goes to return. There's that Searing Arrows multi-shot. It's going to be enough to kill the Ancient Apparition. He does die and drop the gem. Didn't pop the cheese, huh? MSS. What's going on? Cold Feet actually latches Quinn down. They have a buyback from Moon Meander. He's baiting him in. Come into the fountain, boys. Unfortunately, Yawar's just a tad far away from that fountain range. GG is called. Finally. Goodness.
Well, you didn't enjoy the last 20 minutes of this one?
I did not, Peter. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, come on. Quincy Crew, they were just winning, you know? They hadn't beaten these guys before. They were just celebrating their victory.
I mean, I don't blame them whatsoever for taking it slow. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. And I'm also just disappointed because Crazy did beat Quincy Crew last time around.
They
expected to
regrouped.
see a little bit more from them, but it just looked like they got rolled over, man. It felt like by 15, 20 minutes, it was already dangerous territory.
Yeah, this game was not particularly close. They had a couple of moments where Alchemist looked like he could get back into the game, but if you're behind on an Alchemist, odds aren't in your favor.
No, they're not. So that's game one. Hopefully, much better series ahead. We're going to go to break, come back with a panel.
Breathing in, breathing out. There's no more room for any doubt. Empty mind, steady hands. Just stay close, stick to the plan. I hear them coming, I hear them coming, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. I hear them coming, I hear them coming down. I'm ready as I'll ever be. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, it's sure to kill. In this deep a faith that you're in me too. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it
Welcome back, everyone. Crazy versus Quincy Crew, game number 1. It was a 50-minute game, but pretty decisive for Quincy Crew. I look back at some of the stuff that happened. The Spectre getting the Radiance at almost the exact same time at the Alchemist. A lot of stuff just went pretty wrong on Crazy's side, it felt like.
Quinn is really good at Dota.
I'll agree with you there, Charlie. No arguments here.
He was all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's definitely showing why he's just far and away the best mid laner in NA right now.
For sure. I mean, that game, the first blood came at 7.5 minutes. It was on Bryle, and it was, Quinn getting the setup and a lot of rotations. So what's different from today than, 2 days ago or 3 days ago when we watched him play? Because it felt actually a little bit similar to that game, too, where you kind of knew the game was over at 25 minutes because that Spectre's farm. Mm-hmm. But maybe Skeeter, we saw him kill Yawar that one time. It was just a strange game to me. They had a chance. They really did. When you have an Alf, you have a chance. He's strong. But it just didn't work, and I felt Owie on that AA, he missed a lot of ults, more than I've ever seen. And that's rough, because you got to hit those, especially on either the Death Prophet or the target the Winter Wyvern has.
I think a big part of leaving AA in the pool, despite picking up 2 heroes with heals in the first round, was they just know AA as a hero is not going to offer much in the mid game, compared to Jakiro, who's just got an AoE stun. The hero just does more. The AA is a hero you can take advantage of in the laning stage and also in the mid game team fights, which is where Quincy kind of shines.
Yep. How are you feeling about this Clinks 4? I mean, it worked real well this game.
Yeah, I think Clinks 4 is just feast or famine. When it looks good, it snowballs. It's amazing. Good. He ends the game with over plus 100 bonus damage. He's effectively a 4th core hero. When it doesn't look good, it just does nothing. There's no middle ground with Clinks as a 4 position or a carry. I think that's just Clinks as a hero. There's no middle ground. It's super all in. It's usually one-dimensional what it does when it's a core role. I'm starting to like 4 more and more because it's not just this I do single target physical damage. It's like this roaming scouting hero that sets up kills for the team, kind of like what Nyx Assassin and Bounty Hunter used to do, but it just seems to dish out more damage than a Bounty Hunter, for example. It seems like a better Bounty Hunter to me.
I will say that there was a moment, I think the final nail in the coffin was when they got the Winner's Curse on the Alchemist when he got his BKB.
Yeah.
And then the Winner's Curse set up with the Orchid, with the Void Spirit Remnant, and he died after that. After that, I think, that was their chance to do something with the BKB.
Yeah.
But unfortunate block off on the fissure sort of sealed this fate.
Yeah, it did. And meanwhile, I know it didn't make the biggest impact at the end of the game, but Aghanim Spectre, we saw the Shadow Step. And I was going to say, like you said, paired with the Clinks is just invis on a hero, so you get the vision. If you don't know what it does, it's your single target ultimate pretty much. You just click it on a hero, and guess what? You're on top of him. And you said it, you're like, man, this is really good versus Nature's Prophet. So if you see more core Nature's Prophet, got to watch out for that.
Yeah, those 2 players and heroes worked really well together. The Clinks just hunting all over the map, the Spectre Haunt to follow up, and then also, Quinn's Void Spirit. I love that the Void Spirit and Clinks can just play off of each other because they're both so mobile, so active. Yeah. And then you've got a Spectre who doesn't need to be at the fight. He just shows up because he pops on.
Yeah, makes sense. Quincy Crew, a little bit of bullying on the crazy, but you know what you shouldn't do? That. Because you should be a nicer person with any key, the GLHF. You've got the pledge right there. You know, be a nicer guy, Charlie. I know you're a little bit of a flamer in your pubs.
Dude, I've been trying
But you're
to be
only
nicer.
to your own teammates in your party, so, you know, not as bad, but you should be nicer. Maybe those Herald 2 players you're playing with would play better if you weren't so mean.
I'm sorry I flamed you, Grant.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
I will
okay?
remember it. I appreciate it. But yeah, take the pledge. We appreciate it, and it is good to be positive. That's what it is to say. Going into game number 2, what does crazy change?
Got to be more positive, Grant.
Okay, there you go.
Then you go make the pledge.
I think they need to pick heroes that are more do shit. AA, while yes, you're great against the healers, right? But at the same time, like, you don't have a stun, you don't have a real stun, you don't. Your cold chili fingers,
yeah,
great in lane, but beyond that, you don't really do very much, and you're easy to run down.
Okay. Makes sense to me. Get some do shit heroes, and you got to make it happen because Quincy Crew just beat you up in that game number 1. Game number 2 is right around the corner, so stick around.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day, you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling alive. Chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing
ESL 1 is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, GG Bet, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and DHL.
And this very well could be the last game of today if game 1 was any indication. Quincy Crew absolutely handling Crazy. Well, Crazy, you got a chance to answer. That's what a new draft is for, Charlie and Gods. You got to make something happen because, you know, it feels like this Alchemist didn't really work for you. So, you know, back to the drawing boards. But what's on that board?
We're about to find out because we do have a draft.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully more active heroes. Crazy need to, I think, set their draft and game up so that they can be more in control. When you draft an Alchemist with no playmakers, it's very much like, let's just sit back and hope they don't contest Alch and we farm a Radiance at a good time.
Yeah. Peter set it off. Well, if you have a Nature's Prophet and Alch, you're just going to get run at. And what are you going to do? And the answer was nothing. Exactly. You have an AA as well. Like, that hero, you're an ulti pretty much.
You can't do anything. And they had to wait so long for Moon to get his dagger before they could do it. But your Earthshaker is a 4. Like, he's not going to get his daggers too quickly.
Yeah.
Especially when, like, your Alchemist is farming, your Nature's Prophet is farming.
There's nowhere on the map for you to farm.
Where are you going to go?
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so the bans, Death Prophet going away this time of hero. We kind of forgot about in the first phase last time.
It had the least impact of every hero. Not to say...
Yeah.
I think that's by design. They first pick it. It gets counterpicked. Hey, we're going to play it as a 3 position.
Get out of here.
That's often the case with these flex openers. So it had the least impact in the game, but it had a very high impact on the draft. It's part of the reason why Crazy ended up with this kind of draft.
And also, it's a little funny, right? Spirit Siphon's pretty damn good versus Alchemist. Just straight up. Without the BKB, they're just running. He's like, cool, I'm just getting full HP from you. Thanks. My meat bag. Well, Phoenix gets banned out, Shen and Bane, so some more supports seeing the wayside here.
Yeah, I mean, everything's pretty standard so far, I would say. Nothing too surprising.
I would say Ember not being banned and Beastmaster and Lycan. Lycan got taken out in the second phase last game, though. So we'll see which way they want to go. It feels like if you're not first pick, you definitely have to be like, well, are we willing to give up Ember? Because it's more than likely to be the first pick. And the first pick themselves don't want it crazy, so they'll ban it. And they banned the Beastmaster. All right.
So
what are we looking
different
at?
this game where this time Quincy have overall last pick, right?
Yes,
last time it was
that is
Crazy.
correct.
Yeah. So they've swapped the pick order.
Any hero stand out, feels like Crazy. They really like that Nature's Prophet, and it's a little more valued in NA. I don't know if they'll first overall it, but...
There's still Enchantress to secure lanes.
Yeah, like Hench.
We still have the Grimstroke, as you type about. We just haven't been seeing as much in NA, though. Feels like it might just be that Ench. Or is there a possibility? I know Void Spirit was last phased, but no, there's the Ench. I was going to say, is there a chance now that they saw that Void Spirit own again, you might first phase it here? And maybe Quincy does.
Yep, I think I could see Quincy doing. I could see Quincy also maybe just first doing their Wyvern again. It's just a solid support. It blocks a lot of those heroes if they're worried about Crazy going for like a Lycan first too. It protects you from that, so that's the other thing I think they're probably considering.
And Earthshaker still is in the pool, a hero we're just always bringing up because it always sees the light of day. Rubik as well.
I don't think it's generally ever like a bad early pick.
And hey, well, the Clinks worked pretty good last game. Let's prove it by just picking it up right now. All right. Still open, as we said. MSS played it fantastically, but it can be played in a core role.
And he was like 19 kills, 16 assists. Like, not often you see 4 positions with those kind of stat lines.
Especially with no stun, right? You're just running around in Viz, shooting your shot.
Yeah. And like the caster said, like, what we saw from MSS is kind of what you see from a Court Clinks, and you're getting it from a support role, so that's pretty fantastic.
What do you want to pair it up with? That's the question. There is...
You pick your 5 position or maybe some just stunning hero, some offlaner perhaps. I think if you pick like the Shaker here, it reveals Clinks is not a 4.
True.
So...
Maybe a Rubik.
Well, I think that's the same problem. If you pick the Rubik, you're kind of forcing Clinks to play as a core then.
So maybe just the Winter Wyvern again? I mean, it is versus Ench. You don't really mind. They just really like the hero. Nope, they do value the Void Sphere. And Quinn, he's shown why, for sure.
And these two heroes play well together. They're both super mobile, super active, want to fight at similar times. I think that's always key for Void Spears, to have heroes that are ready to fight when he is.
They can both play in multiple positions as well, so their draft is still pretty flexible, despite revealing at least one core.
Do you just need more? It felt like last game we didn't see many Observer Sentry combos from Crazy, right? Isn't that how you deal with the Nyx Assassin and Clinks types heroes? Like,
Yeah.
you just want to have the vision. I remember Clinks was just running uphill, and like it didn't even look like he was scared, and it's like the enemy team's jungle, his team's not even around, and he's just rolling through.
I don't think he was scared because there's nothing to be scared of.
Yeah, that's fair as well.
And I think it's really hard for, especially in that scenario, for supports to go out and ward when your entire team is already behind.
Yeah,
you have to go with heroes, right? You can't just go off and ward by yourself.
True.
But you have two of your cores that are already, they just want to hit creeps. They don't want to like escort you to go ward, right? Usually you like ward with a smoke and you want to go like take back your jungle or take their jungle.
Yeah.
But you do that with playmakers and just
they didn't have
any
All right,
playmakers.
makes sense to me. So we'll see if they try to get that a little more done this time, because you don't want that Clinks freely roaming your jungle. The thing is, the Void Spirit has a long-range jump, so if the Clinks is on you, the Void Spirit can get there pretty damn quick. And wow, Ench Necro opening. It's a new one.
So Necro is actually incredibly good against Void Spirit. If you get like in that middle matchup, you want to match the Necro against the Void.
Okay.
Like that lane is super hard for Void Spirit.
Yeah.
So if you see this, then are you more inclined in Quincy to be like, hey, maybe the Clinks goes middle and the Void Spirit's a 4, or...
But Clinks doesn't like playing versus Necro either, I can say. I think the Void Spirit kind of fills the role of Death Prophet from last game's draft, where it's like, okay, let's just first to it. We know this hero is good regardless, and if it gets countered too much, we just send it to the off lane. Let us have fun.
Play it,
You're going to only do so much this game, but that's all we need from you. We've got a better draft, even if you individually don't have the best game.
Kind of the Zai style.
Yeah, very, very good comparison.
Bat Rider gets taken out. Obviously, a Necro will never like playing against that hero, since your one save is definitely not a save for that hero. And on the other side, Quincy, what do you want to ban out? That's the question. You already have your 5, and you have your core, wherever that Necro's going, whether it's off lane or middle, or carry. Some
stunning 4 position. I'd almost rather see them go for something more active like the Tusk rather than the Shaker. Based on how last game went, I think Shaker overall is just like a kind of better hero, but the early game Tusk impact is way higher than a Shaker, and it's a hero that threatens the Clinks. I think what we saw last game from the Clinks running around with Skeleton Walk, Shaker can't deal with that. Or I mean, you're not dying, but you're just like, you can't keep up with this mobile Clinks. Tusk can with Snowball, with if you ever get on top of him, you've got Tag Team. So I like that, something like that, or a Clockwork, something that just moves around the map and threatens to kill Clinks.
You know what hero we haven't seen a lot?
Who?
Earth Spirit.
Yeah, we saw him, 2 times yesterday on Nigma, I want to say. Wasn't it GH, or was it... Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Was that yesterday? We did see him. He played it twice in a row, I remember that. And it was him. I just don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago. That's it, though. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
We've suggested it a few times. Long range catch. Silence.
Dynamic hero.
Yeah. I mean, why do you... Charlie, you're the one who brought it up, so why don't you think we see it? Like, what do you think they're thinking? Is it just bad in the laning phase, or because it has team fight?
I feel like its laning is a bit weak. Like I feel like its strength is roaming, right? But we haven't. I feel like we see less roaming this patch than previous patches.
For sure.
And the Tuskar, at least, like it can roam, and like Tag Team is incredibly strong in lane.
Yeah.
Curtis, I was playing pubs with Curtis yesterday, and he had said that like
most 2003 scrubs.
Most laning now is just about trying to get 2v1 situations, not matchups. So trying to isolate one hero when one hero goes to pull or something, and Tuskar is just really good at that.
Yeah, that hero is crazy. And well, there's the Grimstroke. Well, we saw the Grimstroke Void Spirit by Liquid in the first phase. They lost that game, but that combo, just you have someone who can get on top of other people very easily.
Not a fun hero for Necro to play into either. All of his toolkits is
you're right.
Very pesky.
Because it's one of those things, right? I think Cap brought it up with the Timber Saw when he throws a Chakram and he gets the bug. Well, it's the same thing with the Necro. If he gets... Wait, does it stay on him?
What?
Am I crazy?
When you go Shroud?
When you go Shroud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought okay. Just making sure.
Like if you growth shroud as the bug is coming towards you, because obviously you can't do it.
Yeah, when it's doing. Yeah, that's what I mean. And it stays on.
I believe so.
Okay, because I know with some of the bug stuff, it's like really weird with that, like the Weaver bugs. Mechanics. Oh god. Oh, I can make up and pretend I know them. They do take the Earthshaker again. You were worried about it.
Stick with it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to Tusk, where this hero lanes as well as roam, so it's going to secure your off lane with Fissure, pull the wave back, and then it can also roam and help mid. But yeah, it's... I don't know. I'm not sold that this hero matches up against the 4-position Clinks particularly well, from at least what we saw last game.
I think what I'd want to see out of Crazy now is that you make sure that your other 2 heroes can make plays with the Earthshaker. Like, Earthshaker, like, he doesn't... I don't think... If this is a 4-shaker, he doesn't want to get his Blink Dagger by sitting in a lane and farming. Yeah. He wants to make ganks, have team fights, so... But if the rest of your team can't fight, then he doesn't have a game. Yeah.
Well, see, Quincy Crew, both teams have used a ton of reserve time already before this last phase, and 15 seconds, what do you want from it? They don't have a guaranteed stun yet. You have the Ink Swell, you have the pull-in, but no direct stuns. They'll go with Luna, so now, still not. You got the beam, I guess.
Yeah, they got there. Just picking their carry. I think they look at this Shaker Ench and they're like, well, nothing really to pressure Luna too much. It's this hybrid carry that has magic and physical damage, which is good against Necro because of Ghost Shroud. It's a strong laning core. It doesn't benefit that much from the Ink Swell, but hey, it's still looking like a solid lane.
You can get the double beam with the
My god, it's over. It's G's. Crazy. We need something here. I feel like you need a strong laner and a strong team fighter. Well, could be. I mean, Spectre last game looked like a strong laner, and it is the hero that looked super good last game, but
it's not exactly a do-shit hero.
Don't worry, it's coming. Their last pick, Charlie. I hope they're getting one.
I hope so.
Man, yeah,
you do get to the backside, right? You pop your ulti, you find the Luna, you find the Grimstroke. As long as they're not grouped as 5, it's pretty good. The problem is, too, you might have to carry your own Dust, which is a core play you never want to do. But with the Clinks, you might have to.
I think the one advantage this game is that Enchantress is just a lane winner. So it's... Well, whatever the offlaner is, it's likely that Spectre will at least have a decent lane just because of the Enchantress.
Unless they aggro tri-lane. Because I think that's one of the strengths of Luna is this hero aggro tri-lanes very well.
True.
You have to know it's kind of coming too, though, right? Because you just picked the Spectre into the Luna, so... Yeah. And it is you're assuming it's a Klink's Grimstroke. How's that? That's probably not the best tri-lane. It might be a little better now.
That's true. If you're going to aggro tri-lane with Klinks, doesn't make much sense. I think if you're aggro tri-lane, you have to play Klinks as a core, which I don't think they are, based on just what we've seen,
Okay, Storm Spirit gets banned out, so only the Void Spirit. Only that Spirit going to be let through. And then Crazy, what are they scared of? That's the question. Are they scared of an off lane or a middle? I always like this when it's like so ambiguous in a draft. What does the team think it's going to be?
They need something to frontline.
5 seconds. What are you thinking, Crazy? They banned the hero we just haven't seen at all this tournament, really. Like,
I mean, that is a frontliner.
It is. And pretty good versus Necro and Earthshaker as well.
And Spec.
Pretty good ban. And that doesn't even give away what they thought, because we've seen Timbersaw ran in multiple different lanes as well. That's Dota for you nowadays.
So Crazy, they need that do shit mid laner, probably?
Mid laner, off laner, yeah. If you can see anything that sounds really good. And it's a puck, all right. I mean, I would say that's a pretty do shit hero.
Yeah, it's definitely a do shit hero. And what I like about this is that you can run it mid or you can run it off lane. And so it gives you flexibility to try and match up the Necrophos against the Void Spirit.
I just see them maybe running into some damage issues, like the previous series we saw, where the puck was coiling this, Ember Spirit was it that game?
Yeah, it was Ember.
And the Ember would just survive through it most of the time because there was no follow-up damage. And I think the same thing happens here where the follow-up damage isn't great.
You're right. This is a very similar draft to that Puck, Spectre, and Earthshaker, I believe, also. Wow.
With that said, Quincy have overall pretty squishy heroes.
No heals, no real sustain other than Death Pact.
1 second. Hey, this hero made it all the way through.
Oh my.
But is this a We just gotcha. You just got destroyed Lycan pick. It felt like you guys kind of felt like that, but now you're going back?
Yeah, it's a good Lycan game.
Okay.
Nothing says you can't play Lycan to these heroes. Yeah, you can coil and control the Lycan. He's still going to send his summons at you. The Shaker AoE stuns is just like get these summons off of me. You're not really killing Lycan until later on.
And this is the Lelis Lycan, man. He was the top net worth when he played it last time.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much pressure for, like, if Crazy want to do well in this game, they have to win lanes. They have to do well in their lanes. Like, I don't see a scenario in which they go even in lanes and then mid game is okay for them.
So sounds like you're more comfortable with Quincy Crew's draft then.
Yeah.
Okay. Gods, you feeling the same way, or can the Spectre be the end-all be-all?
Nope. I was on Quincy coming into this series, and I'm going to stick with it. This is a great last pick Lycan. I think Crazy going to get punished for being a bit too greedy.
All right, well, we'll have to see. This is game number 2. This could be the last game of today. We might know if Quincy Crew, they might be the first grand finalists, or will Crazy take this to a game number 3? We'll have to find out with Peter Pandem and Cap.
Well, all I hope for is something a little bit different than what happened in Game 1. I can't let Quincy Crew just waltz into the grand finals just like that. Crazy, different lineup, but they still got a last pick that looks a little scary. This Lycan from Lelis.
Yeah.
He did really good work last time.
He did do well, and he definitely pushed the tempo. And we can see it's almost a even matchup in terms of the betters.
Okay, people slightly favoring Quincy Crew, but again, Game 1 was a bit of a stomp, but Crazy did win the last series between these two in the group stage. So
yeah, honestly, I felt like it was kind of even overall. I feel like these two teams are quite evenly matched at the moment. And if anything, I think Quincy Crew has better players, but Crazy's playing better as a team. They also have 2 players playing from Europe, which is quite annoying as well, I imagine.
For sure. Does that mean that the draft is a more determining factor in who actually has the advantage? And if so, who won the draft?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think it just depends on how well the mid lane goes for Bryle. He didn't have a particularly great time last time, and Quinn's Void Spirit got so much done. So if Quinn manages to be mobile and get things done in the early game, I think that Lycan and Luna will hit this timing that Crazy won't be able to deal with. But if he doesn't have an amazing game, sorry, I'm just watching them dance on mid lane.
Yeah. Quinn and Bryle having a little fun before they back off to be able to either get bounty runes or more likely block the creep wave coming in.
But they do have this last pick Lycan, and Lycan is going to go down here and lane up against the Spectre. And I think that with Lycan's advantage in attack damage, I think that it's a good matchup for him.
He's going to have his wolves stolen away from him.
Yeah, it's a little annoying. This wolf's pretty buff, too.
Quinn did take that other bounty rune, so the Spectre's running up there thinking, oh, I can cut ahead of MSS and get that other one. No. Quinn didn't bother as much with the block. Brya, though. He blocked from the very start, I think. So
yeah, it's nice as Necrophos, but you are just going to kind of push the lanes, Necro.
Sure.
But you get a little wave 1 advantage with a good block.
So you agree with the panel, then, that like this lineup might just be a bit too greedy? And you could see a world where Quincy Crew gets online with Lycan Luna and they just run it crazy and they can't really fight back that well.
I think their lineup's much less greedy than it was last game.
Okay.
Because I feel like they can actually fight. Like, even though Spectre as a carry is busy farming, he can always haunt into and join his team. And that this time they have KZ on Puck instead of Furion, so you can actually make stuff happen, force engagements.
Yeah, the lineups are very similar in that regard, right? It's just that Quincy Crew have their playmaker in their mid lane, and the Void Spirit for Quinn, whereas Crazy have their playmaker in the off lane.
No doubt. And yeah, they have kind of a bit of a carry mid. But hopefully Bryle can keep Quinn focused on the mid lane, and then when Puck gets level 6 in the side lane, maybe he can rotate in a smoke and get some kills on this Void Spirit.
Nice block in for Moon Meander. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get in front to fully block in SVG. Still, decent amount of damage. bottom lane, the Enchantress is going to be stealing wolves and also tossing damage back. Very similar to what the Clinks is doing.
This stolen wolf is actually destroying this lane.
It actually canceled the healing cell too.
Yeah, it has 500 HP. It hits for 36. It's just like a super Lycan wolf, and they just can't match the Enchantress. We see why this hero's first picked. He's just dominating his lane.
That's first blood. He just took way too much damage from that last impetus shot, and then a dagger comes in. You are at the top lane. He gets quite low as they were trying to chase down Kezu. Kezu got the opportunity to pop us out for a little bit. You are doing something similar here.
Who would have guessed 6 months ago you'd have Lycan Clinks off lane?
Yeah. There's something that within me that just disagrees with that.
You still just can't. You just can't back it.
No, there's got to be some problems there, right?
Yeah.
For me, I just feel like Clinks can't be that good of a playmaker. You know, like it worked out last game.
Well, I thought the last game he did a great job of kind of scouting, making sure that Void Spirit's rotations actually worked.
Yeah.
He added some bonus damage on top of it. He was quite a nuisance for Crazy. But this game, they are lacking a bit of the lockdown that they had in the previous game.
Yeah, it's pretty much all comes from the Void Spirits, who is very likely going to be given the Inkswell.
Yeah, this is a much more heavy 5-man lineup from Quincy Crew. Just because they have the Luna and the Lycan versus the Spectre that they had in the previous game. What hero did Laylas play last game? Remember?
He was playing the Death Prophet that was zoned out of lane at level 1
that's
for
right,
so
that's
long.
Right. Yeah, but he eventually recovered. Yeah, but this bottom lane not going well at all.
Yeah, the only thing really stops AUI is just mana.
Yeah, he's probably bringing some mangoes or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Clarity and his Sage Mask.
Denies the wolf that he stole away.
Action
Well, SVG likely to die here. Kezu makes sure to dodge that stun, and it does mean he's far enough away that SVG gets off maybe a full healing salve. Can still be blocked in. Moon Meander didn't actually run up, and if anything, Yawar poses enough of a threat. You have to run away.
Yeah, nice moves there by SVG. Kezu actually jaunting a bit too far. Got himself out of auto attack range.
That is a problem I foresee, is that they're really reliant on this Void Spirit with the Inkswell to go in and get stuns and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
That enchant is, a dispel that just kills the Inkswell instantly, makes it blow up immediately, and also can take away the Resonant Pulse.
Very true, very true.
With a lockdown of the puck, I don't feel like it's going to be as free of a game for Quinn as it was last time.
No, Puck is so good against Void Spirit, and the reason we don't see more Puck is just because his numbers on his damage has been nerfed.
Yeah.
Time and time again, because he was getting first picked in the last big patch.
Nice Fisher block in, but SVG still has his Inkswell. It's going to stick on top of Moon Meander together. They will bring down that Earthshaker, and SVG, he'll be traded out, but it does cost Kezu his life maybe here. Does dodge a couple of projectiles, but still able to keep up thanks to the mini stun from Yawar. 5-minute bounties coming up as well. So that move from the Clinks, MSS. Oh, that's a big kill.
I heard that from the bottom lane. Quickly panned over, caught it. Yep, looks like Bryle's taking over the mid lane, doing very, very well. Quinn able to get some CS, but a 35-second death timer is going to set him back quite a bit.
Do you think that is... I feel like listening to you on panel and stuff, you would not have been a fan of Quincy Crew just kind of like picking the same opener anyway, where they went for...
Well, I know for a fact that Laylas plays Void Spirit, so I think it could be a good 2-3 hero for them.
Oh, okay, so because they have a flexibility, it's still acceptable.
Yeah.
Fair.
And a lot of the good mids were banned. All the Pucks and Dragon Knights and Death Prophets, Quap.
Yeah.
I think most of it was out of the pool. And I have seen Void Spirit... I mean, yeah, he had a death there, but he's still doing quite well. He's got plenty of farm and good CS.
And hoping for a Power Rune.
And he got it. There you go. He's back in the game.
Double damage, too, with the Astral Step online. That's a killing combination right there. Moon Meander going to be chased down. Does manage to get the 2-man Fisher, but MSS is on the other side of things. Nice Enchant Totem hit, but I don't think it's enough to save him. Especially since... oh, that's actually their own ward on the high ground.
Down he goes. So yeah, MSS has abandoned the bottom lane. Laylas is forced to jungle / creep skip here, trying to just get some experience. not really the way you want to be playing Lycan. More so like Lycan is you want to do decently well in lane and then get ahead with your Necro books and then try and make stuff happen. So this bottom lane, the bottom lane and mid lane, both not going well for Quincy Crew at all. I like Crazy's chances in this game much more than the previous one.
Yeah, they're really getting a nice amount of momentum off this laning phase. We'll see what happens, though, as the cores start getting involved and rotating. Both Kezu as well as Quinn, see where they move.
Yeah, Kezu's not having the best game on puck, but he really could just be oh, SVG's in trouble here.
Blocked in a little bit. The silence is going to wear out soon, but SVG dies before he can cast any spells. And now Skeeter's going to get involved. He's going to pop the Eclipse, but there's too many units here. Easily soaks up and spreads the damage, though no one will die. And Skeeter can claim the last hit.
That was nice. Did he get level 6 off the Grimstroke kill on puck, or did he have it?
I didn't actually see. Looks like it's pretty close.
Either way, very timely, especially with that Spectre Haunt.
Yeah.
Coming in, able to pick up a kill there on the Luna, and she used her ultimate.
There's that Inkswell combination going for Bryle. He just pops his Ghost Shroud, though. Isn't able to remove the Phantom's Embrace, but other people can do it for him.
There we go. Look at that Aoi 2000 Enchantress purging Quinn's Resonant Pulse Shield as well as his double damage. Okay.
Production letting us know that Puck indeed did get 6 off their kill.
So, great plays from Crazy around the map, and they've already got a 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes.
This is very different from game 1, that's for certain.
No, it's good. I was a little worried that Crazy was coming into this series a little soft.
Look at this. He's baiting out right now. He did have a shapeshift with MSS coming in through the side, but AUI still had his haste rune, so they have to go for Skeeter, but Skeeter, he can just run into the trees if he wants to.
Yeah, nothing going the way of Quincy Crew so far.
The no stun off lane, trying to do something about the safe
if you
lane
guys
sector.
have a Lycan Clinks offlane in your pubs, watch out.
Yeah, I would definitely report somebody for griefing if I saw this.
But would you put them on your avoid list?
Nah, that is the true test. The avoid list, that is sacred.
For the toxic,
in NA. That is for
toxic
only
of the toxic.
Yes, exactly. Only the filthiest of souls end up on the void list.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, we get those people who try and get you to put them on their avoid list. Avoid me, please. Oh, dog.
Yeah, there's some of those.
5-3. 2,000 net worth leads. Skeeter still farming away. Bryle still farming away. Top 2 net worths right now. And Kezu is not that far behind everybody else on Quincy Crew.
Yeah, the cores from Quincy Crew are farming decently, but kind of looks like the last game is like, who's catching up to Spectre? Not sure.
Maybe Spectre is just the hero in this series.
Definitely seems to be. He's winning. He won both his lanes in these games. Getting very farmed.
Yeah, and that just... I mean, Spectre isn't really known for his incredible laning power.
Outposts and bounties.
SVG steps outside of his tier 1 and immediately gets caught. Fisher still kind of blocking him in, but it's enough to be able to get behind this tree with the Eclipse going down. Moon Meander is actually going to fall. Now MSS going to show himself. Surprise. Bryle, he managed to get off the Reaper's side. That'll help him regen, but will that allow him to survive? Not a chance. Not with Quinn and MSS here.
Very aggressive play from Crazy there. Getting nice and deep on that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it felt like...
They're outnumbered. They kind of made that play. A few seconds before Haunt came up, Enchantress wasn't there.
Felt like that was an easy kill and get out if the Fisher block was a little bit farther to the right, you know?
Yeah. Walk-in Echo.
Okay, yeah. That's just some raw Echo Slam damage.
701 combo.
Okay, well, you brought Skeeter up here. Time to pressure the tower. Bryle's doing something similar since his Siege Wagon's still alive. Nice job popping the glyph to be able to deny that combo from Quinn to instantly kill the creep wave. Even an Enchantress creep to help tank. This is very smart.
Very tanky, yeah. Hard for them to push this tower because they don't have a great catch for Void Spirit without the puck here. But he's going to try. Oh, thought he's going to go for the coil.
MSS watching on the side here. Has his ultimate if they dive too deep. Crazy's been caught before trying to go for SVG, but this looks like perhaps a free kill, especially as he snaps the coil on himself.
Oh, coil used for Grimstroke. I love Puck as a hero. I know it got nerfed a bunch, but it just seems really straightforward to play with it. Just coil, and then whoever's in the coil, you know they're just going to stay there.
Yep.
There's no way they can get out. And they just die half the time.
I love the fact that you can play as aggressive as you want. You know, diving into towers like this early. Lelis did take the bottom tower during that shenanigans at mid, instead of opting to try and defend.
Yeah, he's got his Necro 3 coming out on the chicken, so he's just about as strong as he is. It's a nice peak for him.
Yeah, now he's got a great answer to the Necrophos, right?
Yeah, he can purge the Ghost Shroud, but will he actually be able to get kills? I think Enchantress can still take Necrobooks. Is that true?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I don't know.
Who knows these days? We'll find out.
There it is. Kazu also sees that he has that, though.
Well, to be fair, I think they kind of expected it, right? It was definitely coming.
Especially since he was just kind of AFK bottom lane. Probably
good
reason. AUI, that's going to be an easy kill for them. A lot of heroes being brought into this bottom part of the map. They can swoop in and try and put some pressure on this mid lane tower if they want. But can Crazy fight back? Haunt is not up for another 40 seconds, knowing that.
No, I think they'll pass on this one. They don't have Shaker Blink yet. Oh, they're porting with Puck.
Yeah, Brawl can lead the way. He has a mech and 1,500 HP.
Oh, he has a mech. Okay. Yeah, he's strong. And never mind, tower defended. Coiled. Grimstroke coiled again.
SVG. Living his worst life right now. He's 1-5-3. Crazy are very much willing to throw whatever ultimates they have at him, apparently.
Better the coil used on him than somebody else.
Oh, certainly.
But would definitely love to see Quincy Crew taking and potentially winning a team fight relatively soon. Otherwise, they might just get further and further behind on the Spectre, who's got a lot of gold invested in nothing at the moment.
Grant said last time Lelis played this Lankin, he ended up top net worth, and he is top net worth for Quincy Crew, especially if Quinn dies here, trying to get in range of the Reaper's Scythe. Necrophos not able to get there in time.
No, they're still a little light on damage unless they want to commit with the Spectre Haunt, but he probably wants to hold it for at least the Relic, if not just a Puck Coil.
We are going to be rushing the Aghanim Scepter this time for the Void Spirit, but you can kind of see why. Very effective against Puck and Necrophos over the Yule's Choice from last time.
Yeah, nice against Earthshaker too. Kind of jump in, and if he's pre-casting some Enchant Totem to start a stun lock on you, you can silence him up.
Quincy Crew still hanging around the same area. They have lots of vision here. Oh, the Inkswell on the Wolf. That's dirty. And they have the Necrobook 3, so they can deal with that. There it is, a really big coil, but without their Necrophos, I'm not sure how well they can actually fight. And sure enough, Quincy Crew, they're not slowing down for a moment. They see Moon Meander, they kill Moon Meander, and then move forward for more.
All right, great rotation by Quincy Crew. Little sign of life. Luna's got her Helmet Dom now. Lycan's got the Necro 3. These guys are ready to fight.
Yeah, this seems like a very big timing for them.
They also have
Zoo in force.
Yeah, they also have a medallion on Clinks, so if they do get an opening, Roshan definitely becomes an option for them.
Oh yeah, that's something a bit unique to the Clinks 4 as well, I guess. A lot of physical damage mixed with the minus armor. Quid gonna get on top of AUI here. Gets off his heels, so it might take a little while to bring him down. In fact, they want to back away because the Boots of Travel Puck was threatening them a bit.
Yeah, more bots here again. Able to join the team anywhere.
Do you prefer that over like the clean initiation of a Blink Dagger? Unfortunately, that was spotted.
Yeah. Well, I think in this game, Spectre can kind of be the person who's farming the lane that nobody wants to be in.
Okay.
I understand like Puck is quite good at that with the travels.
You know,
found Layla's here. They have a haunt if they need it.
We saw it, but maybe Lelis didn't. Smoke was underneath the ward.
Yeah, they have no wards, and Lycan can scout for himself, but no real protection against the Smoke of Deceit.
No, I just mean they actually saw the smoke. They got that vision right there in the mid tower.
Oh,
they
they
smoked
actually saw
right
it.
underneath that, but
Oh. Well, maybe he thought they were going elsewhere.
yeah, maybe he thought, oh, they're gonna invade our jungle rather than sweep through the Radiant jungle or something.
There's a haste.
Good opportunity.
There we go. Insta smoke. Lycan's dead though. All they're missing is, I guess they're missing Scythe and Coil, which is quite big.
The Radiants just came up. Quid, though, feeling like if they don't have Coil, he can kind of be free to jump in and take whoever he finds. They do bring down Moonmander. Skeeter's a little bit too tanky, though. And Quincy Crew, as soon as they get in, they equally quickly get out.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow Blink Dagger from Earthshaker, but he will eventually get there.
This Radiant's timing so fast for Skeeter. This is very concerning. If you are a Quincy Crew fan, that is. But if you want to see Game 3, it's looking quite good right now with Crazy up 3K.
I see some signs of life from Quincy Crew. The Spectre, he could die. Maybe.
AUI, he could probably die too. The Wolves are going to stay on top of him. And because they missed their stun, AUI thought he could TP out, but no. Howl plus the physical damage of the Clinks, it's a bit much.
If they go super late game, I could see Luna carrying. Right, that Satanic Rapier Luna.
Really? You think it can outcarry a Spectre?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. He hasn't gotten his talent yet because he wanted to max out his aura and his glaives to farm up quicker.
Yeah, I've seen this a lot lately. Everyone knows you can skip your 10 talent, and with the nerfs to the talents across the board, a lot more heroes are just skipping them.
Yeah.
Not sure what that says about the nerfs, but maybe they need to be adjusted again. I feel like you should want to, like, level 10 should be like a, oh yeah, I get my talent now, right?
Yeah.
Instead, it's like, I might get that at like 20 or something.
Yeah, it feels a little silly if it's just bypassed for so long. Hanging out with the Wolf, Yuar is going to farm very quickly. Will he farm faster than a Radiant Spectre? Another smoke up. Crazy. Enchantress Earthshaker smoke behind the Necrophos that very aggressively just shoved in mid lane, walked into the jungle. No cares, seemingly.
Yeah, they didn't find anybody, though.
It's in part because the Wolf is scouting them out right now, even if they don't know it. It's following the puck around.
That's the best target to follow. He's kind of the start of everything for them.
True.
They could do a Earthshaker Echo Slam to begin with, but I think Puck just finding Void Spirit or something and coiling him is their best chance at winning a fight.
And you shouldn't be too surprised by a Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, but may be surprised at how close they are to this mid lane. Quinn shows himself for a moment. Moonmeander doesn't bite, though.
Yeah, Quincy Crew's still lacking some big items and timings at the moment. They're waiting for Void Spirit to finish his Ags, Lycan to finish his Assault Cuirass, and Luna to finish her BKB. And then I think they will definitely... I don't think they'll shy away from fights.
Can they do this? Skeeter's trying to do Roshan right now.
How's it going for him?
Not well. Now the Necrophos is joining him at least, and AUI can eventually tank it as well.
Get an Enchantress heal. Well, it doesn't look like Quincy... I mean, Quincy Crew doesn't have their item timings like I just mentioned, so...
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like they want to contest this. But it is a difficult Roshan. Looks like they're going to get it, though.
Okay. Well, at the same time, Quinn is going to finish up his Aghanim Scepter by pushing in the bottom lane.
Yep. It'll probably mean Quincy Crew hits their item timings. But they may have done that eventually anyways.
Yeah. And Aegis on a Spectre with Radiance is pretty bad. He even has the early game blade mail pick up. Ryle's going to be targeted here. The Ghost Shroud going activated, but the Phantasm is still on him here. He's going to pop the Eclipse to see if they can run down this Necrophos still and finally do get there. Reaper Sight turn around, does a small amount of damage to Yuar, but Skeeter is being ignored for now. Turn onto him, do a little bit of damage to the coil, locking down Quinn. It looks like he's going to be stuck here, but is he actually going to fall? The Spectre's going to come back up. Quinn stretching out that coil. A dagger goes out to simulate up to the side. An Astral Step is coming in soon. He will manage to get some distance but Skeeter's going to spot him again, and this dagger is surely going to finish him off, or at least if not that, a bit of Radiant Spurt.
Okay, well, a bit of an even fight, I'd say, across the board. Luna lives. Unfortunately, that Void Spirit had to go down, but he was on borrowed time. Spectre is an issue, though.
Turning onto the Spectre here. He actually
the Necrosite
killed that melee Necronomicon, and that brought him a bit low.
Yeah, but the gold.
True. Good farming.
He's really farmed now after that fight.
Yeah.
And Luna's in a bit of a weird situation at the moment. All alone.
Nobody there to bail him out, and Echo Slam to hold him down while Skeeter doles out the damage.
That's too bad.
Shows up, actually. SVG, I mean, he was looking at it, and he was like, oh, God, I got to save my carry. Well, he's just one more body to put on the pyre here. Make a kill streak for Skeeter as things are heating up.
These are the deaths I hate to see the most. If it's like right after some big team fight, you know, somebody just comes out of base and just lackadaisically walks into an area they're not supposed to be.
Yeah, they're like, split up, guys. Let's go find some neutrals.
Exactly. Well, props to Crazy for just being ready for it. See the big fight here. The Necrosite was not enough to bring down Luna, so she ends up escaping.
Crazy, man. You see how quickly he dies from the Lycan Planks combo. Back into the game we go, where they are actually running down Crazy right now. Managed to get the kill on the Puck and the Earthshaker, and a third one on AUI. So the supporting crew of Crazy dies immediately after a big pick-off on the Luna.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not great. In the meantime, like, he was just pushing out the bottom lane. He almost has his level 18.
Yep, and he's got his BKB. He's setting up for a Butterfly, and then the Satanic that we mentioned. He is going for the late game. I think he might get there, too. That death sent him back a little bit, but here he is, farming Ancients. He's in a good spot.
And Laylas almost has an Assault Cuirass. And between him and MSS's Medallion, looks like MSS is actually going to go for a Deso as well. Tons of minus armor.
Yeah, even though Laylas had a bad start to the game, he's really made this hero, he's kind of shown why this hero is so overpowered and good at the moment. He just kills the supports every fight. And he's doing it as like an offlaner, right? So he doesn't have the pressure to like carry or anything like that. He can just handle the supports.
And that's kind of oftentimes the job of an offlaner anyway. It's just to be able to try and handle that back line.
Yeah, he's going Basher next, so once he gets a little bit more lockdown, it might be possible for him to like stick on Spectre or something like that. But for now, just eat up the supports. In that one big fight we saw near the river, Earthshaker didn't get anything off.
And it's going to be pretty important for this Lycan to scale a bit into the late game, because it's not just a Spectre lineup, it's a Necrophos as well, which is a pretty potent hero late game with that Reaper's Scythe. So it is important for both of these semi-carries on each side to help their primary carry.
If he can get to Abyssal Blade, I think he'll be pretty happy.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how much more he's
Jumping onto the Spectre here, does have the Blade Mail, turns around, MSS, he says it's worth it. I will hurt myself if I can hurt you too. A silence actually put onto Kezu here, he's in trouble. Inkswell, Zolbai now launching down the two of them. The Spectre is going to have a field day with all these low heroes though. MSS pops his death back to try and stay alive. It heals him up a little bit, but a dust finally goes off. The two of them, they do go down. The Spectre buyback though, to ensure a one-team fight, didn't actually net that many extra kills. I think both those two heroes would have died anyway.
Maybe. I think he definitely helped kill the Void Spirit. I mean, Void Spirit maybe could have ran away for a bit. I'm not sure if he would have gotten away.
Sure.
But the buyback definitely secured his death. However, due to that buyback, Luna is catching up.
Yeah, now that net worth gap between the two, that was pretty big. It was always about 2K. Closing in, less than 1,000 gold behind now. Level 20 soon on the Luna.
And that was Clinks finding Spectre in the jungle farming like we saw in the previous game. And Void Spirit just following up, and between the two of them, you know, they used everything they had. They were able to secure the kill.
So maybe that's some of that comes down to the sentry change, right? Just the fact you do run out of sentries. You can't place them all over the map. These 4 positions that are able to kind of scout around, pretty value.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Skeeter could have done to play that better. I'm curious if he had any other options than just to go down. Maybe he could have haunted, done the whole little Spectre thing where you jump around.
Yeah, constantly spamming haunt. AC is up.
AC's up, BKB's up. He's got his Eagle Song to add to that for a little bonus damage. Roshan's not up for a little bit, but looks like they want to fight.
Go time for Quincy Crew. They've got some okay vision here. His Warda on the high ground, spotting out that tier 1. It looks like it is going to see the Spectre, possibly, as the Wolf scouts out Moon Meander. That is a great opportunity. Take out the Initiator right away from Crazy, and the rest of them are probably just going to try and back away and teleport. We're going to play around their outpost right now. Earthshaker does have a buyback, so if this fight commences on the high ground, Quinn may not be expecting this. Immediately stunned up. Silence as well. There's going to be the coil with the Reaper's Sight that cuts him down. He buys back as well. You are coming in with the Inkswell, though. Pops the clips and goes straight for that Necrophos. And Echo Slam out for Moon Meander does nothing because he immediately dies. Laylas, he just tore into him. And now he's going to be able to run down Bryle, purging off that Ghost Shroud to be able to take him out too. Buyback for buyback, but the core of Quinn wasn't even needed in this fight, it seems. Laylas and Yawar were able to pull through for them.
Great damage. Can they finish off the Spectre, though? They see her on their ward, and Quince is following.
He's following, but at the same time, there is no disables to keep him in place. Oh, it's 2 buybacks, I believe, from Crazy as well. Moon Meander and then AUI also blew his at the end.
Yeah, Moon's positioning was quite bad as he was the first one to be initiated on his team. I think as the Earthshaker with the blink, your team fight Echo Slam is so important. You can't be the first person to get picked off. You need to be behind your teammates, and if if you're in this top left area, jungle area of the map, then you should be even further behind let your teammates front line.
There's that Aghanims put to use here from Quinn, immediately silencing up Kezu. This Puck's game now is so hard.
Yeah, he needs the Yules, but he's still very far away from it.
Yeah, this Earthshaker, I like that you pointed out, he kind of has to never get caught because he is one of the biggest threats to this Lycan or to the Luna before she pops her BKB, the opportunity to be able to chain stun her and Reaper Scythe right away.
Yeah, and these misplays, and you see it, Quincy Crew is just right back into this game, even with the 4K lead now, they're trying to get Roshan. And if they get this, I mean, Puck's dead for 16. Can Crazy even fight this?
Laylas, he's going to go outside the pit. He immediately, thanks to his Necronomicon scouting things out, spotted a few heroes, knows that Crazy trying to intercept a Soul Bind that catches the 2 of them. He's going straight for that Earthshaker as he's locked down. Skeeter, he's able to run up the cliff a little bit of ways, but Quincy Crew are going to chase him down. The skeletons are following him all around. He's going to make that haunt play, jumping around a little bit, goes over to Yawar and manages to Spectral Dagger up the cliff, hidden in the trees. They don't see him, so he TPs out quite nicely. Yawar almost losing his Aegis, but fortunately for him, he manages to stay alive, keeps the extra life.
Yeah, and he's going to finish his Butterfly now. He is feeling good. And he's going to go try and, they're going to try and push. He's a little, oh, but there's a regen for him there. He'll take that.
Wow. Wow.
Ooh, wow.
Well, it's pretty fortunate.
Yeah, things are looking really good for the Quincy Crew at the moment. They're able to survive that mid game. Even though Spectre got ahead, I think they made a couple of mistakes. Got picked off. Had to buy back.
AY getting picked off. Would you describe it as Quincy Crew just taking team fights? Like the way they smoked and the way they found their openings was just better than what Crazy was doing?
I think the boots of travel from Puck were not a good choice. I think he should have just rushed the blink.
Okay.
I think that would help them pick up their tempo and abuse their advantage from the laning phase. And besides that, yeah, I think Moon Meander could have had better positioning in the fights because I've seen multiple fights he's dying first for his team. And it's not because he's going in and echo slamming. It's because they're finding him and then killing him, whether it's like with the Lycan Wolves or whatever it might be.
Layla's done a really good job of scouting both with his Wolves and the Necrobook units.
He had a bad laning phase, but he's 7-1-7 now. He's having a fantastic game.
Boy's a beast for sure. MSS. Almost finding the Spectre there. That would have been a serious death toll for Crazy. They lose their Spectre. No doubt Quincy Crew with this Aegis that they still have would have just ran it Crazy from there, gone straight to the high ground. But Crazy are actually going to be the ones to smoke out. They're going to show their Spectre in the bottom lane and look to intercept whatever heroes try and come gank her. Staying on these high grounds.
They have a haunt ready, just in case they find somebody.
They find SVG on a monster kill, not something they're going to use their haunt for. Just let these heroes clean it up. Do not have a Yule Scepter for Kezu, I believe. If he wants to buy into that. The bash is there. That'll certainly help the Spectre deal with that Luna one-on-one. Maybe the Void Spirit lockdown as well. I think that's the really scary part about Abyssal Blade with Spectre is just the opportunity any point in time to be able to initiate on whoever you want and stun them. You could potentially just blow them up with a Fissure follow-up and Reaper Scythe or something.
They're going to go high ground.
They're going to go high ground. Yuar is going to run straight up into it with his Aegis, feeling confident enough. The BKB is going to be activated by Quinn as he tries to catch any of these heroes. The Aether Remnant doesn't land though. Kezu, oh, a bash! Oh no!
Shaker's
One bash and that's all it took. MSS, he's going to be stuck inside this coil and they're going to go for Lelis as well, but he survived through the Reaper Scythe. Quinn, he pushes forward, seeing Skeeter and Brile a little bit low. Yuar, okay, Inkswell on him. They're going to be able to catch this Spectre. Dead for 2 minutes.
Earthshaker unable to enter the fight there. Initially initiated on by the Void Spirit, and then he was thinking about coming back in, but the Clink's ult went down the stairs, and I just kept canceling his blink. So Shaker 0 spells that fight. Hate to see it.
Hate to see it. Because I'm trying to think of the last time we saw an Echo Slam. Was it the walk-in Echo Slam that we saw?
Yeah, up top.
Yeah, I don't remember a Blink Echo yet.
I think there's been one. But
Yeah, he killed, it's when Yuar ran up into the high ground and died immediately. They used Echo to control him there, but just not the big impact we're expecting from a team fighting forward position like this.
He's 400 gold from his Satanic. He's got the almighty Paladin sword as well.
So at this point, if he does get the Satanic, then that Status Resistance kicks into play, and our Earthshaker can't actually, even if he does find the initiation, it may not work. Brile, oh dear, in some trouble. Already so low, is going to be able to heal himself up with the Guardian's Greaves, but they're still going to gun for him here. Quinn wants to chase him down the Soulbind. Okay, they're a little bit too far away. Let's just focus on the objectives, boys. We've got 40 seconds to work with.
Yep, Aegis is done though for Luna. Satanic is kept flying in on the Courier, but they'll be able to get this Rax, and they might go for another.
MSS setting the bounty out on Brile. Says, I'm coming for you. MSS, look at that. He actually did not go to the Deso, went back for, I didn't even notice this until now, Mech and Guardian Greaves.
Oh, Guardian Greaves clinks. Amazing.
Some wild things going on in this meta.
Yeah, they do like the guess the hero. Right?
Yeah.
Like, would anybody ever guess clinks?
No.
I don't think so.
Medallion is really the only tip-off.
Yeah, Mango's a little bit of a throw-off as well.
Brile, his smoke is going to break. Yuar runs right into him, and he pops BKB Eclipse. Moon Meander's initiation is failed. And so will his Shadow Amulet. Oh no, Skeeter actually jumped in with his Haunt, and now he's stuck. His team looks to be able to bail him out. Yule Scepter is going to be able to buy Kezu a little bit of time trying to get away. The coil is going to fade away here, and Quincy Crew are on pursuit. Going to chase after Brile. He's pulled back in by the Aether Remnant and silenced up as well. So he's certainly dead. 2 down. All off of a missed opportunity to initiate. 30% lifesteal for Yuar. It's so tough to bring down this carry now.
Yeah, he might be able to just walk down mid. They've got no Haunt. They've got no Coil. They've got no Necrophos until he buys back. They do have an Echo Slam, but what can they do with it? BKB's up for Luna in 15 seconds.
So hard to fight into a lane when the Luna's banging on your barracks and those glaives are bouncing back into you. So you're going to have to try for top lane at best.
Taking the free melee racks. I think they'll maybe just camp this high ground, take a few fights if they can keyword this hill. That would be nice.
Yeah, Quinn will clean up this top lane.
Void Spirit port it back. It's time to get out.
It's time to leave, boys. Do not get caught. Skeeter was hoping to catch somebody, but Quincy Crew was disciplined enough. Yeah, he's going for Moon.
There's a gem.
Yeah, hits him with the Abyssal Blade. Lets his wolves clean him up. Looks like he doesn't want to stick around and try and collect that gem just for fear of getting caught.
Yeah, if he stuck there with his hero, he could have just got Echo Slammed.
Yeah.
And then coiled and killed, which would be a pretty big throw right before Roche was about to spawn.
Yeah, Moonmeander certainly would have died if the Necrobook units were up too, but that was still on cooldown for a few more seconds.
What's the Roche timer? We got 1:45 until Roshan.
All right. 2 minutes to figure out what the hell Crazy's going to do to stop Quincy Crew, who have a 21,000 net worth lead now. The Leveler.
Yeah, plus 60 attack speed. Very good.
They got the Flicker as well, which they're going to give to...
Not as good.
Nobody wants it?
No, they gave it to Clinks, so he's just going to swap out the Ninja Gear for the smoke, and then...
Yeah, makes sense.
Illusion Rune.
Spectre on the low ground here in the river. Gonna be spotted first. They're willing to use the Eclipse for this one, and Spectre's taking so much damage. My goodness. That's it. He's gonna buy back immediately and pop his Haunt. This must be a winning fight for Crazy, but they're already backing away a little bit. Bryle, he's gonna head back in with the Ghost Shroud, activate a Reaper Sights going on to Luna. Is that enough to kill him? Yes. Yowar goes down.
No
dead
buyback.
for 2 minutes with no buyback. An opportunity for Crazy, a big one at that. And Spectre coming back into this fight was exactly what they needed and changed the tide of things. They're going to clean up 3 heroes, 2 of which have no buyback. Roshan not up yet, but it will be in 30 seconds. This is still a big opportunity for Crazy.
Yep, they're going to Scout Roche, see that it's not up. It is up in 30 seconds. I hope one of them... I see 4 couriers flying towards the Roche, but I think they're all going to make sure.
Yeah.
See if it respawns.
They want to know the moment it comes back up, just because, they don't really know that Luna doesn't have buyback. In fact, Quincy Crew may be surprised. He's 70 gold away.
They could just throw him, if they know.
If they knew. And at what point do you make that call? Because it might be the Luna just doesn't want to buy back right now.
They're going to see that Roche is up, so that might cue them to back up.
Yeah. Think to themselves, okay, lane of barracks, all good.
All right, we got ourselves a game 2 here.
Yeah.
Gotta be really careful when you make plays like this as Quincy Crew, fighting in the river, killing the Spectre.